Similar to the previous Xizongtong's 100 plus points, Wang Feng's 100 plus points shocked a countless amount of people as well, because this signified that he already possessed a combat power equivalent to a peak B class. A person with such strength at such an age was truly terrifying. To warn all this, Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. If he were not afraid of using energy equipment and thus exposing his identity, he would have even been able to defeat an A-class phantom. When using such phantoms for tests, their strength was adjustable. Unfortunately, they were also too easy to act against. This was especially true for Chen Feng and his myriad illusions. He only needed to select several abilities that were strong against phantoms before fusing them with the help of his luck aura. Next, he would be able to erupt with an astonishing combat power before using Nether Gaze to insta-kill his opponent. It was as easy as that. Wang Feng. Almost everyone there etched this name into their brain. As for the people from the mysterious organization that were observing this test around the field, their interests were all piqued as well. Different from other tests, the current test represented the participant's current combat power. If it was a test of one's potential, that person might still require some energy being expended upon him to nurture him. But for a test of one's present combat power, remember his name. Everyone's attention was attracted. Wang Feng. Xizongtong was extremely astonished as she saw this. She was aware that Wang Feng was quite a promising guy. Unexpectedly, he was powerful to such an extent. It was no wonder that he had ignored her alliance. But then, only with this would she derive more satisfaction after conquering Wang Feng. Xizongtong was brimming with confidence. I will obtain you. At the same time, a lot of people were discussing without stop. The results for the first two tests were already out, and for certain participants, it was already clear whether they would be able to survive this test until the end. For example, Wang Feng would most certainly survive this test. A person like him who already possessed peak B-class combat power could be put into use immediately after recruitment. As such, it was natural for him to be recruited by the recruiters. Hence, a lot of people started having ideas. They did not dare approach Wang Feng. However, a lot of them started taking the initiative to approach those from Wang Feng's family, the two younger brothers that had come here with him. It wouldn't be bad for them to first forge a better relation with these brothers. Bro, how was your result for these 2 rounds? Someone started asking one of Wang Feng's younger brothers called Wangju. Wangju was ashen-faced as he answered. In the connections test, 0 points. In the strength test, 1 point. He understood the reason for the 0 points he had gotten for the connections test. After all, he was unlike that Wang Feng guy with the backing of 2 fathers and 2 families. For him, as an ordinary member of the Wang family, it was natural that he would score 0, connections-wise. However, he had still been somewhat confident in his personal strength. However, Wang Feng's subsequent eruption had given him a shock. These 2 brothers had always been trying to compete with Wang Feng. Outside of their expectations, Wang Feng was actually powerful to such an extent. Next, he had lost control of his emotions and, in his moment of weakness, had given the Phantom an opportunity to attack and ended up defeated by the Phantom. He hadn't even gotten a chance to erupt with any of his strength. Oh, instinctively, that person replied, bro, you have somewhat overemphasized in only a single aspect, it seems. Wangju cough. After pondering for a bit, that person decided that this was still quite awkward. Hence, he coughed before leaving hastily. Wangju snorted. HMPH. However, he couldn't help himself but look toward the center of the field. There, where everyone's attention was focused, was a single person, Wang Feng. Wang Feng, Wangju muttered. Since they were from the same family, he had a natural sense of competitiveness toward this person. Regardless of how strong you are, my potential will surpass yours. As long as the potential test proves that I have the potential to be a PK class, or perhaps even stronger. Wangju's eyes shone. As of now, the 3rd round was starting. That's right, this was a test of one's potential. The reason for this test being the 3rd round was because the 2nd round's test of one's strength would be used as an initial template for their database of the participants. As for this round, the results of this round would decide the amount of resources the organization would invest in the participants moving forward. An example using Wang Feng. Everyone was aware that he was presently C-class with a combat power equivalent to peak B-class. In this round, they wanted to see the potential of Wang Feng, to see his future limits. If his limit was C-class, This would signify that the current Wang Feng had already peaked. If so, he might still be accepted into the mysterious organization. However, his future in the organization wouldn't be particularly encouraging. There was also a possibility that he would obtain 0 points in this round and fail to enter the organization due to that. This was how important one's potential was. To a certain extent, one's potential was an extremely important matter. This was also what gave a lot of participants who hadn't done well previously some hope. After all, there were various reasons, such as lack of resources or unsuitable environments, that could cause one's strength to be weak. However, none of that would limit the talent or potential they had. Come. Here, place your hand on the evaluation screen. In front of everyone, an evaluation screen was hovering. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This thing, based on his guesses, this hovering screen was merely a port that would collect the data of a person, such as body quality, spiritual energy, and the like, and transmit all the data to the evaluator. As for the method of evaluation, it was most certainly something decided using an ability of some expert. Is this accurate? It should be quite accurate. I heard that the evaluator is a class. Wow, a class? Everyone started gasping in admiration. Evaluator was in itself a rare occupation. Despite the popularity of those in this profession, due to the nearly zero combat power they had, not many people were willing to join this profession. As for those in this profession with nearly zero combat power who were able to struggle up to the point where they reached A class, that was nearly impossible. Any random B class would be able to kill an evaluator at any time. Therefore, apart from unique existences such as the mysterious organization, not many other organizations were capable of nurturing personal A-class evaluators for their own use. For the mysterious organization to dispatch such an elder here, the importance they attached to this recruitment was apparent. Let me try. Everyone placed their hand on the screen with excitement. Shwa. Instantly, rows of data started flashing out. 80 points. 20 points. 70 points. One score after another appeared. Some were happy, some grieved. There were some who had been proud sons of the heavens. A person who had reached C class at a young age, a genius just behind Wang Feng, astonishingly scored only 10 points in the evaluation of potential. This signified that this person had already exhausted all his potential and was not worth nurturing. He actually exhausted his potential. Sigh. I suppose he used some abnormal methods to increase his strength in the past. That's possible. Everyone started discussing. Next, a succession of several youngsters with formidable strength yet low scores in the evaluation of their potential started appearing. Evidently, a lot of people had used some abnormal methods to increase their strength in order to pass the mysterious organization's test. Unfortunately, these methods they had used were the very things that lost them their future. With this, what was the point? Even if they were recruited, they would be stuck at the lowest level of the organization their whole lives. Shwa. The other participants that had previously been quite close to these participants started distancing themselves from these people. Naturally, there were also some who were once again being treated favorably after this test. For example, Wang Ju. This guy who had been obscure and unknown earlier was indeed a huge dark horse. With an astonishing low score of 1 point in the previous round, he had managed to obtain a score of 80 points in this round. Naturally, this was somewhat affected by his starting score as well. Other participants would start this test with at least 20 points from their previous round. As for this guy, he had obtained only 1 point in the previous round due to a moment of carelessness. As such, due to the system considering him to be an extremely weak person, when the test was conducted on his potential in comparison to his current strength, the end result was somewhat inflated. Even thought it was an inflated result, it was still an astonishing evaluation for his future, peak B class. This guy had the potential to charge straight until the peak of B class in the future. Who's that? Wang Ju, the younger brother of Wang Feng. Oh, the members of this family seem quite powerful. Someone with a potential to reach peak B class. If he encounters some fortuitous circumstances in the future and breaks through into A class, everyone's attention was attracted. Any breakthrough into A class required both opportunity and coincidences to be successful anyway. As such, people weren't particularly bothered by the fact that his potential did not reach A class. As long as his potential reached peak B class, it was sufficient. Hence, the Wangju that had previously been neglected once again attracted the attention of everyone. As for those like Xizongtong and the like, they similarly received the astonishing potential evaluation of Peak B class, attracting much attention as well. It was very probable that this group of people would be the geniuses among the new recruits of this batch. Naturally, as more and more evaluations were released, a lot of people started paying attention to Wang Feng. What was the potential of this kid who had obtained first place in the previous round? Wang Feng. Wang Ju's gaze was cold. Initially, Wang Zong had been without an heir. It was quite likely that he, Wang Ju, would have inherited the Wang family in the future. Now that Wang Feng had appeared, though, he had lost everything. Therefore, it was quite natural for him to envy and hate Wang Feng. With this score of 80 points for his potential, he regained his confidence. Now, with his newfound confidence, he started wondering about this so-called brother of his, this person who was a C class with combat power equivalent to a B class. What exactly is Wang Feng's potential? Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Feng. Presently, our friend Chen Feng was still staring blankly ahead. To be accurate, he was actually analyzing the evaluation method of the evaluator. Chen Feng contemplated A-class evaluator. He knew that, in this world, an ability capable of seeing through one's future with a single glance did not exist. This was even more so in this genetic era, an era of countless possibilities, thus rendering the future hard to predict. If so, what would the A-class evaluator use as the basis of his evaluation? Chen Feng started studying the screen hovering in front of him. This should be the core determiner of one's result during the evaluation. Body quality, spiritual awareness, age, energy intensity, unknown parameters, all these would be taken into consideration. Chen Feng wasn't exactly sure how the evaluation was going to work. However, from what he had seen so far, he had his own deductions. His conclusion was that during the instant where his body was scanned for data, if a certain parameter of his body had an extremely high reading, the result would be influenced to reflect on him favorably. Shua. Chen Feng placed his hand on the screen. Right at this instant, Xiaoying started unleashing its energy noiselessly. Bang! On the evaluation screen, data started appearing. However, the data for Chen Feng appeared to be off the charts. For other participants, their data would change in a way that their score would rise gradually from 60, to 70, to 80, and so on. Next, the score would slowly stabilize itself before it stopped increasing. As for Chen Feng's score, bang! In a single instant, it reached triple digits. Next, the number flickered without stop. 100 plus, 100 plus, 100 plus. This number started flickering crazily. Question mark. Everyone was dumbfounded. 100 plus? The hell, the score in potential could reach 100 plus as well? What the hell? I remember that even the potential of A-class requires only a score of 90. That's right. Does this mean that Wang Feng has the potential to easily and smoothly break through the bottleneck of B-class to reach A-class? As someone with a potential of A-class, as long as he remains alive, Wang Feng will most certainly reach A-class in the future. Good lord. Everyone was stunned. To understand this shock, one had to understand that, during every single recruitment in the past, the focus had been placed on A-classes. A single A-class was equivalent to 100 B-classes. However, was it so easy to find a new recruit with A-class potential? Hence, most of the time, the mysterious organization focused on nurturing the children with peak B-class potential. In every batch of recruits, there were bound to be some with peak B-class potential. When these people eventually reached peak B-class in the future, the organization would aid them by giving them some suitable missions that would help with their breakthrough. Within a huge group of peak B-classes, there would definitely be one or two that successfully broke through into A-class. With this, the organization would increase the count of experts in their ranks. This was how the mysterious organization had increased the count of their A-class warriors all this while. As for those whose potential reached A-class, the amount of people with such potential was extremely low, to the point where the term rarely seen could fittingly describe them. The maximum score of someone with peak B-class potential was 80 points. However, as long as one had a potential of A-class, one would directly obtain an extra score of 10 points and thus obtain a score of 90 points. From this, the importance of A-class was apparent. In fact, as long as it was proved that one had the potential of A-class, regardless of one's total score, the mysterious organization would still recruit that person, even if he scored 0 in all other tests. I'm afraid this Wang Feng guy is going to be super popular now. He is too terrifying. A-class potential. Everyone lamented. That's not all. Look at his score. 90 points is equivalent to A-class potential. But above this level, there's an extra score of 10 points that will be used to represent the different stages of A-class. But at this, everyone was startled awake. True, the evaluation of Wang Feng was not something as simple as mere A-class potential. Rather, he had obtained a score of 100 points. No, to be accurate, he had a score of 100 plus points. Furthermore, his score was still flickering without stop on the screen. If so, what was his limit? Then, it was unknown. This person, even some of those from the mysterious organization were stirred at the sight of this. They were aware that this round of recruitment, after 3 years of pause, had brought upon them a genius with unlimited potential, a person with seemingly no contenders. Perhaps this person could even be a PK class in the future. Record his information. All right. Henceforth, the name Wang Feng was noted by countless people. Evidently, regardless of his results in subsequent tests, his entry into the mysterious organization was already confirmed. But then, a grin appeared on Chen Feng's face. This is still not enough. He had only obtained a good result in 2 rounds, so his total score was still far from sufficient. Due to his low score in the test of connections, he was still not the first place holder when all the scores were added up. This wouldn't do, since his goal was to obtain first place. Chen Feng's gaze landed on Square accidentally, and he noted that although there were some fluctuations on Square's face, his expression still appeared serene. Chen Feng calmed himself down. Is it because he's only taking in the first place holder? All the tests here were meaningless to him, since he had only one goal. Square. Chen Feng's gaze became stern. Seems like I will have to put more effort into the subsequent rounds. Then, as the people around him saw that, even with such results, he still maintained his calm and was not the least bit proud, they all started lamenting. He was indeed worthy of being a young man with unlimited potential. Such a disposition. TSK. Wang Feng. As for Xi Zongtong, her eyes were already twinkling by now. From the start, she had noticed him. However, she had never expected that he was so extraordinary. Instantly, her heart was moved. As for the Wangju that had been the center of attention earlier, he had been forgotten long ago. And now, the 4th test began. This was quite a simple round, survivability. It was fine for one to be a genius. However, one could never forget that only a genius that was able to stay alive could continue being a genius. If one was dead, rather than a genius, one would be a corpse instead. As such, this was a round that tested the participants' survival skills. A total score of 100 corresponded to 100 different killing methods. 1 point would be granted for every killing method a participant survived. Light started swirling around. All the participants felt the scenes before their eyes change before they entered an illusionary world. With this, the round began officially. Assassination, ambush, passion killing, killing curse, poison. All sorts of killing methods appeared. In this uniquely generated illusion, everyone would be led into believing that they were truly in this illusory world and would forget that they were currently in a test. Next, those sudden killing methods would appear to attempt to kill them. This round of test had a different name as well. Mysterious Organization's Encyclopedia of 100 Killing Methods. The test began. Everyone's score was increasing without stop. Since the initial wave of attacks were still relatively simpler attacking methods, such as direct collision or some simple attack skills, the participants were still able to dodge these attacks easily. The first 50 killing methods were akin to free points for the participants. In order to not let the different strength level of the participants influence the result, the opponents each participant faced possessed a similar level of strength as the participant in question. Naturally, for those who were defeated by even such simple killing methods, there was no longer any need for them to proceed further in the recruitment. Soon, as the round reached the second half, the truly scary killing methods started appearing. These killing methods consisted of methods such as concealing the killer beside the participant, concealing among a group of passers-by before charging out suddenly, using poisons, and so on. The methods were so many it was almost impossible for one to defend against. All the participants used their own methods of dealing with these. Some were incredibly intelligent and were able to analyze every single thing happening before discovering their killer and killing the killer to end the round with a high score of over 80 points. Some of them had incredibly high vitality and would not die regardless of the amount of battles they engaged in. These people ended the round with high scores as well. As for Xizongtong, there was no need to doubt her ability to grab a high score, even when she failed to discover her target. That instant where her target appeared and exchanged a single glance with her, At that moment, the dreadful atmosphere of the illusory world would seemingly transform into an atmosphere filled with love. Even the A-class expert who was in charge of unleashing this illusory world was collapsing emotionally at the sight of this. As for the question of whether this old man had used a clone of him to personally experience Xizongtong's ability, that remained a mystery. Square and the rest of the people from the mysterious organization saw this. However, their mouths remained shut. After all, that expert was an old man. They still needed to show some respect to the elderly. Apart from all these participants, most of the gazes were concentrated on Wang Feng. They were aware that Wang Feng's recruitment into the organization was already a sure deal. However, they still wanted to see how strong this Wang Feng's survival skills were. Next, they saw an astonishing scene. Within the illusory world containing Wang Feng, one massacre after another happened. That's right, it was a massacre. Rather than those killers assassinating Wang Feng, it was Wang Feng who was slaughtering them instead. Everyone was dumbfounded. The few figureheads from the mysterious organization were completely confused. They were the only ones here qualified to know the content of the tests. However, wasn't this illusory world Wang Feng was in somewhat bizarre? Did you activate the wrong illusion on him? Soon, they received the answer to their question. This was indeed a regular test illusory world. As for the reason this was happening, after careful observation, they finally understood. All their eyes widened as they exchanged glances with each other. This guy called Wang Feng was truly vicious. What happened was quite simple. For example, when one was resting at some tavern and received news that there were assassins around trying to kill that person, what would one do? A lot of rookies would answer, scout the area before breaking out of their predicament. As for Wang Feng, he had chosen an easier method of dealing with this: take the initiative to attack by killing everyone around him. After figuring out what had happened, they inhaled mouthfuls of cold breath. How vicious! How cruel! Wang Feng was actually such a person. However, it was this very method of Wang Feng that caused their eyes to shine brightly. This was the exact kind of genius they were looking for. A vicious and merciless person, an incomparably unwavering character. Since one would be a member of the mysterious organization instead of some charity organization, what should one be afraid of? It was better to kill 1,000 people wrongfully than to let a single person off accidentally. This was Wang Feng's method of dealing with things. Soon, the final result was released. Unsurprisingly, Wang Feng still scored 100 points. Good. Very good. The emotions of the lot from the mysterious organization were already surging. Somewhat surprisingly, Xizongtong had obtained a high score of 90 points as well. Apart from certain poison-killing methods that she had failed to survive, she had been able to survive most of the killing methods. As for the reason for her high score, the several figureheads of the mysterious organization glanced at the master illusionist whose face was presently flushed red and shut their mouths silently. That young lady had used quite a bizarre method of obtaining this high score. However, it still showcased her capability in the end. A young lady like this could be of use to the organization as well. For example, if the mysterious organization wanted to control or end a certain family, what should they do? They could deploy some experts to control and threaten that family. What if the family still refused to obey? The only thing they could do was exterminate the entire family. However, such a method was too risky. What if they had this young lady in their ranks in the future? A single Xizongtong would be sufficient to take control of such a family. How simple. To a certain extent, this Xizongtong could be considered a strategic resource. As of now, The fourth round was over. Most of the participants were already somewhat used to the method of testing as well by now. It was right at this moment that they were all surprised by the content of the fifth test. This is. Everyone widened their eyes. The shock was especially pronounced among those whose scores had only passed barely. For these people, they had prepared themselves to give their all in this round. Never had they imagined that this would be the content of the fifth round's test. The hell? It's over. God damn it. My average score is only 61 points. What should we do? Everyone's expression darkened. Encountering such a test, everyone had an unsightly expression. Such a testing method was too volatile. Surprisingly, though, Chen Feng had an odd expression on his face. This is considered a test as well? These people from the mysterious organization are truly. For everyone else, such a test was akin to a scam. For Chen Feng, though, this was akin to free points to him, because the content of this test was luck. That's right, luck. Light started swirling around the field as a new illusory world was assembled. The initially lifelike world transformed into a simple-looking world of grids. In the whole world, only the participant alone remained, while below the participant's feet were numerous grids. Every single step forward, one would need to step on a grid. From each grid one stepped on, an enemy might appear, a treasure might appear, a reward might appear, or one might directly die. There was also a possibility of one receiving all sorts of buffs or debuffs from the grids. Naturally, there was also a possibility of nothing appearing. From where they stood until the end point, a total of 100 steps needed to be taken. The moment they died would also signify the end of this round for them. That would be their final score and result in this round. Furthermore, in this round, all sorts of scouting abilities would be rendered ineffective. For those participants whose scores had been hovering at the edge and had only barely passed so far, this was simply a huge scam. A single wrong step could very possibly eliminate them from the recruitment. This is too huge a scam. Why was this chosen as a testing method? God knows. Everyone started berating this without stop. Chen Feng was the only one who had a vague guess as to the intentions of the mysterious organization. Luck. Chen Feng contemplated. Is it due to spirit sea wood? Was luck being used as a test related to spirit sea wood? In his memories, he seemed to recall that people once mentioned that the badge of the mysterious organization's co-members might have had a compounding effect on one's luck. Within the mysterious organization, it was very possible that there existed a person with an ability related to luck control. Instantly, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The main purpose of this test was unknown. Nevertheless, he had to obtain first place as well. Hence, the moment this round started, Chen Feng charged forth. In a short 10 seconds, Chen Feng reached the end point. Within these 10 seconds, he had not activated anything from the grids. 100 points. End. Ding. Wang Feng's round has ended. Luck score, 100 points. When the voice of the announcement resounded, everyone was stunned. What the hell? They had yet to even start, yet Wang Feng had already ended his round. What the heck was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh, perhaps the probability to trigger something is very low. This might be a round where free points are being given to us. Someone guessed. Perhaps the mysterious organization had taken into consideration the fact that participants in the current year's recruitment had all performed quite well and had therefore decided to set up this round as a round to give them free points. That seems likely. Someone became excited and ran several steps forward in a single moment. Subsequently, poison, treasure, and all sorts of buffs were triggered and activated on him. Next, that participant was killed midway. The whole world sunk into silence. Those who were still excited and eager to give this a try were now perspiring all over. Only now did they realize the terror of this so-called luck-based test. Be careful. For something like this, if you actually use your brain, it will be simpler. Although luck will still play a big role in this, that does not necessarily mean that the participants must charge forth without thinking. Everyone's heart trembled. After a long time, accompanied by a never-ending wave of mournful cries, the test ended. Over. Once again, Chen Feng became the undisputed first place holder. Very good. Square was excited. Based on their initial agreement, this Wang Feng guy would belong to him. Unexpectedly, just as he prepared to take Wang Feng away, he was stopped. Mufa blocked in front of Square. You can't take this guy. Square glared at him. Why? Because your research department is incapable of nurturing a person of such outstanding talent. At the technical school, Most of the onlookers watching the recruitment process were those from the mysterious organization. Now that the results had been released, most of the gazes there were concentrated on people like Wang Feng and Xi Zongtong. These were those who might end up as the upper levels in the mysterious organization in the future. Numerous people started approaching them. Lady Xi, are you interested in joining our department? Wang Feng, are you? What are you all doing? Mufa was furious. Don't forget that the new recruits in this batch belong to us. The most you guys can get is one of them. They sneered. And we can't select Wang Feng because, initially, when they had agreed that they could get one of the new recruits, the ranking of the new recruit hadn't been specified. Mufa himself was aware that, most of the time, it would be hard to keep the first place holder for themselves. As such, he had decided to just let these people fight over him. However, the first place holder this time was too special. That guy called Wang Feng had simply crushed all competition in the tests. That terrifying performance of his had been so dazzling it had almost blinded everyone there. This was an absolute genius. A super genius that they could not let go. Wang Feng. Hello, Wang Feng. Seeing how everyone was surrounding Wang Feng, Mufa clenched his teeth and retreated noiselessly. At times like this, he could only let the old man take the helm. A genius like this had to be kept for themselves. What's the rush? Why not let him make his own choice? A middle-aged man walked into the crowd unhurriedly. As everyone glanced at him, they were startled. That was Tang Lan. It was him. Tang Lan slowly said, "It's pointless for you guys to fight over him in such a manner. We might as well let him make his own choice." Without any trace of politeness, Square said, "Scram. If he is allowed to make his choice, he will definitely choose to stay with you. Let me tell you, anyone here can obtain Wang Feng, anyone except you." "That's right. Old Tang, go away." Everyone started chiding Old Tang. What a joke. It was fine if it was anyone else, but for Tang Lan to obtain Wang Feng. This guy was known as the destroyer of geniuses. In the mysterious organization, he was in charge of a core lifeline of the organization, the Spirit Seawood. Due to that, those with good luck would normally be taken away by him. Next, those people's luck would be absorbed. It was said that those who were taken and subsequently abandoned by Tang Lan suffered incredibly bad luck from then on. Normally, those taken by Tang Lan to have their luck absorbed were those who only possessed good luck and nothing else. As such, nobody had been bothered. But now that his sights were set on Wang Feng, impossible. If they allowed such a talent to be destroyed by Tang Lan, the leader would definitely kill them all. Tang Lan sneered. "Who says I'm planning to absorb his luck? This time, I am looking for someone to be nurtured and receive my inheritance." Inheritance? At that, everyone sunk into a solemn mood. Wang Feng was already at such a height. Even Tang Lan, the luck controller, had chosen Wang Feng as an heir. Did this not mean that Wang Feng's potential was even more astonishing than they had imagined? But if that was the case, it was even more important that they not give up on Wang Feng. Square glared at Tang Lan. "Even so, that still does not mean that you have priority on him." Everyone else beside him started berating Tang Lan as well. Tang Lan smiled calmly. "This decision is not up to you anyway." As for Chen Feng, who was surrounded by everyone, he hadn't spoken a single word. His initial plan had been to obtain first place and leave with Square. Unexpectedly, a mere first place had alarmed so many people. Was this necessary? Chen Feng had a bewildered expression on his face. Evidently, he had still underestimated the mysterious organization's thirst toward a person of talent, especially a talent at his level. So, he had accidentally shown off too much. Chen Feng sighed. This was truly an accident. Since he had only obtained 10 points in the first round, he had decided that he would have to work hard to obtain first place overall. This had resulted in him erupting and going all out. Unexpectedly, he had somewhat over-erupted. What should he do now? Chen Feng was feeling vexed as well. He had initially believed that he would be able to enter the research department smoothly. Outside of his expectations, so many guys had popped out to fight over him. Moreover, from what he had seen, these people seemed to be even higher in rank than that Square guy. At this thought, Chen Feng's head ached. Unfortunately for him, now that so many big shots were here, he could do nothing except silently wait for the final result. Tang Lan, Square, and the rest continued their argument, almost breaking out into a fight. There were also some who had noticed that it was quite hopeless for them to get Wang Feng and had decided to recruit other participants that were also comparatively talented instead before leaving. As for the rest of the participants, even though they had also similarly passed the test, they were currently being ignored. As for those participants who had failed the test, including Wang Ju and the rest, these people were led away by a fatty who said, "MHM, congratulations, everyone, you have all failed." Everyone failing was also worth congratulating. It is only natural for even failing to be worth congratulating. Bro Fatty glanced at them and continued. There were a total of around 450 participants in this batch. Ultimately, 380 participants passed. Those who failed like us are instead the minority. However, among the over 300 participants who passed, only 100 of them remain alive at present. Even among them, the highest they can reach in the future is probably being a middle-tier member of the organization. Is this what you want? A job with high mortality rate and low income? To be honest, I rejoice in the fact that I failed the recruitment. MHM. You guys, after redeeming the promised rewards, you guys can return to your respective homes. Even after this, you guys can still fight hard for our organization and continue enjoying the benefits provided by the organization. A proud smile appeared on Brother Fatty's face as he concluded, from now on, you all have to work hard. For the sake of the organization, look for your significant other and make babies. Bro Fatty continued to earnestly lecture the failed participants. Only by casting the net wide can we catch more fish. Everyone, go out and spread your seed. It would be best if every single one of you created an entire nation's worth of offspring. MHM. The future of the organization will rest on your shoulders. After finishing his speech, Brother Fatty moved his short legs and walked away, leaving behind the failed participants with bewildered expression on their faces as they exchanged glances with each other. So they could still contribute to the organization. Next, this group of people who had been brainwashed by the organization became filled with fighting spirit. Make more babies. Breed more manpower for the organization. They left with their newfound confidence. They might be lacking when it came to their future potential, but they were still capable of being healthy stallions, of being breeding machines for the organization. Perhaps in the future, a countless amount of new subsidiary families would once again emerge. After all, this was also how the current existing subsidiary families of the mysterious organization had come into being. Every failed participant of each recruitment batch would leave to create a brand new family. After about 10 or more years, the family would grow in strength. After all, these younglings here who had just failed were all offspring of the older generation that had also similarly failed the recruitment process back then. For certain matters, when one contemplated it in detail, the details that emerged could truly be terrifying. Presently, a lot of people had already finished making their choice. Only the issue of Wang Feng's whereabouts was still being fought over. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed coldly. These guys. He couldn't continue on this way. This would merely be a waste of time, since there were too many people here wanting to have Wang Feng for themselves. Moreover, each of them was unwilling to concede, resulting in their discussion being fruitless. Perhaps, as he thought of his plan, silently, he activated his ability. Let me. Tang Lan stepped forth and prepared to take Chen Feng away. However, surprising everyone there, right at this instant, a resplendent white radiance descended. Above the technical school, a huge silhouette appeared. That is, the people there raised their heads to look at the silhouette and were immediately overwhelmed with shock. In the air, the silhouette solidified, forming a person. On that person's forehead was a stone that was glinting dazzlingly akin to a diamond, a stone that was very similar to what Luhan had on his forehead. The only difference from Luhan's stone was the white radiance emitting from of this stone. White. Chen Feng was alarmed. Another super expert. He looked at Chen Feng warmly. Child, do you know who I am? Chen Feng shook his head. No. How was he supposed to know this guy? However, looking at how all these elders were those with diamonds of white, green, yellow, and the like on their forehead, perhaps these were the legendary QQ Diamond members? 1. I am the master of the White Church. His eyes were radiating kindness. Instantly, Chen Feng's consciousness started fading. This feeling, Tang Lan hastily interrupted him. Master Mu. If this senior was allowed to brainwash Wang Feng, Tang Lan would truly no longer be able to take Wang Feng away. That person merely snorted as the white radiance started descending. HMPH. The expert called Master Mu was a person with a natural air of dignity around him. His body radiated a dreadful power, and in his presence, nobody that dared to move. Master Mu glared at Tang Lan. I have yet to even punish you for using your ability here earlier. Do you truly believe that I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Tang Lan could only smile bitterly as a response. Finally, Square and the rest realized the reason they'd had a sudden feeling that it was fine for them to lose Wang Feng and had not bothered stopping Tang Lan when he had been trying to take Wang Feng away earlier. They were all furious. Damn it. You dared to use your ability? Tang Lan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I had no alternative. Please forgive me. They all snorted as a response. HMPH. Tang Yan gulped as he glanced at the Mu Yufa who was returning. Master Mu. With that, how could he not understand the reason for Master Mu's appearance here? That Mu Yufa bastard had actually asked for his help. God damn it. With an expert at Master Mu's level here, Tang Lan would most probably fail to obtain Wang Feng. You are all acting too willfully. Just for a new recruit, you guys are even utilizing your abilities. Perhaps you guys are planning to kill each other and create rivers of blood while you are at it? Master Mu's imposing gaze landed on everyone as he uttered these words. These words of his shamed them all. The mysterious organization places great importance on freedom and fairness. Since you guys are unable to reach an agreement, why don't we let Wang Feng make his own choice? I believe that would be the best solution here, Master Mu suggested calmly. Instinctively, everyone else nodded in agreement. Immediately after, though, they all felt that something somewhere was off. Not good. As they realized what was going on, they tried to stop it. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Master Mu. After finishing his words, Master Mu totally ignored them. His gaze was concentrated on Wang Feng as he asked, "Child, who are you willing to follow?" A faint white radiance started dispersing. This was a terrifying power an ordinary person would not be able to detect. Bang! From Chen Feng's point of view, the world before his eyes started flitting past as a brand new world descended upon him. As for the Master Mu that had just descended from the sky, from Chen Feng's point of view, this person had stepped into his brain and was now enveloping him in a warm power. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. It's this power again. White Church. The so-called White Church was most probably the official religion of the mysterious organization. As for this Master Mu, he was evidently on the level of an ancestor when it came to brainwashing. That terrifying power he had displayed had nearly caused Chen Feng to pledge his allegiance to him then and there. Fortunately, Chen Feng was extremely clear on his purpose here. His vision blurred as he summoned Xiao Ying as an instinctual response. Shwa. Next, a terrifying power gushed out as the white radiance that filled his body disappeared. At that instant, Chen Feng's hazy sea of consciousness regained its clarity. Chen Feng sneered. Wanting to brainwash me? The power contained in that sentence uttered by that Master Mu earlier had evidently been insufficient to brainwash Chen Feng. At the same time, as everyone there felt that faint power of Master Mu, their hearts chilled. It was over. Master Mu had chosen to make his move after all. With this old man making a move personally here, they simply had no chance. That terrifying brainwashing radiance was something that could even affect an A-class. Just see, even with the strength of all these people here, they had all been led into agreeing with Master Mu earlier. They were certain that Master Mu had definitely used his ability on them earlier. However, what could they do about it? Sigh. Even Square could only sigh as a response. He felt that this was truly unfortunate. Nowadays, the art of researching was no longer the same. As a researcher, one had to be sufficiently powerful as well in order to ensure control over the research subject. On top of that, a sufficient amount of talent was required as well. As such, a brand new genius that was akin to a blank piece of paper would prove extremely useful. Only such a person would be able to grow speedily as they participated in the projects of the research department. As for those who were already extremely experienced in a lot of prior projects, these people wouldn't be able to progress or grow as much as a new recruit, since they would have a certain amount of bias due to their existing experience, strength, potential, and luck. Even when it came to researching, luck was also essential. This Wang Feng was simply the perfect candidate for his research department. It had been truly unfortunate. If he had been made aware of what a freak this Wang Feng was, he would have looked for his master for help as well. Now that a senior like this Master Mu had made his move, juniors like them no longer stood any chance. From the moment Master Mu had asked Wang Feng that question, they had already known the incoming answer. Surprising everyone there, though, was the fact that when Wang Feng opened his mouth, The words were, "I choose him." Everyone's gaze landed where Wang Feng's hand was pointing. Instantly, their eyes all widened, because Wang Feng was actually pointing at that damnable square guy. How is this possible? Everyone else was dumbfounded. Square. That shouldn't have been possible. No matter what, Square shouldn't have been the one chosen. Although he was quite good in regards to researching and had quite the formidable combat power as well, with Master Mew here, he was akin to a bug with no methods of resisting. As they looked at Square, they noted that even Square himself appeared at a loss at this new development. Evidently, he was unaware of what had happened as well. Instinctively, Master Mew tried to once again use his ability. Wang Feng. This time, though, everyone was able to react timely to it. This was especially true for Square, as they all acted to interrupt Master Mew immediately. Master Mew's expression turned unsightly. However, he still ultimately chose to not go against what he had said earlier and so stopped using his ability. Master Mew narrowed his eyes. "I only want to know, why did you choose him?" Everyone else's heart trembled. From this single question, a trace of killing intent could be felt. This was not killing intent resulting from the threat Wang Feng might potentially pose for not choosing to join him. Rather, this killing intent was something resulting from the fact that Wang Feng was able to ignore his ability. One had to know that this was a power even an A-class could not escape from. It would work on an A-class expert for at least several seconds before the effect faded. "I have no idea." Chen Feng scratched his head in a confused manner. "Earlier, some sort of power seemed to be affecting me. But just as I was about to make my choice, a different power appeared. Both powers started fighting each other, freeing me of any influence for a split second. Afraid that my state of mind would once again be affected, I decided to raise my hand and point randomly in a single direction," Chen Feng said, finishing his explanation calmly. Everyone. Randomly? The hell? How lucky was this Square guy? Square was immensely satisfied with this result. "Thanks, everyone, thanks." As for the initially calm and collected Master Mew, he was already ashen-faced. Wang Feng's explanation had been somewhat vague. However, he knew that in such a situation the only power capable of interrupting his ability was a power belonging to only a single person here. Only the damnable power of luck could interrupt him. Master Mew was furious. Tang Lan. Bang! With a flash of white, the bloodied body of Tang Lan was flung away. Tang Lan was collapsing emotionally. "It wasn't me." It truly had not been him. Even if he was an idiot, he would know better than to provoke Master Mew. Unfortunately, despite the strength of the others here, they all possessed an ability or power of a lower tier. As such, here, only his power of luck had been capable of interrupting Master Mew's earlier baptism. That was also the reason Master Mew had singled him out. Bang! The bloodied Tang Lan felt that he would not be able to clear his name no matter what now. Master Mew. As for the rest, hastily, they started begging Master Mew to forgive Tang Lan. HMPH. Mew Yi snorted and said, "This is what will happen to one who dares to use his ability here. Don't worry. It's only some external wounds to teach him a lesson. However, don't even dream of ending this matter here so easily. Send his elder brother a message. Tell him to come here with 5 million to redeem his brother." Shwa. With a flash of white, Master Mew left coldly. Only at this did everyone breath out in relief and proceed to look at Square with envy. Look at this. This was a person profiting over the quarrels of others in the truest sense. What the hell? Why hadn't Wang Feng's finger pointed at them when he had been pointing randomly earlier? Square patted Chen Feng's shoulder in a gratified manner. "Very good, very good. Let's go. Let me show you our department." The overjoyed Square dragged Chen Feng as they left. Soon, the both of them could no longer be seen. In Chen Feng's eyes, a dim radiance was simmering. "If it's the research department, mysterious organization. Here I am." Cloud Swarm Mountain. In this mountain range of numerous mountains enveloped by dark clouds, numerous incomparably enormous buildings stood. This was a mountain range no outsiders could approach. The dark cloud enveloping this place also functioned as a blocker of all electromagnetic induction and signals from the outside world. The energy contained within the air here was powerful enough to defend against all attacks below A-class. This was precisely the headquarters of the mysterious organization. Presently, a certain symbolic building that was filled with cold radiance was being used to lock up a girl who appeared to be 13 or 14 years old. The girl was seated on the ground in her red clothing. Despite the shackles all over her body, she still appeared incredibly serene. The few B-class genetic warriors guarding the door occasionally glanced inside to ensure the girl was still there before proceeding to once again ignore everything in the building. They weren't really slacking by ignoring everything in the building. Rather, they did not have the courage to get too involved with anything that was happening in there. This girl had only been imprisoned here for a short while, yet a total of 30 B-class warriors had already perished here. As for the number of C-class warriors providing support here who had perished, their numbers were so numerous one couldn't even begin to count them. On top of that, all this had happened even when the girl was locked within a cage built from a special material. For an unknown reason, even after her power had been sealed and all her limbs chained using the shackles built using the special material, she was still able to easily break free. Those energies and seals seemed useless when used against her. Under normal situations, a prisoner of this level would be monitored 24 hours a day. Even when a prisoner was having a meal or going to the toilet, someone would monitor that person at all times. But for this young lady, all their equipment would be rendered ineffective if it neared her. Fortunately, the organization had subsequently sent over an elder that was formidable in containment. Only after setting up a unique formation to lock the whole building down had the girl been successfully imprisoned. Even so, the only thing they had accomplished was locking her in the building, nothing else. Wang Yao, when they exchanged glances, they could see the incomparable fear each of them had toward her. It was rumored that this girl had already killed a countless amount of A-class warriors of the organization. Even now when she was a mere prisoner, she was still akin to reincarnation of horror itself. Now, apart from delivering her meals, nobody dared to approach her. Based on the request from the upper levels, only when the research project on her activated would they truly make their move on her. As for now, the priority was to keep her locked here. As long as the door is guarded, it should be fine, one of the B-class warriors said. The other person nodded in agreement. Presently, they were all looking forward to the return of their leader. As long as the leader returned and this girl was taken away for the research project, everything would be fine. She was simply too dangerous a person. Even the mere act of standing guard here caused their backs to chill. Suddenly, a group of people could be seen marching toward them. After taking a look at the newcomers, the two guards stood straight and greeted. Captain. This person called Captain was the newest A-class expert sent here by the upper levels. After the continuous death of B-class warriors, the upper levels had decided to send a formation master here. Apart from that, an A-class expert had been sent over here as well. The captain nodded his head as a response to their greeting and said, "Open the door. I'm going in to take a look." Instantly, the heart of that B-class warrior chilled. "Ah, Captain? It might be dangerous inside." The captain snorted coldly. "I told you, I'm going in. It is only dangerous for people like you. I am A-class. I do not fear Wang Yao even in her peak condition." Right as his words came to this point, he felt like he had probably bluffed too much and corrected himself. "Even if I can't defeat her when she's in peak condition, I will still be able to escape. Now that she is locked down, what's there to fear? Even if she manages to break her bindings, she won't have much strength left in her." Calmly, the captain commanded, "Open the door." "Please wait a while." The B-class warrior glanced inside and noticed that Wang Yao was still seated cross-legged there. Only after confirming that all the switches of the shackles on her were in normal condition did he breath out in relief and start to carefully unlock the door. He gulped before advising the captain, "Captain, please come out immediately after asking your questions." The captain sneered without a trace of politeness. "What a coward." With a big stride, he stepped into the building. The whole building had already been emptied, leaving nothing except the ice-cold blue radiance swirling within the building. Evidently, this blue radiance was the thing restricting Wang Yao's power. After arriving here, the captain could also feel clearly that his power was being suppressed to a certain extent. Fortunately, he was not the main target of the suppression. As such, the effect of the suppression on him wasn't too severe. At the center of the building was Wang Yao, the cold radiance within the building shining upon her akin to a spotlight. The mash of the blue radiance and her fiery red skirt was giving off a bizarre glow. All around her were thick and solid chains, locking up her four limbs. Only when sitting cross-legged right in the middle of the building was she able to move her body freely. The captain looked at the young lady in front of him. Wang Yao. She could be considered lucky, in a certain way, to be qualified for such suppression from the organization at this age. Wang Yao opened her eyes calmly. "What is it?" "I have a question for you." The captain lowered his voice. "Someone wanted me to ask you about something." Just as he was about to ask his question, to his shock, he noticed that the body of Wang Yao, which had been locked down by countless shackles, suddenly became nearly transparent. Next, Wang Yao's hand vanished just like that. Glang! The chains originally shackled onto that hand fell onto the ground with a loud glang. Shwa, shwa. Two flashes streaked past the air. When she reappeared, Wang Yao had already left her previous position. After leaving her previous position, the suppression from that terrifying blue radiance weakened greatly, allowing her to regain some of her strength. After regaining a fraction of her strength, noiselessly, she streaked past the captain. Blood splattered around. The captain widened his eyes and wore an unbelieving expression before collapsing loudly onto the ground. Wang Yao merely gave him a single indifferent glance before ignoring him. Rather, she was staring at her right hand that had previously vanished. Currently, it was recovering to its normal appearance. "How many times has this happened?" "Time," Wang Yao muttered. "I don't have much time left." She had intentionally allowed herself to be captured just for this goal of hers. However, this mission was too dangerous. Even if there was a possibility of it succeeding, she still lacked confidence. The success rate should be around 30%. "There is still a chance," Wang Yao muttered. Her tiny hand rubbed the communication tool on her wristband as she hesitated before stopping. If she were to die, the only people she would owe was probably Chen Feng. After all, she had yet to do him the 3 favors she had promised him. She hadn't told him anything before doing this so as to avoid him getting too worried. She was aware that Chen Feng was extremely talented. However, he was still too weak at this time. A mission at this level was too dangerous. He was not capable of helping much. As such, telling him would only result in him being worried with no other benefits. If this mission of hers ended smoothly, she would naturally tell Chen Feng after returning. If she failed, one of them would be in the realm of the dead, while the other would be in the realm of the living. In that case, there was no longer any need to update him on anything. "Hopefully, we will meet once again." Wang Yao looked at the entrance. The moment the captain had been killed, the B-class warrior standing guard had already shut the door, cold sweat all over him. Now, the whole building had once again been sealed shut. Bang! Instantly, the blue radiance intensified. After the captain's death, the blue radiance in the whole building bloomed and started shining down upon her at full power. Apart from that, more than 10 A-class experts rushed over hastily. Wang Yao shook her head before returning to her previous position in the middle of the room in silence. Arriving there, she sat down cross-legged and shut her eyes to continue resting. By the time those people arrived here, armed to the teeth, the only thing welcoming them was an ice-cold corpse. A magnificent A-class warrior was dead here, just like that. They gulped, yet none of them dared to approach Wang Yao. A class. That was an A-class. Even an A-class was so helpless before her. How powerful was this young lady, exactly? It was unknown. Perhaps the information they had on Wang Yao had already become outdated long ago. "How did you break free?" asked a Grandmaster that specialized in formations, his head aching as he saw the perfectly fine chains left on the ground. How many times had this happened? Every single time, the same thing happened. Her ability had obviously been sealed away. These chains had obviously been improved countless times. However, Wang Yao was still able to break free of the chains and start raging and killing. Even though their attention was always focused here, they had still failed to rescue the A-class expert in time before he had been killed by Wang Yao. The most dreadful part of all this was the fact that the chains were all still intact. They suspected that Wang Yao possessed space and flame-related abilities. As such, both abilities had already been sealed. Theoretically, Wang Yao should not be able to break free of the chains. Everything here, the building included, had been specially prepared just to deal with Wang Yao alone. Toward the question, Wang Yao did not respond. The Grandmaster merely gave her a deep glance before saying, "Go." Shwa. Led by the Grandmaster, they all left. Some of them pointed at the chains. "Those chains." The Grandmaster shook his head. "Take them back, then. Since they are useless against her, there's no need to keep using them on her." "All right." After they left, under the Grandmaster's command, the whole building was once again fully sealed. The outer layer of the building had been reinforced a countless amount of times as well. Even if Wang Yao was able to escape the inner room, she would most certainly fail to escape from here. Initially, Meals had been delivered to her 3 times per day. Now, it had been changed to once per 3 days. A person at Wang Yao's level would not starve to death anyway. Before the research project began, they had to avoid anything untoward happening. Even if their chains were useless against her, they had to ensure that Wang Yao was locked tight within the building. Just as they busied themselves for Wang Yao, one particular day, Square returned. It was also rumored that he was coming back with an incredibly talented genius new recruit. New recruit? Yeah, I heard that he was someone Square met while he went out on a discussion. When he was about to return, he brought this new recruit with him to join this new project. The hell, as a new recruit, he is already allowed to join a project. Back then, I had to spend years completing missions and going through countless dangers before I got the chance to join a project. I heard that this new recruit is extremely talented. Even if he is talented, that won't do, right? This is too excessive. Everyone started berating the new recruit. Evidently, this new recruit that had appeared out of nowhere wasn't particularly welcome. Even here, everyone was aware of the importance of this new project. The upper levels had, for the first time, approved an unlimited budget for this project. As such, the members of nearly all other projects were vying to join this new project. A single look at the level of the defense system placed on Wang Yao was sufficient to showcase the importance of this project. This Wang Yao was a person the upper levels had personally captured to be put into research. As long as their research bore results, it would be a gargantuan contribution to the organization. With this, who wouldn't want to join the project? Since the vacancy of the new project was limited, the appearance of this new recruit that had snatched one of the vacancies just like that caused these people to feel extremely unwell. I heard that boss only went out to submit the application for this project. Why did he bring someone back instead? What else could the reason be? Coincidentally, the organization was holding a recruitment process. Since he saw someone he was satisfied with over there, he brought that guy back. True. Everyone discussed without stop. The next day, Square, with the new recruit in tow, returned formally to the department. With that, Project Mimco 39 was officially activated as well. The main goal of the project was to figure out a way to unlock more potential within a human. They had once thought that humanity had already unearthed all potential available in a human's body. However, Wang Yao's appearance had seemingly opened up the gateway to a brand new world. If they could figure out the secrets of Wang Yao, if they could figure out the reason this young lady was so powerful, if this was the actual reason the mysterious organization was willing to allocate such a huge amount of resources to this project. To capture Wang Yao, the mysterious organization's leader had personally made a move. Moreover, as bait for Wang Yao, a project at the rank of world threat had been sacrificed. Only with that had Wang Yao taken their bait. To capture her, the mysterious organization had paid an extremely high price. As such, a corresponding amount of return had to be made now that she had been captured. 3 days would be used to prepare for this project. After 3 days, the project would officially kick off. As a super genius, it was natural for Wang Feng to be brought into the project by Square directly. As for all the criticism and those who tried to spread rumors, all these people were directly suppressed by Square. Only those who had attended the recruitment process were aware of how astonishing Wang Feng's talent was. Those people were thinking of suppressing such a person. Were their brains damaged? In a straightforward manner, Square gave Wang Feng the highest scope of authority and all sorts of resources. Within these 3 days, all the methods capable of giving one a rapid improvement in strength without hurting one's body or potential were provided to Wang Feng. This top-notch service enabled Wang Feng to comfortably increase his strength greatly. High tier C-class, not bad. Square was extremely satisfied. You are still extremely weak. However, this strength is already enough for you to participate in this project. Henceforth, the project was activated. A single A-class, a bunch of B-classes, and a single C-class Wang Feng were involved in the project. Anger simmered in the eyes of a lot of people whenever their gazes landed on Wang Feng. However, they were helpless against him. Chen Feng feigned an uncaring facade as he asked, "Where are we performing the tests?" Even after several days here, he had yet to hear any news regarding Wang Yao. The only thing he had been able to do was wait. Now that the project was going to start, Wang Yao should finally appear before him, right? Square smiled profoundly. There. Chen Feng looked in the direction Square was pointing and noticed a huge tower. Square's deep voice responded, "That young lady is too dangerous." Hence, She was locked in there. To ensure the safety of our base and our test objects, we must perform the tests in that building. Chen Feng widened his eyes. In there? Yes. Square shrugged and continued. You will understand when you get there. Soon, they reached the entrance of the tower. Chen Feng raised his head and started looking around. This was an extremely tall tower with a crystal on it. One could see that the upper part of the tower was comprised of some sort of energy and a formation that was being used to suppress the lower part of the tower. The emotions of the B-class guards surged as they saw their leader. Boss, prepare to start. Yes. Everyone was overjoyed. Bang, bang. The huge building in front of them started reassembling itself. The upper layer of the tower started rotating as a certain mysterious power started leaking out of it. The power of this leak power was extremely terrifying. As for Square and the rest, they were standing there waiting. Chen Feng's heart jolted. How is it? Shwa. Noiselessly, a red flash streaked out under his feet into the underground. Due to the unique property of Xiao Ying's body, it was something no one could detect. It remained in the illusory world all the way until it reached the inside of the building before it reappeared in the real world. Surprisingly, the blue radiance within the building was rather unique. Even Xiao Ying was somewhat suppressed by it. As such, Xiao Ying had no choice but to start dodging the blue radiance. Chen Feng was shocked. What a powerful suppression. Even with Xiao Ying's strength, it failed to press forth and was forced to stop there. How dreadful was the suppression that Wang Yao was being subjected to farther inside the building. Moreover, this blue radiance was merely the regular radiance of the tower. As the tower started operating at full power, endless radiance started solidifying midair and swirling around before landing on Wang Yao's limbs. This radiance was nearly similar to what they had at the outer layer of the tower. With this, Wang Yao would definitely fail to escape. However, the price they paid for using this was extremely high as well. Hence, they would only activate this when performing their experiments. Instantly, Wang Yao's body was fixed still on the test platform. Square was extremely satisfied. Very good. Let's go. They entered the tower, and soon, the test apparatuses were all prepared. Square coldly said, let's start. Prepare to extract Wang Yao's blood. The assistant obeyed his command. All right. However, just as they neared the test platform, something astonishing happened. Wang Yao's right hand actually vanished before reappearing out of the chains. Shwa, shwa. Her body flickered several times, and next, she was completely free of the chains. Shwa. An ice-cold ray of light streaked toward Square. Wang Yao's eyes gleamed coldly. She was aware that here in this area, this square-faced man was the leader. As long as he was killed, she would be able to achieve her goal within a short time. Kill. Bang. Wang Yao erupted with all her power. Even under the blue radiance's suppression, Wang Yao was still erupting at full power. The power of flame and space gathered together and charged toward Square. Surprisingly, though, at this moment, a smile appeared on Square's face. A smile appeared on Square's face. I have been waiting a long time for you. Bang. All of Wang Yao's attacks started solidifying in front of him. Fire and space interwove, and almost all the power unleashed by Wang Yao was fixed in the air as an ice-cold chunk of rock. This is petrification. Even the non-solid attack that Wang Yao had unleashed was able to be petrified. Shwa. Seeing that her attack had failed, Wang Yao unleashed another attack instantly. However, Square seemed to have seen it coming, as he was able to easily block her punch. With his right hand in front of him, Square blocked the attack easily. Square sneered. Hee, you are indeed worthy of being this organization's most wanted person. Even after being captured, you are still so dangerous. I suppose that in the future, it is still better to first kill an enemy of your level, since keeping someone like you alive is a disaster in waiting. But now, though, since we have paid such a huge price to keep you here, we have to proceed with our research on you. Am I right? In a low voice, Square said, this research was commissioned by the upper levels themselves. Bang. While talking, his power started surging. A small part of Wang Yao's fist that had punched out earlier started petrifying. She could no longer push forward towards Square. Rather, she was being forced back by him. Presently, she was unable to beat him. Even getting near him was something unachievable for the current her. Wang Yao bit her lips and urged the power within her. However, her fist that was only half a meter from Square seemed to be unmoving, unable to move even a single inch further. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally not be your opponent. But now, Square raised his head and looked at the simulated starry sky above him. When they had entered the building earlier, The blue radiance above them had intensified. As such, the suppression on Wang Yao now was even stronger than before. The amount of strength she could unleash was less than 10% of her total strength. As such, how could she be an opponent of Square's? Be obedient and lie down, Square shouted coldly. Ka ka. After the shout, he exerted additional pressure in his hand. The petrification power started spreading. As a result, both Wang Yao's right fist and the attack she had unleashed earlier slowly lost their power due to the petrification. Soon, she would be completely under Square's control. Wang Yao's mood dimmed. Indeed. Is this still too difficult for me? She knew she shouldn't underestimate the mysterious organization. Unfortunately, she had no other choice, since she did not have much time left. Coming here was her only choice. That project is going to start very soon, right? Disappointment and frustration filled her. Even the little amount of power she had left was gradually leaving her. She sighed inwardly. I won't be able to hold any longer. It had always been said that, at the moment of death, the memories of one's whole life would flash before one's eyes. Wang Yao had previously believed that this would be the case for her as well. Unexpectedly, though, the only person appearing in her flashback was Chen Feng. Perhaps he was the one and only spark of light in this entire dark life of hers. She did not regret death, as this was something she had accepted long ago. Her vision started darkening. But, if I could see him one last time before my death, wouldn't that be wonderful? That malevolent face of Square's was akin to a fiend that had crawled out of hell itself. His strength seemed to be increasing, as Wang Yao was increasingly unable to resist him. Suddenly, before her eyes, an odd radiance appeared and erupted. Bang! The sounds of an explosion traveled to her ears. Next, that incomparably immense power in front of her seemed to instantly vanish. Suddenly, she was able to easily blast her power into Square's body. Square's chest was directly penetrated. Wang Yao's indistinct vision cleared up. The scene of the crew members of the research project sprawled all over the ground welcomed her. Alarming her, a surgical knife had been stabbed into Square's body. Wang Yao recognized that knife, since that was what Square had prepared to use on her earlier. Now, though, it had been stabbed into his own body instead. Wang Yao's gaze landed on the spot behind Square. There stood a youngster in a uniform. The youth took off his uniform and shed of the disguise on his face, revealing his true appearance. It's you. At this instant, Wang Yao's heart seemed to stop beating. Chen Feng. She stared in daze at this person standing before her. It really is him. This person who was only C-class, who could only reach B-class combat power at most. This person who was so far away from the PK class Wang Yao, at her moment of danger, he had appeared. Chen Feng walked to her and touched her. You have gotten fatter. Your face is becoming quite fleshy now. Wang Yao, under normal circumstances, she would have sent Chen Feng flying with a kick long ago. Now, though, for an indescribable reason, the only thing she felt was warmth. It's good that you can be here. Presently, beside them, Square was witnessing this scene in daze. No matter what, he had never expected that this guy he had brought back was actually Chen Feng in disguise. As for the reason Chen Feng had been able to sneak into their recruitment, it was clear now that there was a traitor among them. He lowered his head and looked at his own body. His back had been stabbed by Chen Feng. Adding salt to the wound, Chen Feng had stabbed him after using nether gaze, and the knife capable of harming an A-class was a knife Square had chosen himself. This stab by itself wasn't that big of a deal, but unfortunately, after getting stabbed in the back by Chen Feng, his chest had been penetrated by Wang Yao's attack as well. That was the damage that was actually fatal. That one single attack was sufficient to harvest his life. As he heard the chattering of this small couple beside him at his moment of death, this Square who had dedicated his whole life to research and had remained single his whole life felt like someone had stuffed his mouth full of dog food. God damn you all! Thump. His body collapsed onto the ground, dead. As for the remaining people here, light started swirling around. After the death of the A-class Square, those who remained, who were all B-class, were no longer a threat. Even Chen Feng could crush them any time he wished with his full power. Shortly after, only the two of them were left alive in the tower. Chen Feng rubbed her tiny face. Let me take a look. Fleshy. It feels so nice to the hand. Next, Chen Feng's hand started reaching downward. This feels. Somewhat. Suddenly, Chen Feng's hand stopped moving. With great difficulty, he looked at Wang Yao and found that Wang Yao's body was turning illusory. This was exactly the same as what had happened back then. Kai, Wang Yao's body started flickering, akin to a TV with bad signal. Chen Feng grabbed onto her tightly. Wang Yao, gradually, her body started solidifying again. Chen Feng's heart trembled. "What's going on with you?" Wang Yao's expression was serene. "This is why I'm here. There is a secret in my body. I am aware that you are worried about me." Chen Feng inhaled deeply before saying, "But see, even without telling me anything, I still appeared here. On top of that, I even rescued you. Hence, shouldn't you place some trust in my ability? For certain matters, you can let me know and I will deal with it for you." Chen Feng's bright eyes stared straight into Wang Yao's eyes. At this moment, Wang Yao's huge eyes were filled with joy. "All right, I promise you." Initially, Chen Feng had believed that she would need a lot of convincing. Naturally, he had prepared to start acting in a more forceful manner if she had still refused to agree with him. Surprisingly, Wang Yao had agreed just like that. Wang Yao had a faint smile on her face. "You seem somewhat regretful that I agreed so easily." Chen Feng coughed. "Says who?" Just as he was about to say more, Wang Yao stood on her toes and gently planted a kiss on his cheek. "Are you satisfied now?" Chen Feng laughed in joy. Yes. Next, he lowered his head and started searching Square's body. Soon, he found the secret key for this tower. With this, they would be able to leave this tower. "Don't you want to know my secret?" Wang Yao turned on her electronic map and pointed at a certain spot. "This is where my current target is at." Shwa. The map hovered in the air while Chen Feng's pupils shrunk abruptly. That was because the spot Wang Yao had pointed at was the center of the mysterious organization's headquarters. That was also the actual location of the research department, the place where all experiments and tests were conducted, a place right in the middle of the mysterious organization. How powerful was Wang Yao? All this while, Chen Feng had not truly understood how powerful she was. Every time he had seen her, the enemies they had encountered had been too formidable, to the point even Wang Yao had only been able to hold on with great difficulty. Moreover, there had even been several times where Wang Yao had been one in danger and Chen Feng was the one doing the rescuing. As such, all this while, Chen Feng had not had a clear idea on the exact strength of Wang Yao. He was aware that she was PK class, but then, how powerful was she? Exactly? He had no idea. Now, after Wang Yao led him out of this prison, he finally had a clear idea of exactly how terrifying Wang Yao was. How are we going to reach there? Walk there directly. Bang, bang. Around them, clumps of fire started exploding. Those trying to stop them couldn't even get within 100 meters of them. Everywhere they passed, apocalypse descended. The boundless flame unleashed by Wang Yao was sufficient to cause any onlookers to choke from fear alone. Even a peak B-class warrior would not dare touch these flame unleashed by Wang Yao. Bang, bang. Everywhere the flame passed, nothing was left behind. The petite Wang Yao strolled forth amidst the flame. Together with Chen Feng, they approached the center one step at a time. This terrifying scene alarmed every onlooker. An A-class expert appeared. "You dare?" Wang Yao merely pointed. "Dare?" Scram. Pooh. A bloody hole appeared in that person's head, and he noiselessly collapsed to the ground, dead. Hiss. Everyone else around them inhaled a mouthful of cold air. A class. That had been an A-class. What terrifying strength. She's this powerful? No wonder the leader moved personally to capture her back then. Quick, request reinforcements. The people of the mysterious organization kept seeking reinforcements in horror. However, nobody was able to prevent the advance of that petite silhouette. The only thing they could do was watch on with their eyes opened wide as Wang Yao and Chen Feng advanced. "So, this is your real strength?" Chen Feng was shaken. It was at this moment that he realized he had still been underestimating Wang Yao all this while, underestimating this young lady that seemed somewhat foolish and dreamy when facing him. Shwa. Turning on his screen, Chen Feng checked their current location. Similar to Star City, the mysterious organization's headquarters were extremely huge as well. With the size of their headquarters, it might as well have been a city. According to the map he had previously copied, they were currently at the outer layer of the mysterious organization's headquarters. In layman's terms, they were currently at the suburban district of this city-like headquarters and were heading toward the city center. Presently, they were still within the zone the mysterious organization used to lock up their prisoners. As such, the amount of A-class warriors was still rather low. When they reached the center of the headquarters, though, Chen Feng was very anxious. Wang Yao's plan was quite simple: kill her way to her target before accomplishing her goal. Next, they would leave. Since they had already been noticed by the mysterious organization, they had no choice but to use the fastest method to accomplish her goal. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang Yao's plan was indeed the simplest and fastest method of accomplishing her goal. However, this was a plan where they chased after time. If she was able to accomplish her goal before the enemies rushed back to headquarters, everything would proceed smoothly. If they failed to complete the goal in time, they might very well die here. Based on Wang Yao's estimation, they only had a success rate of 50%. This won't do, Chen Feng muttered. The rate of 50% was too low. What if luck aura was activated? He checked his luck value and noted that he had 500 points remaining presently. Since he rarely used his luck value for gene production nowadays, most of his luck value will only be used during moments of crisis. However, it still did not seem enough for his usage. From the previous depletion of his luck value until now, not much time had passed. As such, he did not have too much luck value saved. Chen Feng's eyes shone. If I use them to affect the success rate. Bang! The illusory world before his eyes started its calculation. Noiselessly, the power of luck started spreading around as it calculated the potential appearance of A-classes and leaders when they were en route to Wang Yao's target. However, before the calculation could complete, the illusory world of luck aura before Chen Feng's eyes collapsed. Luck aura had failed its calculation. Sigh. This was something that would only happen when the total luck value he had was insufficient to accomplish the assigned task. After all, the enemies they needed to face this time were too powerful and terrifying. A very huge amount of luck value would be required to affect reality itself if he wanted to alter the success rate. If so, what should he do? Then, bang, bang. Around them, the flames were still exploding without stop. Bringing Chen Feng with her, Wang Yao was advancing rapidly. Chen Feng inhaled deeply and decided that since his luck value was insufficient, he would have to use his own methods to ensure their success. Shwa. His eyes shone. Luck aura, activate. Shwa. His luck value started decreasing. Before his eyes, the coordinates of countless people started appearing. On Chen Feng's minimap, numerous red dots and numbers appeared. These were the coordinates of all the experts of the mysterious organization. Within this minimap, not even B-class warriors were taken into consideration. Only A-class and above were included here. Fortunately, their timing for launching this attack was just nice. Those super experts such as the mysterious organization's leader and Lu Han were all not here. Wang Yao glanced at Chen Feng and said, "They all have something else to do. That is why I chose to come here at this time." So that's the case. Chen Feng contemplated. None of those people were here? If so, Chen Feng suddenly asked, "If I can take you there successfully, will the success rate increase?" Wang Yao blanked at this question. Chen Feng taking her there? She was aware of the difficulty of this mission and had been prepared for a bitter battle. From here all the way to the center, the start would be smooth. However, a bitter battle would start soon. At that time, almost all the A-class experts here at the headquarters would be making their move. For her, this would definitely be a bitter battle. This would be an extremely dangerous trip. Regardless of how powerful her combat power was, it was very possible that she would be exhausted to death by the sheer number of the enemies. However, if Chen Feng could do what he said, 80%, Wang Yao replied without hesitation. All right. A grin appeared on Chen Feng's face. "I told you, I won't be much help in combat. However, don't look down on me when it comes to other aspects. Conceal your aura and leave the rest to me." Chen Feng stepped out in large strides. Holding Wang Yao's tiny hand, they walked forth and vanished noiselessly at a certain corner. The flame burning everywhere abruptly stopped. As for the people of the mysterious organization, they were only watching all this from far away. None of them had the courage to even approach Wang Yao. As such, none of them were aware of what had just happened. The only thing they could do was stand there waiting. However, regardless of how long they waited, the duo seemed to have vanished forever, as the two did not appear anymore. Only after waiting for a while did they gather enough courage to approach the place, only to find that the two were no longer there. They escaped. Damn it, go and chase after them. Quick, get someone here. We can't let her escape. Yes. The leader will probably return soon. Before that, We must stop their escape. Block all the doors. We must not allow her to escape. Understood. Everyone's heart burned with anxiety. In order to capture Wang Yao, they had paid too high a price. If she were allowed to escape, they would suffer too disastrous a loss. Shwa, shwa. The whole mysterious organization started bustling with activity. Almost every single one of them started looking for Wang Yao. Even if they couldn't defeat her, they only needed to discover her and slow her down slightly. That would be sufficient. Glang. The mysterious organization's headquarters were fully locked down. At the same time, unknown to any of them, the world before Chen Feng's eyes seemed to have turned into a two-dimensional map. Every single person, every single coordinate of theirs was extremely clear to his eyes. Catching the current him? Was that even possible? The current him was akin to someone who was using a map hack in a game. In the mysterious organization, in this danger-filled place, Chen Feng was holding on to Wang Yao's tiny hand as they traveled through these headquarters amid the countless enemies present. Shwa, shwa. With his map hack, Chen Feng was able to easily avoid being discovered by A-class and B-class warriors. As for those C-class and below, what a joke. With their current strength, those people of C-class and below would never be able to notice Chen Feng. As for the occasional circumstances where they were actually discovered by these people, after a single wave of his hand, Chen Feng left together with Wang Yao, leaving behind a corpse whose eyes were still wide open. Shwa, shwa. Both their silhouettes flitted through the headquarters undetected, akin to walkers of dreamland. As for the people of the mysterious organization, after failing to locate Chen Feng and Wang Yao, they were now concentrating most of their attention on the borders of the headquarters, to prevent Wang Yao and Chen Feng's escape. As far as they were concerned, Chen Feng was only here to rescue Wang Yao. Unknown to anyone, presently, at a certain location at the center of the headquarters where the research department was located, a group of senior researchers were conducting a certain crucial experiment for them. Even if the sky and the earth outside were turned upside down, it had nothing to do with them. Gene reagent. Preparation complete. Catalysis reagent. Prepared. Energy recharge and energy reserve. Done. Within the ice-cold laboratory, everyone was doing their respective tasks in an orderly manner. What's the situation out there? Oh, I heard that some prisoner escaped. They are trying to recapture that escaped prisoner. An old researcher with brown hair sneered. What trash. They can't even hold a prisoner properly. His name was Huango, the official in charge of this project. That's normal. These 2 years, we have suffered too many losses due to Wang Yao and Chen Feng. As for the new recruits, they are too new and are still being trained. As such, we still haven't been able to replenish our manpower. It's normal for there to be some weak points here and there. This person felt extremely helpless as well. However, they had no doubt that the prisoner would not be able to escape the headquarters at all. What place was this? This was the mysterious organization's headquarters. A place where A classes were everywhere and B classes were worth less than dogs. If the prisoner were able to escape the headquarters, that would truly be hilarious. Hence, these researchers here were not worried at all. As long as their experiment wasn't affected, they wouldn't be bothered with anything. Ignore them. Let's prepare for our experiment, Huango said with an imposing expression. Yes, shwa. The numerous assistants finished the preparations of their materials. Next, the laboratory's door was shut and the lights were turned off. Only a gentle ray of light was left, which was then aimed straight at the platform. On the platform lay a young lady who appeared to be 13 or 14 years old. It was obvious that anesthetic had been administered to her, robbing her of the ability to move her body. Her eyes were filled with despair, and her face was filled with horror. This was an extremely pitiful expression. Unfortunately, here at this place, nobody felt any pity toward her. Let's begin. Yes. The group of researchers stepped forth coldly. When Huango was looking at this young lady, his gaze was akin to someone looking at a precious treasure. After 10 long years of research, they had finally reached this stage where they could start experimenting on a human body. Based on their previous deductions and their previous successful experiment on a lab rat, their experiment on this human this time would be, ha 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 ha. The time for the elevation of their status in the organization was not far away. Young lady, don't worry. This won't hurt. Soon, it will all be over, Huango whispered. However, his eyes became increasingly cold and detached. Behind him were a group of assistants in white gowns. Their indistinct appearance in this dim room, combined with those white gowns they wore, was giving off an incomparably gloomy feeling to the young lady. She wanted to struggle, yet she couldn't move. Shwa. With a wave of Huang Gou's hand, the experiment began. However, right as they pressed on the power switch, the door to the laboratory started rocking. A gush of energy so powerful it caused one's heart to palpitate could be felt coming from the door. Bang! With a loud sound, a hole was left in the seemingly indestructible door. The edges of the hole were still burning red from the heat. From the hole, a tiny figure and a big figure stepped through. Wang Yao. Someone had recognized Wang Yao. Instantly, that person's expression changed greatly. They were aware that a prisoner had escaped. Little had they known that the escaped prisoner was actually Wang Yao. No wonder the alarm outside never stopped blazing. If it was Wang Yao. As Wang Yao's ice-cold gaze landed on them, they felt like they had all fallen into an icy cave. What are you afraid of? This is the inner region of the organization. Someone bellowed. Puh. With a red flash, his body collapsed onto the ground as a soundless corpse. As for the rest, they were all so horrified that they knelt on the ground, no longer daring to even move. Silently, Wang Yao walked toward the platform before undoing the bindings on the young lady. At the same time, a mild power gushed into the young lady's body to expel the drugs in her body. Are you fine? The pale young lady nodded her head. Escape, then. A hint of loneliness could be felt in Wang Yao's voice. Since you are here, it is certain that your family has given up on you. Leave this place and escape as far as you can. The young lady looked at Chen Feng and Wang Yao in gratitude before hastily leaving. From the way she moved, it was apparent that she was quite a formidable person as well. Genetic warrior. Chen Feng frowned as he noticed that even their test subjects were genetic warriors. As for Wang Yao, she wasn't surprised by this. Her ice-cold gaze started sweeping through each one of the researchers before stopping on a B-class genetic warrior that was somewhat powerful. Puh. Once again, a group of lifeless corpses collapsed onto the ground. Only the C-class warriors were left alive. The laboratory sunk into a dreadful silence. She looked at Huang Gou. You, stand up. Don't kill me. Huang Gou gulped and continued. We will stop this experiment immediately. After all, this experiment is something the upper levels arranged. We are only following orders. Wang Yao coldly interrupted him. Shut up. Did I told you to stop? Huang Gou was confused. Since she had already freed their test subject, what could they do besides stop? Continue the experiment. Wang Yao inhaled deeply before saying, this time, your test subject shall be me. What? Everyone's heart jolted. You? They stared at this young lady with unbelieving expressions. Had she gone crazy? Was she aware of what this experiment was? This was. Wait. Suddenly, Huang Gou's body trembled as he stared at Wang Yao with an inconceiving expression. At the same time, Wang Yao's body trembled slightly and her body turned nearly transparent, as if she was going to vanish at any moment. After several flickers, her body returned to normal. Huang Gou fixed his gaze on Wang Yao. It's true. It's really true. Could it be? You are. Ha 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 ha. So it's actually you. I knew it. I knew my experiment would be successful. Ha 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 ha. He was so excited his entire body started trembling. You have returned. In the experiment, I had a timestamp placed on the subject. If the subject did not return, she would vanish. Ha ha. It's about time you came back to me. Ha ha ha. At this time, Chen Feng was flipping through their past experiment details. When he saw the content of the experiment, he finally understood everything. Finally, he figured out the reason Wang Yao had come here. There were certain things that were indeed impossible to explain clearly. However, as long as he arrived here and saw everything here with his own eyes, he would understand without needing any explanations. Project name, Rebirth. Project series, third project in the transmigration series of projects. Content: send the target's memory and part of the target's soul back in time to undergo rebirth. Course of events: That's right. This was one of the transmigration experiments of legend. The information Chen Feng had once accidentally seen had now become a reality right before his eyes. No wonder Chen Feng shut his eyes. No wonder Wang Yao was always capable of predicting what was going to happen. No wonder Wang Yao always knew everything. No wonder Wang Yao has such a hatred toward the Wang family. All this that had remained unknown to anyone had now become clear to Chen Feng. Transmigration and rebirth. Both were similarly inconceivable ideas. Ideas that had always been discussed in earnest and mentioned without stop in rumors and fiction. However, up till now, Nobody had actually seen anyone who had transmigrated. No one had truly believed that this existed as well. Now, though, the rumors had been transformed into truth. Huang Go laughed so hard he was crying. Ha 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 ha. He had succeeded. He had known he would be able to do it. Initially, he had believed that the moment that young lady had been chased away, his dreams and experiments would have stopped there. Unexpectedly, he had already succeeded in a different timeline. Huang Go's eyes shone. The current you is the combination of your previous and current life. The only reason you even exist is because of this experiment. If you can't complete the experiment, you will definitely die. This is the rule of the law of time. Hence, you are here. You have no other choice but to complete this experiment. By this point in time, she no longer had any choice but to complete this experiment. Only by doing this could she complete a perfect cycle. If the present her did not travel back in time, this current body of hers that was a combination of the transmigrated body and the main body would cease to exist. As such, the closer she got to this point of time, the more illusory her body became. She did not have much time left. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. This girl. At this moment, Chen Feng finally understood the burden in Wang Yao's heart. In her previous life, she had been sent to this place by the Wang family to be used as a test subject. Ultimately, she had been sent back into the past. As such, she had an extreme hatred for everyone in the Wang family. The only person who had not wronged her in her past life, Wang, the person who had once begged on her behalf, had become the target of her gratefulness. This was also the reason she had aided him in this timeline. Those people she hated had all been her family. Chen Feng had a vague recollection of how when he had first met this young lady, the thing he had noticed was the aura of solitude she had emitted. The feeling of despair of someone who wandered the world by her lonesome self. Exactly the same as he had been when he had first arrived in this world. So this was the reason for that. This child had experienced too many things that she shouldn't have experienced. As Chen Feng's thoughts came to this point, his gaze became soft as he looked at Wang Yao. In a somewhat nervous manner, Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, in her beautiful pair of huge eyes, was a tinge of fear. She feared that Chen Feng would blame her. After all, traveling back in time and transmigration were not things just anyone could comprehend. The path of solitude she walked was too lonely. Up till now, Chen Feng was the only person who had been so sincere toward her, yet she had hidden this from him. Chen Feng lamented. I had initially thought that you were all a lie. Unexpectedly, you're actually a big sister. Wang Yao stared at Chen Feng. She maintained her silence. However, a slight trace of worry was evident in her gaze that used to be filled with confidence. Would Chen Feng really like her, this person who was a product of transmigration? Since she was at loss of words, she merely stared at Chen Feng silently. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. What are you looking at? His hand reached out and started petting Wang Yao's hair, messing up her long soft hair. Regardless of how old you actually are, you are still comparatively younger than me. Wang Yao's eyes flashed. Is that true? You're not a Lilican? You are the actual Lilican? Chen Feng rebutted. He only happened to like a person who also happened to be a Lili. How was it possible for him to be a Lilican? See how he still liked her now even after realizing that she was not a true Lili. But then, it was also true that her physical body would remain despite her age. Wang Yao smiled. Really? Chen Feng smiled. Yes. Obviously, I have my own secrets unknown to you as well. However, you will find out about that soon enough. Wang Yao recovered the air of confidence she had always had in the past. In this life, Chen Feng was probably the only person capable of causing such a fluctuation of emotions in her. At an unknown time, her unfeeling emotions had changed, becoming richer. Chen Feng checked the time. It's almost time. Wang Yao nodded slightly. They were both waiting for a particular point of time. As long as Wang Yao returned back to the past at the exact same time she had been reincarnated previously, she would be able to complete a perfect cycle. Only with this could she prevent her disappearance from this world. This was the only thing she needed to do. Chen Feng looked at Huang Huo. Are you ready? Huang Go's eyes were filled with a fanatical glow. Yes. As a person capable of having such an achievement in this topic of research, a person capable of completing a reincarnation and time travel experiment, was most definitely a top-notch scientist. As for the mysterious organization or genetic union, he wasn't the least bothered with their politics. As far as he was concerned, being able to witness with his own eyes the legendary feat of his in a different timeline was in itself an extremely splendid experience. After all, He had way too many hypotheses that he needed confirmation. Huang Go was overwhelmed by emotion. Ha ha ha. Now, we have to see if the me in your original timeline and the current me have the same opinions on this. Light started swirling around. Wang Yao's body floated and slowly lay down on the test platform. Her elf-like eyes that were filled with worry were focused on Chen Feng. As she had said previously, even she herself could not guarantee success in this plan of hers. If she were by herself, she believed that even if she forced her way into this experiment without letting them know the truth and was discovered, those people would still wait for the experiment to first end before actually taking any action. This was simply an opportunity even the mysterious organization would not let go of. Naturally, with the intelligence of Huang Go and the other researchers, the moment something like that happened, they would still be able to guess her true identity as a person who had transmigrated. When that happened, things would be extremely dangerous for her even if she were able to successfully escape this place. Now, though, she had Chen Feng here, preventing any bad things from happening to her. However, that also indicated that the moment the reinforcements of the mysterious organization or those super experts arrived, Chen Feng would certainly die. How could he who could only unleash a peak B-class combat power stop those people? Wang Yao was extremely worried. Chen Feng walked to Wang Yao's side and gently said, "Just lie down obediently. After a nap, everything will be fine." As the research assistants around them that had been shuddering in fear, not daring to move, saw this, they found this unbelievable. IC-class genetic warrior like Chen Feng dared to talk like this to this monster-like lady? Even more shocking was the fact that the dreadful demonic young lady actually obediently nodded her head at Chen Feng's words. She was aware that the probability of success was quite low. However, she had still chosen to believe that it would succeed. The amount of miracles Chen Feng had created all this while had thoroughly convinced her. Since he said that it would succeed, then it would definitely succeed. Next, Wang Yao fell unconscious. By the side, the Huang Go that was preparing the experiment shook his head. Sigh, this is the rotten smell of love. What's the good in such an emotion, where they encumber and implicate each other? I still think that the human dolls with similar appearance to the celebrities I created myself are better. The way they feel, those body figures, that experience. TSK. Chen Feng looked at Huang Go indifferently. Can we start now? Cough, cough. Huang Go recovered from his self-monologue and nodded solemnly. Yes, we can. Very good. After this indifferent reply, Chen Feng walked toward the door. Behind him, with a single command from Huang Go, the transmigration and rebirth experiment was fully activated. Gradually, the cold gaze of Huang Go transformed into a fanatical gaze. Chen Feng had a solemn gaze. Rise, Shua. Slowly, he raised his hand. At that, the damaged door in front of him started repairing itself rapidly. This was one of the abilities contained within his Myriad Illusions. Myriad Illusions was an ability capable of nearly everything. Along with the increase in Chen Feng's strength, the functions he had unlocked had increased as well. If one were to be blunt, Chen Feng was like a bigger version of Doraemon's pocket that contained a seemingly countless amount of abilities one couldn't even begin to imagine. Naturally, all the abilities were single-function abilities and were extremely weak. For example, this restoration ability Chen Feng was using on the door. A normal genetic warrior specializing in restoration possessed 4 or 5 types of restoration abilities and some other abilities used to match these restoration abilities. Through constant practice, such a genetic warrior possessed an extremely formidable restoration ability, capable of restoring objects, human bodies, barriers, and so on. Almost everything that one could destroy, this ability would be able to restore. Moreover, there existed some people with weak time-related abilities capable of restoring the state of things to 1 second prior in time regardless of the amount of damage done. Regardless of circumstances, these people were able to restore the target to how it had been 1 second prior. Even if such abilities had huge limitations and harsh usage requirements, the result of their usage was extremely astonishing. This was how a restoration specialist should be. It was also natural that the restored target would lose 1 second of its lifespan after the restoration process. As of now, the question of where this 1 second of lifespan went was still unanswered. Comparatively, this restoration ability of Chen Feng's was simply too crude. Shua. The alloy door finished its restoration. Completing the restoration, Chen Feng sat down cross-legged and sat in front of the door calmly. It might sound powerful that Myriad Illusions contained countless abilities, but in actuality, this was an ability akin to a tiger balm oil. One, it was able to imitate all sorts of ability of various functions. However, the individual abilities weren't particularly powerful. It was an ability that could help ease one's daily activities, such as disguising and the like. In their current situation, with all sorts of dangers waiting for them, the only thing Chen Feng could reliably count on was his combat power. Suddenly, a blue radiance started shining in the whole room. This signified that Wang Yao's rebirth was starting. Her body floated as the blue radiance that filled the room enveloped Wang Yao's body before they started flickering. Wang Yao's body started flickering, alternating between an illusory and solid state. "It's starting," Chen Feng muttered. He checked the time. Based on Wang Yao's previous record, a total of 10 minutes would be required to complete this experiment. As long as they persevered for 10 minutes. The experiment would be successful. 10 minutes. Chen Feng shook his head. Anywhere else, 10 minutes would be an extremely short time. However, they were currently in the mysterious organization's headquarters. In order to rush here, they hadn't stopped anywhere without daring to waste any of their time. Only after doing so had they managed to arrive here in time. However, this was as far as they could achieve. Shwa, shwa. Outside the door, an orderly marching noise could be heard. Chen Feng knew that, after the initial confusion, the mysterious organization had already reorganized their manpower and once again started charging toward them. It was impossible for them to hide the fact that they were currently here. This was even more so since they were currently at the very headquarters of the mysterious organization. Chen Feng heard the sound of activity outside the door. "Here they come." Bang, bang. The terrifying sound of bombardment started resounding. Earlier, before the experiment had started, Chen Feng had already forced Huang Ge to activate the highest defense system of the laboratory. This was something that would only be activated during wartime. Bang, bang. The laboratory trembled unceasingly. A lot of the research assistants paled as their thoughts raced. Evidently, now that the mysterious organization was making their move, these people were extremely anxious. Chen Feng's indifferent voice drifted into their ears. "Focus on your experiment properly. Don't wait for their rescue. Trust me, even if they were standing right in front of us, any one of you that dares to escape will still be the first to die." Shwa. At that, the researchers paled. Chen Feng calmly continued, "Just focus on your experiment. Don't raise your head, and don't look. With this, regardless of who it is that obtains victory, you all will be able to stay alive. Isn't that right?" Only at this did everyone regain their calm and continue with the experiment. Xu, xu. Multiple radiances started condensing around them as the countdown on the screen began. 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The laboratory sunk into a bizarre mood, a scary kind of bizarre mood. Amid the blue radiance, Chen Feng was seated cross-legged in front of the door. Behind him was a huge amount of researchers putting their all into the experiment. As for Wang Yao, her body was hovering mid-air. This was indeed quite a bizarre sight. Suddenly, glang, accompanied by a huge explosion, the door broke apart. The hearts of the researchers trembled. However, as they recalled Chen Feng's earlier words, they obediently lowered their heads and continued with their respective tasks, not daring to raise their heads at all. It was indeed as Chen Feng had said. If they were to raise their heads, only death would await them. At this point, only by maintaining a low profile and being ignored by the combatants could they possibly survive. The group of people from the mysterious organization swarmed into the laboratory. C class, B class, even A classes were included among them. Rows of genetic warriors appeared. These experts that were ordinarily rarely seen were now appearing like cabbages. This was the only thing that could happen anyway, since Chen Feng had essentially intruded into their headquarters, their home. Shwa, shwa. Countless people surrounded the laboratory. Chen Feng had a serene expression. "You all are here." The people from the mysterious organization snorted coldly. HMPH. One of them was staring at Chen Feng. "It's you indeed." It was indeed this walking disaster. By the time they had realized that something was off, Square had already been dead and the building imprisoning Wang Yao had already collapsed. All information related to that incident had been erased as well. They hadn't even been able to figure out the way in which Square and the rest had died. Based on their deductions, someone had broken into the jail to rescue Wang Yao before escaping. They had never imagined that the prison breaker was actually Chen Feng. How had he found out about this place? This was their headquarters. Wait. If he knew this place, What about the genetic union? What about the Gene Production Association? Was he truly here to rescue Wang Yao? What was his true goal here? Everyone's gaze was racing around. Now that their leader was not here, they had to make their own decisions. Class made his move. Let me kill him. However, right as his attack was about to kill Chen Feng, he was stopped by someone else. They stared at the Chen Feng that had remained seated the cross-legged, not moving a muscle. The A-class warrior's gaze was filled with suspicion. He is not even dodging? Chen Feng smiled toyingly. Why should I dodge? That person stared at Chen Feng coldly. If you don't dodge, you will die. Chen Feng smiled. If I die, you all will die as well. What you said earlier was correct. This is an extremely hidden location. No matter what I do, I won't be able to locate this place. This fact applies to the genetic union as well. Even my appearance here is pure coincidence. In here, I have no methods of sending a message back to the genetic union either. However, if I were to die here, Chen Feng ended his words with a smile. At that, the hearts of those from the mysterious organization trembled. There indeed existed some things that could avoid detection in this world. However, a roundabout way of detecting those things existed. If Chen Feng was killed here, it was very probable that some powerful forbidden ability capable of locating Chen Feng existed. They no longer needed to detect the mysterious organization's location. It would be sufficient for them to locate Chen Feng alone. When that happened, how meticulous. They were filled with fear as they thought of this. So this Chen Feng guy was already done with his preparations? The attack that had been about to be launched toward Chen Feng stopped, as the attacker was unsure as to his next course of action. Right at this moment, an ice-cold voice could be heard. Isn't this method of dragging out the time somewhat childish? Since we can't kill him, crippling him is sufficient. Behind the crowd, a tall and sturdy guy walked slowly in front. On his body was a light gold robe, and his entire being was radiating a heroic aura. This was Jin Dian, a PK class and the head of the mysterious organization's war department. Chen Feng's pupils abruptly shrunk. It's you? A person who shouldn't have appeared here had appeared. Jin Dian was one of the strongest PK class experts of the mysterious organization. He possessed extremely terrifying strength, and based on the information from Jifeng, this person was extremely intelligent and cruel. Such a person would definitely not give him a chance to drag this out. Things would probably get dangerous now that this guy was here. Chen Feng's palms started sweating. You are not supposed to be here. Based on their previous record, this guy called Jin Dian should have been away from the headquarters at this point in time. Based on Wang Yao's initial plan, she would only be successful after these PK class experts were all lured out of the headquarters. Otherwise, they would absolutely be capable of trapping Wang Yao here all the way until her eventual death. This guy here should have been out implementing missions. Jin Dian smiled calmly. I was indeed implementing missions. However, something happened back here. Hence, someone sent me back here. Sent back? Chen Feng widened his eyes. How was this possible? He had checked the details of Wang Yao's plan before. This Jin Dian had been sent on a mission to a place extremely far away from the headquarters. It was simply impossible for him to have returned speedily. In order to lure him out, Wang Yao had paid a huge price for it. Only after destroying a huge amount of projects of the mysterious organization had these people started heading out there. At a place like that, suddenly, Chen Feng noticed the fading green radiance above Jin Dian's head. It was an extremely faint trace that the naked eye couldn't see. However, if one used their spiritual energy to sense it, one might still be able to catch a trace of its existence. This radiance. Chen Feng sighed. Luhan. Jin Dian nodded his head. That's right. Your plan was indeed flawless. However, you neglected the existence of Senior Soul. Before true strength, all tricks are nothing but jokes. As for Senior Soul, his strength far exceeds your imagination. Even if he can't move away personally, he only needed to send me here and everything will be dealt with. Soul. Chen Feng shook his head. Once again, it was this guy. It seemed like they had an extremely deep grudge with each other, since every time they encountered one another, it was a confrontation of life and death. However, as he thought about it, he found that, indeed, they had a deep grudge. That guy was a venerable Green Diamond member one yet had ended up being cuckolded by Chen Feng, his young wife missing Chen Feng every day. How could he not hate Chen Feng? Moreover, this was the mysterious organization Chen Feng had ventured into. His very own place. Chen Feng shrugged, seemingly accepting his fate. Fine. then. However, he looked at Jin Dian. Although Soul can't move anywhere personally, if he can exhaust a huge amount of energy to send you back, why can't he use that energy to create a clone? I seem to recall that Soul's clone is also PK class, right? Hee. Have you not wondered why Soul sent you instead of his clone? Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face. Oh? Jin Dian's eyes narrowed at these words. However, he maintained his silence. Chen Feng smiled. Because he is afraid? Since you have the information about me, you should also be aware that Soul once sent 2 PK class clones after me. Both of them were killed by me. Hence, he is now horrified of me. How about you? Instantly, the atmosphere around them seemed to reach the freezing point. Jin Dian stared at Chen Feng calmly. Me? Suddenly, he smiled. Are you trying to drag this out? Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. What? Ah! Jin Dian's gaze skipped past Chen Feng and landed on a certain small screen behind him amid the experiment that was progressing there. On that small screen, where a normal person would not be able to read from several tens of meters away, was a countdown timer. Time indicated, 8:58. Jin Dian's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, regardless of whether or not Senior Soul is actually capable of killing you, since I have appeared here today, I will definitely kill you. He was not aware of Chen Feng's actual plan. He was also not aware of the reason Chen Feng was dragging this out. However, regardless of what Chen Feng was planning, the only thing he needed to do was ensure Chen Feng's failure. Since Chen Feng wanted to drag the time out, Jin Dian would end the battle speedily. This had always been Jin Dian's style of doing things. Firm and decisive. Bang! A terrifying power started shaking around him. A power belonging to a PK class started swirling around the air. All the other members of the mysterious organization were forcibly forced out by this power. Now, the only thing they could do was wait outside. Seal up all their escape routes, Jin Dian ordered indifferently. Yes, with several A-class warriors as the leaders, they sealed the whole laboratory and blocked all possible escape routes. Jin Dian looked at the time. 8 minutes left. Seems like you won't be able to wait that long. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Hee. Why do you refuse to trust my words? Are you even trustworthy? Jin Dian said toyingly. Even if you have killed Senior Soul's clones, even if you have killed A-class warriors, even if everyone's evaluation of you is an eerily bizarre person, as far as I am concerned, all that has been achieved by your tricks. Mere tricks that only work in specific circumstances. Here, he looked at Wang Yao. I suppose this young lady here is in the midst of enhancement. No matter what experiment this is, after killing the both of you, everything will be over. Sorry, I will not be giving you any extra time. Jin Dian took a step forward. At this moment, the whole world seemed to tremble. This was how scary an A-class was. Presently, there were still 8.5 minutes left on the countdown. This small discussion between Jin Dian and Chen Feng was simply not sufficient to drag too much of the time. Chen Feng sighed. Who told you that I intended to drag this out? Next, he raised his head. His eyes were already glowing red. Jin Dian sneered. Nethergaze. Nethergaze was also known as the ender of chatterers. This ability was indeed a killing machine. Finally, he understood how those people had died in Chen Feng's hands. They had most certainly talked to Chen Feng too much and ended up perishing due to their excessive words. However, this thing was simply a joke against him. Only a minute had passed since he had met Chen Feng. With such a short time frame for the Nethergaze to lock onto him, he would not fear even the Nethergaze of an A-class at his level, let alone this C-class Chen Feng. If one wanted to completely lock onto him, at the very least, 1 full day would be required. Jin Dian sneered. You are indeed good at seizing every opportunity. Next, he prepared to kill Chen Feng. However, he stopped suddenly, as he suddenly sensed an astonishing power appearing. What? Instinctively, he looked toward the source of power before his eyes, along with Chen Feng, who was slowly standing up. A faint aura started bubbling up around Chen Feng. That aura that was obviously totally different from all other powers appeared incredibly conspicuous at this instant. Nobody else could resist looking in this direction either. In a serene manner, Chen Feng's right hand reached out. Shwa! An astonishing clump of energy started converging in his hand. A perfectly straight red energy weapon solidified in his hand. That shiny weapon was radiating a power that alarmed even Jin Dian. Jin Dian's pupils shrunk abruptly. This is... Chen Feng smiled calmly. Now, are you still of the opinion that I am dragging this out? Shwa. A powerful red radiance started gathering around him. The name of this sword is Red Moon, a sword I once used to kill countless people. The two clones of Soul included. Among them were also some of the A-class warriors of your organization. I can't even remember their names anymore. Chen Feng pondered for a bit before shaking his head. Indeed, I have killed too much recently. Shwa. Their surroundings sunk into silence. Chen Feng might have forgotten. However, they remembered clearly the names of those killed warriors. Everyone in the mysterious organization, from the initial B-class warriors up to the subsequent A-class warriors, PK class included, not a single one of them who had once crossed swords with Chen Feng had ever returned alive. Not a single one. They had always been wondering about the reason for this. They had once doubted the capability of Chen Feng's fused abilities to kill their members. None of them had known the answer. Now, though, they had finally found out the real reason. Red Moon. Their gazes landed on that energy sword flickering with a red radiance. That energy sword was flickering without stop, glowing with a faint radiance. Despite the faint radiance, the energy undulation around the sword was powerful enough to stifle their breaths. Even when standing so far away, they could feel that bone-piercing chillness and the terrifying pressure the sword was emitting. That was the power of a PK class. The strength of a true expert. Jin Dian couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? It would be understandable for a PK class to possess a sword with PK class power. However, when this sword was taken out by a C-class warrior, that was extremely abnormal. Looking at the tyrannical and formidable Chen Feng in front of him, coupled with his recollection of Chen Feng's battle history, Jin Dian started doubting. FCK. Could it be that this shoal is tricking people again? In the mysterious organization, the Chen Feng's domineering reveal stunned everyone present. None of them dared to move. This was not due to them being too stupid or naive. Rather, Chen Feng's past battle history was truly too astonishing. On top of that, the PK class power radiating from Red Moon alone was sufficient to subject them to a sense of pressure. As such, they did not even have the courage to move toward Chen Feng. However, this did not apply to everyone present. Among the shocked gazes, there was one particular pair of eyes fixed on Chen Feng. The more that pair of eyes stared at Chen Feng, the more that person felt that something was off. Ultimately, this transformed into a deep suspicion. Jin Dian's eyes shone. That thing, indeed, that was the power of BK class. But then, if you truly possessed such strength, would there have been a need to waste your time talking to us? Jin Dian asked coldly. Chen Feng sighed. This sword is known as Red Moon. Each day, it can only kill 10 people. Although it's powerful, the limitations are quite huge as well. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you long ago. Everyone sunk into silence. It was quite reasonable for such a powerful weapon to have limitations. If that was the case, how should they progress with fighting him? Using B classes? C classes? What a joke. Chen Feng would not even require Blood Moon to defeat these warriors. But if A-class warriors were the ones fighting him, did that mean they had to sacrifice 10 A-class warriors or even a PK-class warrior just to take Chen Feng down? Was that worth it? Everyone sunk into silence. Suddenly, they were much more agreeable with the act of dragging things out. These were the headquarters of the mysterious organization. There were a huge amount of experts that had been away for missions who were now rushing back. The longer they dragged this out, the more advantageous it would be for them. When those people returned, even 10 Chen Fengs would not be sufficient to deal with them. Someone silently proposed, "Boss, perhaps, we should." Jin Dian snorted coldly. Shut up. The more believable Chen Feng's words were, the more certain he was that this guy was tricking them. Red Moon, only capable of killing 10 people per day? Who is he trying to trick? Jin Dian checked the time and noted that, at this point, only 7 minutes were left on the countdown. Jin Dian's eyes gleamed coldly. Red Moon or something else, whatever. Since he was already suspicious of Chen Feng's words, he would not allow Chen Feng to continue dragging this out. So what if the sword had the power of a PK class? At worst, they would only be engaged in a bitter battle. Moreover, even if he ended up losing, couldn't he escape? He was confident that he wasn't too much weaker than Senior Soul's clone. Rise. Bang. Golden radiance started surging out. Jin Dian inhaled a deep breath in preparation. Even if he suspected Chen Feng's words, now that he had decided to make his move, He absolutely had to use his full power. He was also very curious as to whether his guesses were actually correct. After he launched this attack with great risk, the answer would be known to him. Chen Feng. Let me see how powerful you actually are then. Bang! The golden radiance that was seemingly everywhere converged together, forming a huge attack that smashed toward Chen Feng. Thump! Chen Feng's heart thumped violently. From the first instant he had seen the surging golden radiance, he had an ominous feeling. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. Everything happened too fast. A PK class was simply too terrifying, far exceeding Chen Feng's imaginations. He couldn't even react in time. By the time he got a clear look at the attack, the golden radiance was already gushing toward him. Bang! Bang! The world before Chen Feng's eyes turned into a huge expanse of gold. Damn it! Chen Feng's scalp felt numb. The golden radiance had blocked all his escape routes. It was apparent that Jin Dian was already suspicious of him and had prepared accordingly. Now, Chen Feng was without an escape route. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Have my lies been seen through? Indeed. When one acted tough too frequently, it would only be a matter of time before one was discovered. How could a person who walked along the riverside prevent their shoes from getting wet? This time, it seemed like Chen Feng had stepped in mud. As for Red Moon, Chen Feng glanced at the sword. The moment that golden radiance had started rushing toward him, the initially perfectly straight and firm red beam on his hand had gone limp. Evidently, Xiao Ying was terrified of this attack as well. There was no helping that. Xiao Ying's actual strength was deeply interlinked with Chen Feng's. Since Chen Feng was a mere C-class, as Chen Feng's spiritual underling, Xiao Ying was certainly limited to C-class as well. Even the A-class power it had obtained had been a mere coincidence. Moreover, it did not even know how to utilize the A-class power it possessed. As such, it was natural for the both of them to have no method of dealing with this terrifying PK class attack. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. No choices left, then. He turned around to look at Wang Yao. The young lady's body was still hovering mid-air, an endless radiance swirling around her. The present Wang Yao appeared so very similar to a fairy. He had promised Wang Yao that he would definitely catch up to her, that he would be by her side, that he would protect her against all harm. But now, Chen Feng sighed. At least let me fulfill my promise, okay? Xiao Ying, Chen Feng called inwardly. As Xiao Ying received Chen Feng's thought transmission, it moved its body slightly in response. Chen Feng's gaze became resolute. Seems like we can only put our lives on the line now. Since he had been acting tough all year round, it was natural that he had also considered that a day would come when acting tough would fail. However, if there were still any other choices, he would not choose to do what he was about to do. But now, Shwa. He raised his hand, and the red moon in his hand started to once again radiate intensely. Opposite him, Jin Dian merely sneered. That short instant where Chen Feng had looked back and had a change of expression had obviously not escaped Jin Dian's notice. His guesses had indeed been correct. Chen Feng was truly playing tricks here. If so, you guys can go die now. Bang! Jin Dian increased the intensity of his attack and smashed it into Chen Feng with a malevolent expression on his face. Chen Feng's eyes became sharp, and the red moon in his hand started flickering. A-class power erupted. Indeed, Xiao Ying was incapable of utilizing the power it possessed. However, no matter what, it still possessed that A-class power. Hence, in such a situation where they couldn't do anything about the incoming attack, they might as well take the attack on forcefully, without using any skills, techniques, or secret arts. A pure collision of BK class powers. Xiao Ying was unaware of the finer ways of utilizing such power. However, if it only used the power purely to defend, that might work. Shwa. In the room, two colors could be seen. The gushing gold was Jin Dian's full-powered attack, and the flickering red was the eruption of Xiao Ying's full power. Bang! The impact of this collision caused even the air to crack. As the two terrifying powers collided, the impact of the collision was powerful enough to alarm everyone present. The dreadful fallout of the collision started spreading within the room. The whole world seemed to tremble at this moment. Be careful. Everyone started avoiding the aftermath in horror, while on Jin Dian's face, a smile appeared. PK class? SERW, your PK class. Yes, the red radiance earlier had indeed been terrifying. However, at the instant of collision, the real strength of his opponent had been revealed to him. He was not aware of why this was happening, but he was sure that his opponent was simply incapable of unleashing PK class power. This Chen Feng kid had indeed been trying to trick him. Suddenly, Jin Dian increased the force of his attack. HMPH. At this moment, every single bit of red in the room seemed to fade. Only a single color remained. Gold. There was no need for any powerful secret arts or abilities. A mere eruption of energy was sufficient for Jin Dian to completely crush this opponent. As for Chen Feng's red energy, it was suppressed to a single clump that couldn't even budge anymore. Goodbye. Jin Dian punched forth. With that single punch, the golden radiance intensified and flooded the room. Jin Dian was sure that with this single punch of his, Chen Feng and that red moon would be crushed by him. However, to his surprise, as this punch landed, an astonishing feeling of softness welcomed him. He still has other trump cards. Curiously, he dispersed the golden radiance. However, when the golden radiance faded and he saw clearly what was in front of him, he was dumbstruck. The one blocking him was actually a super beautiful woman that had suddenly appeared. All over her body was foam that was giving off an extremely nice scent that caused one to feel comfortable when breathing it in. Draped over her body was a faint white bathrobe, seemingly something draped over her at the last minute, since it failed to cover this woman's alluring figure. The pair of peaks on her chest that were so worthy of pride appeared so steep that they seemed unconquerable. As for our comrade Jin Dian's fist, it had coincidentally landed. Jin Dian did not dare to believe his eyes. His attack, his PK class attack, had been blocked just like that. It was rumored that Chen Feng had a figurine on him that seemed to be related to Senior Soul, a figurine with a mysterious power. No other additional information on that figurine was available. Perhaps this woman here was that figurine, and the so-called mysterious power of that figurine was actually a super powerful defense. But then, he was PK class. There existed a defense so powerful in this world. Was this fake? He tried groping the peaks. They seem real. A gentle voice drifted into his ears. Are they soft? Despite the gentleness, Jin Dian was so shocked his soul almost left his body. He retracted his hand in horror. He retreated several steps backward while talking incoherently. A living person? This shock was not feigned. Rather, he was truly shocked. Living person? He had initially believed that this was merely a figurine defense system summoned by Chen Feng. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected that this was an actual living person. A terrifying living person capable of blocking his attack with a random part of her body. How could he not be terrified of such a person? Even if he was already PK class, even if he was already among the elites of this world, it was precisely the height he was at that made him more aware of the horrors this world had compared to those who were weaker. This person. Who are you, exactly? Jin Dian asked grimly. It was too astonishing that there actually existed someone capable of training their body to such an extent. Who am I? The woman sounded somewhat furious as she rubbed her sore chest. I am your mother. After saying that, before Jin Dian could even reply, she turned around and glared at Chen Feng. Gnashing her teeth, she said, Chen Feng, aren't you being too excessive this time? Cough, cough. Chen Feng laughed awkwardly. An accident, a pure accident. This was truly an accident. How was he supposed to have known that this lady here had been in the shower? If he had known this, he would have summoned her long ago. No, wait. What was this line of thought? She raged. Shouldn't you notify me first if you want to do this? You won't let me off even when I'm showering? If I had notified you in advance, would you have agreed to this? Chen Feng meekly asked. Naturally, no, she replied without a trace of politeness. Chen Feng had an innocent expression plastered all over his face. Therefore, it wasn't like he had any other options at this time. HMPH. Gnashing her teeth, she pointed at Xiao Ying. Did you not say that this fellow here is your bro? You are willing to send it to its death? Hee. Wen Feng laughed awkwardly. When did I send Xiao Ying to its death? Us brothers will share life and death. As such, we will face all dangers together. If Xiao Ying were going to die earlier, I guess the both of us would have died together, in the end. Xu. The obedient Xiao Ying nodded its body twice to express agreement with Chen Feng's words. You shut up. That woman dragged Xiao Ying over and started beating it up. You traitorous bastard. All the power coursing within you was given by me. Now you are helping that scammer Chen Feng harm me. Bang, bang. The pitiful Xiao Ying was ravaged up badly as its body was repeatedly straightened up before being crumpled together again. By the side, Chen Feng could only observe a moment of silence for Xiao Ying. My pitiful bro, for our final victory, you will have to suffer for now. Indeed, this woman here was Ming. With the marriage link established, both Ming and Xiao Ying shared their fate of life and death. Based on Chen Feng's guesses, this ability had teleportation as one of its functions. Moreover, he had also felt a bizarre power in Xiao Ying's body. As such, he had used his luck aura to confirm that this was indeed the case. Next, everyone saw what happened. Of course, as a consequence, both of them would be beaten up by Ming. She couldn't kill them, but if she wanted to beat them up badly or even cripple them, that was possible. Therefore, this was quite a risky move. If there were any other options, Chen Feng would not have dared to do this. Unexpectedly, they had happened to drag Ming over just as she had been in the shower. This was truly. As for Jin Dian, he was already dumbstruck as he witnessed all this. What on earth was going on? This beautiful woman that had just appeared was so terrifying. As for that so-called red moon, it was actually capable of F-king moving. At the same time, he had finally gotten a clear look at how terrifying this woman was as well. Different from Chen Feng, this woman here seemed to be radiating from her very marrow the splendor of a person so high above others. He had only felt a similar feeling from the leader of the mysterious organization before. That was the aura of a super expert. That was an aura above A class. Moreover, from her earlier words saying how the power of that red thing had been granted by her very self, in other words, that Red Moon's PK class power was. This also explained the reason Red Moon possessed PK class power yet was incapable of utilizing it. That was simply not its original power. As his thoughts reached here, Jin Dian's hands started shuddering. A mere portion of her power was already PK class? How terrifying was this woman? Exactly? He checked his wristband. Time was still passing slowly. There were still 5 minutes left. Never before had he ever wished that time would pass faster. Now he was the one wanting to drag this out. Senior Soul, please arrive faster. I can't last any longer. With a bitter expression on his face, he pressed the SOS button. As for everyone else, they had already hidden somewhere long ago, their bodies trembling in fear. Even an A-class was sufficient to plant fear in them. Now that an existence surpassing A-class was here, which of these ordinary genetic warriors had the gall to get involved? In fact, they were not the only ones afraid. As Jin Dian stole a glance at Chen Feng, he noted that Chen Feng was standing by Ming's side rather cautiously as well. Everyone sunk into silence, not daring to say anything. The only noise that could be heard was the sound of Xiao Ying getting beaten up by Ming. Occasionally, her gaze would land on Chen Feng, shocking Chen Feng to the point his body shivered. After a long time, finally, Ming calmed down. As for Xiao Ying, weakly, it gave Chen Feng a single glance before returning to its spiritual room. Chen Feng coughed awkwardly. It has been hard on you, my bro. Now that Ming was done unleashing her wrath, she returned to normal. She started rearranging the simple bathrobe she had draped over her, exposing only her shoulders. Next, she assumed a seductive pose before looking at Chen Feng. In truth, if you are still interested in me, I don't mind. Chen Feng, he mourned Wang Chun inwardly. Jin Dian opened his mouth meekly. Oh, yes. There is still you. Killing intent started surging out of Ming's eyes as she rubbed her sore chest. Jin Dian apologized without hesitation. I was wrong. I was trying to beat Chen Feng up. I had zero intention of hurting your esteemed self. Chen Feng. He had a feeling like this battle had transformed into a playhouse. The present Jin Dian was like a kid that was complaining to the teacher, "Teacher, Chen Feng bullied me." Ming merely snorted coldly as a response. HMPH. Suddenly, she stared grudgingly into the distance. It's about time that idiotic soul arrived, right? Instantly, Jin Dian trembled. Idiotic soul. FCK, this woman is indeed a senior at that level. His heart felt bitter. Finally, he understood the reason all the assassination's attempts on Chen Feng had failed. It wasn't due to Chen Feng being formidable. Rather, the person behind him was simply excessively frightening. It was indeed true that every formidable person had an even more formidable backer. Now Jin Dian was thoroughly horrified. However, It was rather normal for someone to have a formidable backer. Among the several PK classes of the mysterious organization, which of them was without a formidable backer? Now, the only thing he could look forward to was Senior Soul's speedy return. Ming glanced at him and said, "Don't worry. I won't make any moves on the junior generation." Seemingly seeing through what he was thinking, with a sneer, she sat down cross-legged and started waiting. "I will be right here, waiting for Soul to come and do battle with me." Only at this did Jin Dian breathed out in relief. However, he felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. What did this scene resemble? Just as he was contemplating, suddenly, Ming's ice-cold gaze landed on him. Instantly, Jin Dian was so terrified to the point he did not even dare to think of anything anymore. He sat upright and still, not daring to move. As long as this drags on until Senior Soul's return. Mysterious organization. The research department was fully surrounded. All sorts of the mysterious organization's high-energy weaponry had been taken out as well. All these weapons were aimed straight at the research department. All sorts of A-class warriors, B-class warriors, and other members conducting missions near the headquarters had returned. Even with this, they only had the courage to watch on from far away as everything unfolded, not daring to approach the building. That place had become a forbidden area. "What's going on?" "I heard that a terrifying person with strength similar to that of our leaders appeared." "That girl." "Don't you see how Boss Jin does not even dare to budge currently? It seems like we can only wait for leader's return. For an expert at this level to have appeared here. Is she here for revenge? I have no idea. Perhaps this is trouble that arose due to our leader's love life out there? Perhaps." Under countless gazes, time slowly passed. The time that seemed so difficult to obtain was progressing forward until, finally, there was only 1 minute left on the countdown. Wang Yao's experiment was about to complete. D 59 seconds. D 58 seconds. The countdown was ending soon. At this moment, Jin Dian was abruptly overjoyed. He could feel a familiar power approaching this place. "Senior, you have finally returned." Jin Dian's emotions surged. "Idiot?" Toward this, Jin Dian was dumbstruck. What was going on? "Senior?" Cautiously, Jin Dian asked, "You are not here yet?" "There is a delay. I'm occupied with something." The current Lu Han was seething with anger. Initially, he should have arrived in a short time. However, for unknown reasons, when he had been splitting space to travel through space, he had encountered a chaotic space. The space tunnel that he usually used had collapsed as a result. Next, he had opened up a new space tunnel. However, in the new space tunnel, the space became unstable. Granted, he had long ago become accustomed to this, since all sorts of random chaotic circumstances would indeed arise when traveling through space. As long as he avoided those, it would be fine. With his strength, any problem he encountered could be easily solved. This time, though, when he opened the space tunnel, the sight that welcomed him was space turbulence everywhere. He truly lacked the courage to travel through that chaotic mess. As such, he had been forced to travel using the ordinary method. What an awful day. Even up until now, he was still wondering the reason for his apparent bad luck today. "I shall wait for your return," Jin Dian said deferentially. "Wait my ass." Lu Han was so angered by this idiot he was laughing instead. "Take them captive." Jin Dian had a forceful smile on his face. But that girl, she was an expert at the level of the leader. How was it possible for him to stop her? Lu Han angrily snapped. "Idiot. Do you think that your leader would allow a person at such a level to step foot into the mysterious organization? Do you believe that he would be able to sit still if she was truly such an expert? If she was truly that powerful, she would have killed all of you long ago." "What?" Jin Dian widened his eyes. Could it be? Lu Han was gnashing his teeth. "What else?" "Take them captive right this moment." That Chen Feng must die. Finally, Jin Dian came to himself. Yes, finally. He understood the source of that bizarre feeling and the sense of familiarity Ming was giving him. The hell? Wasn't this girl behaving in exactly the same manner as Chen Feng had earlier when he had been acting tough? Jin Dian was furious. In short, that bastard Chen Feng assembled a team to trick me after seeing how he alone wouldn't be successful. FCK. Jin Dian was truly furious. He was a self-proclaimed intelligent person who had a plan to deal with everything. Unexpectedly, he had been tricked like a fool by them to the point that he had been so terrified of them he had been acting like a dog. Abruptly, Jin Dian's gaze became cold. "Chen Feng." Ming stood up. MHMH. Without any hesitation, Jin Dian punched at her. In response, Ming defended against his punch. Bang! After a loud bang, the ashen-faced Jin Dian stared at the Ming that had been forced back over 10 meters by his punch. Yes, Ming's strength was indeed quite formidable. She was at least an A-class and was capable of surviving his attack. However, she was definitely not as terrifying as he had thought earlier. She hadn't even reached PK class. She was merely a comparatively powerful A-class. That was all. Jin Dian's anger-filled voice became hoarse. So, you are someone who is all show as well. This was the first time he had ever felt such fury. Ming licked her seductive red lips and said, "This young brother here, you sure have a good eyesight. I am not only all show, I'm a fiery show. This young brother here, are you interested in trying?" Chen Feng. He was aware that being a villain boss from the Nether Realm, Ming should be a veteran as well in a certain aspect. However, it was truly out of Chen Feng's expectation that Ming was so very experienced in this. In the future, if anyone were to say that a woman such as the demonic princess or the infernal queen would be clear as ice and clean as jade and never have been in love, he would definitely give that person a kick. HMPH. Jin Dian's gaze chilled. "When I have you captive, I will teach you a lesson." He checked the time. There were still 30 seconds left. He was aware that this was a rebirth project with an extremely low success rate. However, since Chen Feng's group had put such effort in coming here, there had to be something he was unaware of. No matter what, he would not allow them to succeed. The final 30 seconds would be their moment of death as well. "Kill!" Jin Dian commanded. Bang! The whole mysterious organization started shaking. Their members had been extremely eager to move the moment they had seen that Ming's actual strength was merely A-class. This was a good chance for them to contribute greatly to the organization. Yes, Ming was still powerful. However, could she even compete with their quantity? Kill her. Screw this super expert. She's merely A-class. Yeah, she hasn't even reached BK class. Our sheer numbers are sufficient to kill her. They started swarming her. 29 seconds. Time was still moving forward. The radiance surrounding Wang Yao was still flickering and growing in intensity. However, at this moment, the numerous members of the mysterious organization were storming them as well. None of them seemed capable of resisting this. At this sight, the members of the research project paled. They couldn't help being fearful, since this was the mysterious organization's headquarters. Without the presence of an actual mysterious super expert, when there was nobody else for them to fear here, the terror of the mysterious organization became apparent. "Xiao Ying!" Chen Feng shouted. "Xiu!" At that shout, the recovered Xiao Ying streaked into Ming's body. Ming groaned. Oh, once again, she felt like her body had been stuffed full. That familiar sense of strength had returned to her. Granted, even this level of strength was only a portion of her true strength. However, in a place like this, bang! Instantly, a terrifying power erupted out of Ming's body. Scram! With a bellow, the power of the Nether Realm descended and flung everyone away. So powerful. This power, PK class. The hell? She reached PK class? Everyone was alarmed. At that single instant, the power Ming had with erupted had actually reached PK class. Presently, there were still 25 seconds left on the countdown. Jin Dian sneered. What's there to fear? Just because these people were afraid of her did not signify that he would be similarly afraid of her as well. The eruption earlier had indeed been powerful. However, that had only been power at the level of PK class. He would still be able to combat a person at such a level. Let me fight her. Golden aura started surging out of Jin Dian's hands as he charged forth to fight Ming. Since they were both similarly at PK class, he had no fear of her. Bang, bang. They started engaging in a chaotic battle midair. On the ground, only Chen Feng and the endless members of the mysterious organization were left. Ming's solemn voice could be heard. Chen Feng, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you any more than this. If you want to leave, I can take you away right now. But if you stay, I'm afraid that when Soul returns, escaping was the only thing she was still capable of doing at this time. Chen Feng inhaled deeply as his gaze darted across the crowd around him. On his face, a faint smile appeared. There's no need for that. It is sufficient for you to block Jin Dian alone. As for the rest, leave them to me. Ming blanked. Leave them to you? Are you kidding? Indeed, among the crowd on the ground with Chen Feng, none of them were PK class. However, there were more than 10 A-class warriors among them, as well as countless B-class and C-class warriors. Even she would not dare to have a direct confrontation with them, leaving them to Chen Feng. But then, They had no other options anyway. At a time like this, she could only choose to put her trust in Chen Feng. Despite that, Ming also decided that the moment Chen Feng fell into any danger, she would take him away immediately. She was definitely not willing to die for no apparent reason at a place like this just because of the marriage link she had with that snake. For this very reason, she had specifically left a part of herself back there. Chen Feng, do you truly have a method of dealing with this? Currently, as Jin Dian and Ming started their battle in the air, the other members of the mysterious organization finally arrived in the vicinity of Chen Feng. This scene of Chen Feng being swarmed by a huge crowd was rather spectacular, in a way. If everything progressed in a regular fashion, Chen Feng would definitely not last longer than 3 seconds under the attack of this crowd. Facing such unfavorable circumstances, it would be extremely easy for Chen Feng to end up dead. He would not be able to do anything against this bunch of A-class warriors. At this moment, nobody realized that Chen Feng had seen a familiar figure among the crowd. She did not recognize Chen Feng, but Chen Feng recognized her. What is she doing here? Oh yeah, the new recruits were all dispatched to various departments, like how I am here because I was dispatched to the research department. Perhaps this is the reason she's here as well? If so, my dear friend, I will be counting on you. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Shwa. Light swirled around, and instantly, Chen Feng vanished, reappeared beside her, and slashed toward her. Scram. Xizongtong was shocked. Psychedelic, dreamland. At the same time, Chen Feng's myriad illusions was activated as well. Myriad illusions. Hypnotize. With Chen Feng's current strength, the power he was able to unleash with his myriad illusions was something a mere Xizongtong was incapable of resisting. Instantly, she was hypnotized by him before she unleashed her power. Instantly, that dense fog of pink started spreading around. This ability was capable of ignoring class, of ignoring defense, of ignoring everything, as this was essentially not an ability meant to do any harm to others. Shwa. Almost instantly, the magical fog enveloped the entire entrance of the research department. The members of the mysterious organization that had been about to rush into the research department blanked momentarily before halting their steps. Presently, there were still 20 seconds left before the countdown ended. Next, a cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Dear members of the mysterious organization, here, feel the love of the organization. Shwa. Once again, Chen Feng activated his myriad illusions. Ability filter, enhancement. Chen Feng himself was already powerful enough to confront a B-class warrior. Now, with his full power enhancement, the powerful ability unleashed by Xizongtong was able to instantly cover every single B-class warrior present. All of them started embracing each other as the pink fog drifted around them. Even some of those powerful A-class warriors couldn't escape the effect of the pink fog. This aura feels somewhat wrong. Careful. Ah! What poked me? Scram! Don't touch me! Within the dense pink fog, countless people sunk into confusion. There were indeed some of them that had managed to maintain their reason. Unfortunately, they were swarmed by the others that had been affected by the pink fog. Just like that, at the entrance of the research department, a large-scale show was being performed. Even though Chen Feng had made use of Xizongtong this time, she was, after all, considered an acquaintance of his. As such, Chen Feng did not mean her any harm. Just as he was about to take her out of the crowd, he noticed that she wasn't at all affected by that ability. Finally, Chen Feng recalled that this pink energy was her very own ability, and as such, she shouldn't be affected. If so, that expression she currently had on her face. Enjoyment. Looking at the excited expression on Xizongtong's face, Chen Feng's lips twitched and he shook his head. Well, seems like she does not need any rescuing after all. It's about time, he muttered inwardly. Looking at his luck value, which was dropping rapidly, Chen Feng knew that Soul was going to arrive very soon. The consumption of luck value when affecting reality was extremely terrifying. However, if his target was doing something involving probability, Chen Feng could use this as the very lever with which he moved the world. Hence, when luck aura had indicated that only a certain amount of luck value would be required to increase Soul's travel time when returning, Chen Feng had activated his luck aura without any hesitation. 50 points of luck value had caused Soul to spend twice as much time to return. Naturally, as for what role exactly luck played in Soul's journey back here, that was unknown to Chen Feng. And now, Chen Feng looked at the countdown timer. 20 seconds. 19 seconds, 18 seconds. Even with this confusion caused by him, even with the non-stop activation of his luck aura, how much longer could he last? Even he himself couldn't answer this. This was especially true because the mysterious organization had a huge amount of experts. This energy is capable of ignoring all defenses and invading one's body directly. Destroy the energy first. Yes, some of the smarter ones among the crowd started sitting down cross-legged to force the pink energy out of their bodies. Xizongtong's strength was still too weak. After all, even with Chen Feng's enhancement, she was unable to truly affect these A-class warriors. After a slight amount of time, these A-class warriors were able to recover. The only reason for their delay was because they were trying to avoid being messed up by the crowd around them. From a particular person, a terrifying light wave started dispersing. At another side, a cold snort from a person stunned all the low-level warriors around him. Purge. There was also another person who, with a wave of his hand, summoned cold icy rains that descended from the sky. Purification. It only took several seconds to clear the pink-filled world. Only at this did the genetic warriors who had sunk into confusion earlier start waking up. And Chen Feng understood. Several A-class warriors split apart the pink fog and charged toward Chen Feng. This time, they were sure that Chen Feng had already exhausted all his trump cards and could only wait for death. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come, bang. Energy equipment. Full activation. The attacks started landing on him. At this instant, an intense radiance resulting from this clash started blooming. Bang, bang. The bright radiance intensified, and the area Chen Feng had stood in was directly reduced to ruin by the bombardment. The attacks launched by several A-class warriors at the same time were indeed astonishing. Is he dead? Instinctively, they looked over. However, when the radiance faded, what they saw caused their expressions to change greatly. The Chen Feng stood, perfectly fine. In front of him was a petite silhouette that had blocked off all attacks on his behalf. Wang Yao? The expressions of almost everyone that changed greatly. When their gazes once again landed on the laboratory, they noted that the countdown on the screen had reached 0 at an unknown point in time. The countdown had ended. Wang Yao's rebirth experiment had formally completed. Wang Yao stepped forward in a serene manner. Hum. With every step she took, there was a flicker of bright light. Wang Yao's strength, which had previously been PK class, had actually increased. The A-class experts retreated uniformly. What joke was this? This was Wang Yao. They might not be familiar with the Ming that had appeared earlier, but they were too clear on Wang Yao's strength. In their hearts, Wang Yao was an existence that was 100 times scarier than Ming. Mysterious organization. A green flash was streaking toward the headquarters. The Luhan who had always maintained his calm was currently filled with killing intent. Throughout his travel back here, he had seen how unlucky a person could truly get. He was a super expert, an existence surpassing A-class. Even when he traveled, his speed was still unrivaled. Despite that, he had still been delayed for a long time by all sorts of random occurrences. Only God knew how high he was flying. Speed-wise, he was already traveling at such a speed that even space itself was almost being ripped apart, the scenery before his eyes turning indistinct due to his sheer speed. However, for reasons unknown, there were always some weird things smashing into his defense barrier. For example, bird poop, or even those giant birds themselves. Granted, such circumstances were in fact quite common. After all, he was traveling at too fast a speed. As such, these things would unavoidably happen, but he would normally only encounter several of these. Before anything could be felt, the bird poop would be disintegrated by the energy in his barrier. As for those giant birds, they would be directly smashed to death and would be unable to affect his barrier in any way. This time, though, the bird poop was so huge in amount that they were raining upon him like bullets. His bad luck progressed, and a huge flock of giant birds started appearing before smashing into his barrier. By this time, he was already somewhat dumbfounded. Indeed, his barrier was still intact despite all this. However, it was completely covered in bird poop. As such, he was forced to waste his time by stopping to clean up the poop from his barrier. Just as he was done cleaning up and started flying, once again. Apart from this, there were even satellites falling on him from the sky. Why the HLL were these things even falling? There were also energy storms, which were hurricanes formed of unique energy. During his travel, he was unlucky to the point that his heart grieved. Lu Han was extremely sure that someone must have used some sort of ability that generated bad luck on him. However, no matter how many times he attempted to purify his surroundings, he was unable to get rid of his bad luck. I am finally here. Distantly, the mysterious organization became visible to him. Shwa. His eyes started shining. Even from several tens of kilometers away, he could see the figure blocking in front of Chen Feng. Wang Yao. She had actually appeared. HMPH. Lu Han's eyes gleamed coldly. Both Wang Yao and Chen Feng combined had caused the mysterious organizations to suffer a 30% drop in strength. This time, he would absolutely not allow them to escape. Shwa. The energy surrounding Lu Han started bubbling as a clone shot out of him and descended upon the mysterious organization with the speed of lightning. Before his body could arrive, his clone arrived first. Bang! The terrifying clone charged toward Wang Yao directly. Senior sold. Everyone from the mysterious organization was overjoyed. They were now saved. An overjoyed expression appeared on their faces. If it was possible, none of them were willing to face this demonic girl. Shwa. The green flash charged toward Wang Yao. However, just as he reached Wang Yao, a gentle radiance suddenly appeared and started spreading. With Wang Yao as the center, a mysterious power erupted. Shwa. The shockwave engulfed the whole area. Everywhere it passed, everything paused and turned black and white. What happened? With a horrified expression on their faces, everyone was paused right where they stood. Their brains were still working normally. They were able to see and hear, yet their bodies would not listen to their commands. The whole world had seemingly transformed into a black and white world. As for the attack of Lu Han that had been about to land, it stopped midair and hovered there just like that. This feeling, Chen Feng's pupils shrunk abruptly. Time itself was being stopped. However, different from what he had seen previously, this seemed somewhat different, as their brains weren't paused. Shwa. Distantly, a shiny silhouette started slowly walking toward them. On the face of the fiery red silhouette was a smile. In this paused and grey world, this silhouette appeared so conspicuous. Instinctively, everyone focused on this silhouette. Instantly, their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. That was because the red silhouette walking toward them was another Wang Yao. Both Wang Yaos exchanged glances as a smiling expression appeared on their faces. Wang Yao lifted her hand. Two hands that looked exactly the same connected midair. Shwa. At that instant, a dazzling radiance appeared and the entire world was seemingly engulfed by it. At the same time, the paused grey world was instantly reinstated and a terrifying power started blooming. Bang! The light wave swept past everyone. The clone released by Lu Han crumbled apart before he had even reached Wang Yao. Ah! With a mournful scream, the clone formed of green energy transformed into countless light particles before dispersing. Hiss! All the other members of the mysterious organization inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Wang Yao? Why were the two Wang Yaos here? How was she this powerful? Chen Feng's thoughts started racing. Indeed, this was the true Wang Yao he knew, the combination of the Wang Yao from the present and past. As both bodies connected, her cycle of rebirth was completed. HMPH. Bang! With a single snort from Wang Yao, a bright explosion occurred and everyone around her was instantly blasted away. Before someone at Wang Yao's current level, they were simply helpless. Chen Feng was shocked. This is the power of a PK class? He knew that the present Wang Yao was a genuine PK class. But then, even if she's now a PK class, Chen Feng glanced at the distant faintly discernible green figure. With the destruction of yet another clone of his, the furious Lu Han had finally appeared. This time, his main body had appeared. The main body of that super expert, the legend himself. Sold. Ming. Chen Feng bellowed. Understood. As she glanced at that green radiance, even Ming herself couldn't help but to shiver. Go, Chen Feng said in a low voice. MHM. Wang Yao waved her hand and blocked all the members of the mysterious organization before leaving speedily with Chen Feng. However, at this moment, Lu Han had already arrived. Lu Han sneered. Wanting to escape? The diamond on his forehead started shining dazzlingly. Shwa. The entire border of the mysterious organization's headquarters was instantly enveloped by a green radiance. The terrifying power radiating from the green radiance caused everyone there to tremble in fear. Every single possible escape route was henceforth sealed. Even Ming and Wang Yao were forced to stop. Lu Han sneered. Escaping? Chen Feng. Do you think that I will allow you to escape this time? Lu Han sneered. He had been enduring the existence of this bug known as Chen Feng for way too long. He had even lost several of his clones due to this guy. Now that he had come personally, he would definitely not allow Chen Feng to escape. Shwa, shwa. The members of the mysterious organization surrounded them speedily. Jin Dian greeted Lu Han with a deep tone. Senior. Lu Han nodded. You have done well. Although Jin Dian hadn't managed to stop the completion of Wang Yao's experiment, he had still prevented their escape. Since they were still trapped here, Lu Han was able to ignore everything else that seemed to have gone wrong. As for those from the research department, they had all been killed in the aftermath of the earlier attack. Although they had helped complete Wang Yao's experiment, they had, after all, done a lot of evil in the past through the various human experiments they had conducted. Chen Feng's group had never intended to spare them. Moreover, they were also the only ones who had known exactly what Wang Yao's secret was. Green radiance was everywhere. All escape routes had been blocked from the Chen Feng trio. Wang Yao forced to smile. Sorry. Chen Feng had completed his part by assisting her with the completion of her experiment. She was supposed to take on the task of taking Chen Feng out of this place. Beyond her expectations, Lu Han had appeared here. He was excessively powerful. This time, they would most probably die here. During this moment of crisis, instead of being nervous, Chen Feng was exceptionally calm instead. No worries. His brain started racing. Mysterious organization. Jin Dian, Lu Han. A class. B class. The scene of everything around them started rapidly flitting past his brain. Presently, they were trapped at the center of the mysterious organization's headquarters. Surrounding them were 3 inner and 3 outer blockade layers comprised of A-class and B-class warriors. On top of all that, 2 super experts, Jin Dian and Lu Han, were also here. Naturally, the only one they truly cared about was Lu Han. If Lu Han attacked with his full power, he alone would be sufficient to kill all 3 of them. As such, the crux of solving their current predicament lied with Lu Han. How should I solve this predicament? Using the figurine of the young lady? Chen Feng rubbed the figurine. Since he had found out that this item here contained some unique power, he had taken it everywhere. However, apart from the occasional passive defensive capabilities this figurine displayed, Chen Feng truly had no idea how to use this figurine. It would be too unreliable to depend on this figurine. If so, were there any other methods of escaping Lu Han? Chen Feng's eyes started darting around. When his gaze landed on Wang Yao, his heart thumped. Perhaps there was one more method they could try. Wang Yao, a PK class with flame and space-related abilities. Due to the rebirth experiment, she possessed 2 different sets of abilities. Moreover, she had trained both these abilities to a certain level as well. That was the reason she was so powerful. If so, how about using a space tunnel? Chen Feng looked at Wang Yao. Are you capable of opening up a space tunnel? Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't be a problem, Wang Yao replied without hesitation. But now that this place is being blockaded, it is natural for space to be included in the blockade as well. That green radiance was too bizarre. Normal methods will never be able to help us escape. What if we opened up a space tunnel by force? Chen Feng asked conscientiously. Wang Yao blanked. Force? The so-called opening by force was basically using space-related abilities to clash with the ability used to blockade the space. As long as the attack was sufficiently powerful, it would be able to rip apart the air to form a space tunnel. Using this method, the success would no longer be dependent on the strength of Lu Han's defense. Rather, it would depend on whether the space could bear with the power exerted on it. As long as the space was not firm enough to bear with the power, it would definitely be ripped apart. In fact, with the strength of Wang Yao and Lu Han, if they decided to go for an all-out battle, the space around here would definitely be ripped apart. This would create space undulations that oftentimes were extremely dangerous. The moment the space undulations became sufficiently powerful, it would transform into space turbulence. And a place with space turbulence. As an example, if space tunnels were equivalent to multiple streets, in normal circumstances, what was in the tunnels would normally remain on their respective streets. The occasional connecting point of different streets would be governed by a set of rules, akin to a traffic light. If so, what was space turbulence? Space turbulence was an area where countless space tunnels started interweaving with no fixed form to the tunnels or any rules governing the connecting point. At any given moment, all sorts of bizarre items, energy, or even space items would pop out of the tunnels. This was an extremely dangerous area. The danger of space turbulence was apparent when even Lu Han did not dare to enter the space tunnel forcefully when seeing space turbulence within. Instantly, Wang Yao thought of this. Will you be able to open one? Chen Feng asked with a deep tone. Wang Yao nodded. Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Very good. If so, leave everything after to me. Without any hesitation, Wang Yao nodded. All right. Ming widened her eyes as she heard this. Have the both of you gone crazy? That's space turbulence we are talking about here. It's fine for Chen Feng to be ignorant due to him being a weakling, but you, young lady, you are following along with his craziness? Wang Yao glanced at Ming coldly. Does this have anything to do with you, Ming? She could feel a vague sense of hostility toward her from this young lady. Why was that? Wait, could it be that this young lady is thinking that I am the mistress? How excessive. Ming rolled her eyes. If it wasn't for Xiao Ying, she wouldn't have even bothered staying here. Chen Feng had no change in his expression. If you are unwilling to follow, you are free to leave. Ming felt helpless. You both. Due to her unique identity, she was able to leave this world anytime she wished. Here, she was instead the safest person. But then, if something were to happen to Xiao Ying, how troublesome. Ming clenched her teeth. Why had she been so stupid as to use the marriage link on Chen Feng? Forget it. One day, when she recovered her peak strength, this marriage link would naturally stop working on her. It was natural for Ming to have her own plans as well. Now, though, she could only follow along with Chen Feng's plans. Chen Feng glanced at his surroundings. Very good. The green radiance controlled by Lu Han was already shrinking toward the inner region of the headquarters. Evidently, he was also worried that Wang Yao and Ming might work together to escape. As such, he hadn't been making any rash moves. Presently, the mysterious organization's confinement barrier had been completed as well. They only needed to focus on preventing the three's escape. That was all. Now, you no longer have any escape routes. Finally, when everything was in place, Lu Han started making his move. However, right at the same time he made his move, a formidable power of space bloomed abruptly from Wang Yao's hands. Bang! An astonishing power was blasted toward the air. Lu Han was confused. What the hell? Space tunnel? That shouldn't be the case. With Wang Yao's strength, she should be able to easily see that a space blockade had been put in place as well. If so, what was she trying to do? Bang! Another loud explosion could be heard. Thunderous sound reverberated all through the air. The sky itself seemed to be trembling at this instant. Bang! Bang! After several loud explosions, a huge hole was blasted through the pitch-black sky. A terrifying power started spreading around the hole. The hole started emitting and absorbing all sorts of energy. At the same time, a seemingly boundless energy storm appeared and started spreading toward the mysterious organization. Lu Han was shocked. Space turbulence. The attack he was about to launch was forcefully stopped. Had these people gone crazy? He couldn't believe his eyes. That was space turbulence. These people's action of creating this thing here was no different than suicide. The members of the mysterious organization couldn't even stand properly anymore as their bodies started swaying, blown by the force of the storm. Now, they were forced to use all their effort to avoid being blown away by that storm. Lu Han narrowed his eyes. Could it be, were these people planning to escape while everyone was in confusion after creating this space turbulence? This was the only likely explanation for this action. He sneered. How funny. Did these people truly believe that by creating space turbulence, the mysterious organization would loosen the blockade on space, thus allowing them a chance to escape through a space tunnel? How naive. Lu Han started barking out commands. Jin Dian, fully activate the blockade. Reinforce the rules of space around here. Stabilize the chaotic space turbulence. We can't give them any chance to open a space tunnel. Jin Dian had a malevolent expression on his face. Understood. He vowed that not even a nuclear weapon could stop him from trapping Chen Feng's group here, even if the whole headquarters needed to be destroyed to achieve that. Shwa. Numerous gushes of energy started emerging from the mysterious organization. Astonishingly, the space that had been on the verge of collapse due to the space turbulence actually stabilized somewhat from this. It could be seen that the mysterious organization was still formidable after all, especially when they worked together. Not a single of their members would think of escaping. Lu Han snorted. HMPH. The green radiance had been shrinking all this while, And now, only a 1 kilometer radius was left in the headquarters. The entirety of the zone where Chen Feng's group could move about freely was now visible to the naked eye. After confirming that Chen Feng's group had no way of escaping, Lu Han made his move. Light started swirling around his hand. However, surprising him, just as he was about to kill Chen Feng, a group of silhouettes could be seen flashing past. Chen Feng's group had actually charged head-on into the space turbulence. Lu Han, Jin Dian, space turbulence. Had they gone crazy? Lu Han widened his eyes. That was space turbulence, a place governed by no laws. Regardless of how powerful one was, regardless of how sure someone was of their ability to protect themselves, any random space undulation would be able to eliminate that person easily, body and soul included. There was also the possibility of that person being dragged into a different world, a world with no life. That person might be trapped there forever, unable to die even if he wanted to. Lu Han was the first person to be alarmed by this sight. These people. Now, only one question remained to him. Should he go after them? Chase after them? Just because Chen Feng's group was courting disaster, that did not mean he had to do the same. That was a region of space turbulence. There was no point in a super expert like him risking himself in such a place with those death seekers. That was too dangerous. Moreover, that was space turbulence, which people rarely survived. Those who entered were as good as dead. Based on the gathered statistics, so far, people that had been dragged into regions of space turbulence numbered in the thousands of millions. All of them had entered due to various reasons, but none of them had ever returned alive. Space turbulence was so scary that there was a particular space-related secret art called Banish, whose single function was to banish one's enemy into a region of space turbulence. This was an extremely feared ability. Now someone had taken the initiative to enter such a thing. Chen Feng's group was truly courting death. This was a fact apparent to everyone there. But then, if he decided to not go after them, what if Chen Feng's group truly survived? Since Chen Feng had had the courage to enter, it was possible he had a method of surviving that place as well. Chen Feng was too bizarre a person, to the point that even Lu Han himself had failed to kill Chen Feng after 2 previous attempts. Who dared to guarantee that Chen Feng would definitely die this time? Moreover, together with Chen Feng was Wang Ya and another mysterious expert. As for the statistics, indicating that no one had ever survived a space turbulence, similarly, never had someone as astonishing as Chen Feng, who was capable of killing A-class and PK class while in C-class, appeared before. On top of that, someone like Wang Yao, who was capable of killing PK class at this young age, had never appeared before either. Chen Feng's group was simply comprised of super geniuses that wouldn't even appear in 1,000 years. The entire mysterious organization had tried preventing their escape. Despite the fact that a lot of their members were not here, Jin Dian and Lu Han were both here. If even with this, Chen Feng was able to escape, the people of the mysterious organization might as well live stream themselves eating shit. Lu Han clenched his teeth. Chase. Jin Dian and the rest were instantly stupefied. The FCK? For real? That's a region of space turbulence. Lu Han inhaled deeply as his eyes gleamed coldly. Don't chase after him blindly. Chen Feng's group indeed planned meticulously. However, they ignored an extremely important point. My strength is not something they could have imagined. Lu Han sneered and pointed media. Condense. Shwa. Multiple torrents of terrifying green radiance rushed out into the air above him. Next, the entire space turbulence was enveloped by a bright and resplendent green radiance. With this, the endless leaking energy that was streaking everywhere slowed down by several hundred times. Lu Han ordered, go. A radius of 50 kilometers will be temporarily under my control. Jin Dian and the rest were overjoyed. All right. Shwa. With excitement, they charged forth. It was indeed as Lu Han had said. The initially chaotic space stabilized, as the region of space turbulence transformed into a thick and stable space tunnel. However, Lu Han was also clear that this would only remain for 50 kilometers. That was as far as he could control. Hence, they had to catch up to Chen Feng before Chen Feng and his group escaped further. Shwa. Numerous figures charged into the region of space turbulence. Within that space tunnel that appeared unstable and might collapse any time, a hunt began. Jin Dian, Lu Han, and the rest were chasing after Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. Not good. From the moment he had felt the space tunnel stabilizing, he'd had an ominous feeling. He had never imagined that Lu Han would possess such heaven-defying ability. An expert at this level was indeed something unpredictable. What should we do? Chen Feng calmed himself down. Their initial plan had been quite simple. Charge into the chaotic space before using luck aura to avoid all danger and then leave the space tunnel after putting some distance between them and the mysterious organization. Now, though, with Jin Dian and the rest chasing after them, his original plan had to be given up. Ksu, ksu. Sounds of activity could already be heard behind them. In this narrow space tunnel, the moment a battle erupted, Chen Feng looked at the space walls around him. If this tunnel was in its normal chaotic state, the mere activation of his luck aura would be sufficient to kill all these people. Now, though, the initially chaotic space that could collapse at any moment had been frozen by Lu Han. Chen Feng had lost the only advantage he had held over them. As for the distance left for them to travel, Chen Feng stared ahead of him. The remaining path seemed endless. He was aware of the fact that, despite Lu Han's strength, it would be impossible for him to lock the entire region of space turbulence. The question now was whether the three of them would be able to even escape the area that was under Lu Han's control. Bang, bang, green radiance started bubbling up behind them. The mysterious organization's members had arrived. Ming looked at Chen Feng. What should we do? She could return to her world to save herself. But what about Chen Feng? I'm thinking. Chen Feng's brain started working overtime. Bang, bang. A boundless killing intent could be felt. Fortunately, Ming and Wang Yao were able to block their attacks. Due to the tunnel being narrow, the both of them were sufficient to stop the advance of all the pursuers. As for Lu Han, he could only use a part of his power to attack, since most of his power was occupied with stabilizing the space turbulence. As such, Wang Yao and Ming were able to defend against his attacks as well. However, A-class and B-class warriors were arriving without stop. These people were not quite at Jin Dian's level, but they were not weak. With their quantity, the moment they worked together, they would be able to unleash a terrifying attack as well. Shwa, shwa. As more and more members of the mysterious organization arrived, the pressure exerted on Wang Yao and Ming increased. They truly couldn't hold on much longer. Ming was anxious. Chen Feng. I know. Chen Feng had never stopped thinking. Every single piece of information available to him was flitting past his brain as he deduced without stop. He was simulating all sorts of available escape methods in his brain. Unfortunately, regardless of the method he simulated, the conclusion he reached was their eventual death. He checked his luck value and noted that only 300 points were left. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Too little. Back then when he had been weaker, every single luck value had seemed so effective. Every single point had been able to play a big role. Now that his strength had increased, the enemies he faced had grown increasingly stronger as well. With that, the consumption of his luck value had become increasingly terrifying as well. The recovery rate of 1 point per hour was no longer able to keep up with his usage. What could he accomplish with 300 luck value? Nothing. In moments of crisis like this, without 5,000 or 6,000 luck value, he wouldn't be able to do much. Ka ka. A crisp sound could be heard. It was clear that the defense barrier erected by Wang Yao and Ming was on the verge of collapse. When defending passively like this, it would become a competition of energy exhaustion. Since there were only two of them, how was it possible for them to compete with the entire mysterious organization? What to do? Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes became sharp. With an overcast tone, Chen Feng called, Wang Yao. Wang Yao looked at him doubtfully. MHM? Chen Feng looked at the point connecting their defense barrier and the mysterious organization's attacks. Detonated. The amount of energy concentrated there was sufficient to cause any onlooker to tremble in fear. This was a chaotic clump of power unleashed by 4 PK class experts and various other members of the mysterious organization. Ming gnashed her teeth. Have you gone crazy? We haven't even traveled far. If we detonate it now, the entire space will collapse. And even without the influence of the space turbulence, we will fall back into the mysterious organization's headquarters after leaving this tunnel. With Lu Han there, it is simply impossible for us to escape. Everything we have done so far will have been a waste. Trust me. Chen Feng stared straight into Wang Yao's eyes. Now, a smile appeared on Wang Yao's face. All right. Bang. An alarming energy abruptly emerged, and instantly, the entire space tunnel collapsed. Everyone was flung out as a terrifying energy started engulfing everything around the center of the explosion. Bang, bang. The sound of an explosion stunned countless people. The members of the mysterious organization that had remained at their headquarters were all staring at the sky with unbelieving expressions. Somewhere up there, in the sky that had still appeared normal previously, a huge hole had been blasted. A huge amount of bizarre energy started bursting out of that hole and flooding the mysterious organization. At this instant, countless equipment was destroyed. The sound of alarms started reverberating everywhere as the red light of the alarms blazed. A part of the mysterious organization started burning as well. The entire mysterious organization, at this moment, sank into chaos. What happened? No idea. I suppose they caught up. Look, they are coming. Someone shouted with a high-pitched voice after seeing the numerous figures blasted out of the hole in the air. Accompanied by the energy blasting out, these figures started raining down and landing all over the mysterious organization. Quick! Start saving them. Yes. The members of the mysterious organization rushed over. At the same time, accompanied by a cold snort, Lu Han and Jin Dian both landed on the ground safely. They merely watched on at the chaos unfolding before them with cold and detached smiles on their faces. Seems like they are out here now as well. Isn't that just nice? Lu Han had a cold expression. If they had traveled along the space turbulence to escape, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. Now that they have instead dropped back into our headquarters, they won't be able to do as they wish anymore. He raised his head and stared at the sky enveloped by the green barrier he had erected. As long as his energy barrier stood, Chen Feng's group would have no hope of escaping. Now, they were akin to a turtle in a jar, and capturing them was only a matter of time. Lu Han commanded, "Capture them as soon as possible." Understood. Jin Dian smiled slightly. Senior, don't worry. The tricks that Chen Feng had always been proud of had been continuously foiled. Now, I suppose he has exhausted all his tricks. Furthermore, after dragging this out for so long, the experts of our organization are going to be returning soon. The longer this drags out, the more this will disadvantage him. Good. Lu Han did not comment much. Distantly, a PK class expert of the mysterious organization could be seen returning. An inescapable net was already prepared, waiting for Chen Feng. Logically, with the current arrangement they had here, Chen Feng's group would certainly die here. However, when one recalled what had previously happened, hadn't every single one of their plans appeared flawless before Chen Feng had proceeded to foil them? Lu Han narrowed his eyes. Chen Feng. This person was too much of a freak. Even if one were to ignore that bizarre good luck he seemed to always possess, he had an astonishing rate of improvement as well. Such a person could not be left alive. Lu Han would never be able to sit still with this person alive. Increase our manpower guarding the outer layer by anyfold, Lu Han said suddenly. Jin Dian blanked. But senior, if we send more people all ongoing missions will need to be stopped. What should we do with the losses? The organization will suffer as a result. Lu Han had a gloomy expression. I will take on all the repercussions. Presently, they are most certainly lurking somewhere near our outer layer. Send more A-class warriors there. We must not allow them to escape. All right, Jin Dian answered. Lu Han nodded. Go fast. Then he was clear that despite the strength of Wang Ya and Ming Yi, their team of three had a fatal weakness. Chen Feng. Regardless of the tricks he had once used to kill A-classes, he was essentially still a C-class. The strongest combat power he could erupt with was merely B-class. Chen Feng. This time, I wonder where can you escape? With all the members of the mysterious organization working together, order was soon restored to the chaotic headquarters. With the continuous return of their members, the combat power of the mysterious organization was now much higher than it had previously been. To add salt to the wound, another PK class expert had returned. Now, with the successive return of their experts, the mysterious organization had finally reverted back to its original form as an extremely scary organization. Shwa, shwa. Radiance swirled around without stop, scanning the area in search of Chen Feng's group. Almost all members of the mysterious organization were looking for Chen Feng. Some of their scouts were already searching the entire headquarters. Chen Feng simply had no hope of escaping. Was that area searched? I suppose. What do you mean by suppose? Go search it again. All right. The scout helplessly complained. Every nook and cranny of the headquarters must be searched. On top of that, the scanners must be brought along and our search process must be recorded. Is all this even necessary? What do you know? Do you know who Chen Feng is? He is our organization's most wanted person, someone said. The scout blanked. Wasn't that Wang Yao? Didn't Wang Yao end up captured by us? She might be strong, but as long as one is stronger than her, one will be able to defeat her. As for this Chen Feng, he is so weak you don't even know what you should do with him. However, it was this very weak him that killed PK class warriors. This time, by his lonesome self, he was even able to rescue Wang Yao from our captivity. This person is truly dangerous. Moreover, you know what? Up until now, we have yet to figure out how he entered the headquarters. Oh, you asked for the reason for recording the search process. It's quite simple. That is because the instant we encounter Chen Feng, we might die directly before we can even transmit any messages. In order to ensure accurate updates on our search results, each of us must be connected to the internet at all time. Each of us must be recording our search process as well. The moment something seems off with one of our recordings, the others will be able to conclude that something must have happened. As that person finished his words, everyone around him sunk into silence. Several scouts gulped. As they looked around, their bodies chilled. This Chen Feng was actually this terrifying. When they once again resumed their searches, they were much more serious and careful at their jobs than before. However, no matter how they searched, Chen Feng's group was nowhere to be found. 3 living people had seemingly vanished just like that. Lu Han sneered. Don't worry, they will be found soon. The members of the organization were not the only ones searching. Lu Han was searching personally as well. His spiritual sensor was much more powerful than these members. Within a short period of time, 4/5 of the huge mysterious organization had already been searched by him. Only 1/5 of the mysterious organization was left. Lu Han pointed at the map. Here, send more people over. Yes, the members of the organization rushed over. However, they had barely arrived there before losing all contact with everyone else. When they were found, only corpses remained. They have finally appeared. Rather of being alarmed, everyone was overjoyed. Chen Feng's group is indeed here. Jin Dian was stirred. Very good. Let us catch this turtle trapped in the jar. Ha ha ha. Shwa, shwa. Groups of mysterious organizations members started approaching that place. Lu Han and the rest followed along noiselessly. However, just as the remaining unsearched area was shrinking, suddenly, a huge explosion reverberated. Bang! At the center of the mysterious organization, at the command center containing all sorts of information, a huge explosion had unexpectedly erupted. Everyone turned around abruptly. What's going on? There, a firm energy barrier had already been erected. That huge building that was the command center was totally enveloped by that barrier, and a familiar voice was broadcasting from that building. Hello, hello. Hello. Can anyone hear me? My dear friends of the mysterious organization, I have a very unfortunate announcement for you all. This place has been conquered by me. What I mean is, this building. Hey, Ming, what are you doing? Suddenly, Chen Feng's speech stopped. Next, a female's voice could be heard. Let me play around with this. Ha ha, dear brothers of the mysterious organization. You guys have been surrounded by us. Yo. At this, the expressions of the mysterious organization's members darkened. Surrounded? How the FCK are the 3 of you surrounding over 10,000 of us? At the same time, they realized that they had been tricked by Chen Feng. Chen Feng had first created an impression that they were at the outer layer of the headquarters before silently heading toward the mysterious organization's center and snatching control of their command center. However, what could Chen Feng's group accomplish even with the command center? That was a mere building. Even if it had a strong defense system, so what? Regardless of the strength of the defense system there, it would still require an energy supply. There were thousands and thousands of the mysterious organization's members out here. As long as they attacked without stop, that building's energy supply wouldn't last. Chen Feng, what exactly are you planning? Shwa. The command center's energy barrier activated. Looking at the faint barrier enveloping the command center, the members of the mysterious organization were all ashen-faced. None of them had expected that, while they were hunting for Chen Feng, he would turn around and occupy their command center instead. Jin Dian's eyes gleamed coldly. He's courting death. Senior, I will deal with the energy. Shwa, shwa. Multiple cannons were taken out of storage and aimed straight at the command center. Surprisingly, though, when the cannons were about to be fired, Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. An electromagnetic wave flashed past. Instantly, all of the mysterious organization's equipment malfunctioned. Jin Dian's expression became unsightly. Damn it. Chen Feng actually figured out the controls of the command center in such a short time? As the name implied, the command center was the place that regulated the entire mysterious organization and thus the most important place in their headquarters. There, countless defense systems were installed. The strongest energy system was installed there as well. It was a place impossible to conquer within a short period of time. Something like the electromagnetic wave used earlier was merely common defense equipment. What made Jin Dian doubtful was the fact that even with the top-notch security system with a real-time verification system, Chen Feng had somehow infiltrated their command center. Nobody apart from their own people could even enter it. Disguise? That wouldn't even work. Then again, they hadn't even figured out how Chen Feng had infiltrated their headquarters. As they recalled all the seemingly unexplainable feats of Chen Feng all these while, they were sure that this Chen Feng definitely possessed some uncommon ability. If they were able to capture him to study him. Jin Dian looked at Lu Han Sr. Lu Han stared at the energy barrier. Do it. As long as the barrier is destroyed, they won't be able to escape anywhere. Jin Dian nodded. Yes. Lu Han watched on coldly. All their equipment and high-energy weapons were now out of order. As such, they could only use their excessive manpower to exhaust the defense barrier's energy supply. Bang, bang. The people of the mysterious organization started surrounding the command center. Countless attacks started landing on it. Instantly, the whole area was flooded by a multicolored radiance that enveloped the entire command center. The sound of explosions reverberated without stop. If everything progressed according to their plan, Chen Feng wouldn't be able to last more than several minutes. However, right at this moment, a cold radiance flashed past. Whoosh, whoosh. Two people collapsed onto the ground, dead. Be careful. Jin Dian had an ominous feeling and instantly unleashed his PK class power to forcefully stop the attack coming toward him. It was actually an attack launched from the command center. An energy arrow. Jin Dian had an ominous feeling. Weapon? There's a weaponry system in the command center as well? I thought only defenses were allowed to be installed in the command center, Lu Han asked. Jin Dian smiled bitterly. I have no idea either. In our records, only defense equipment has been allowed to be installed in the command center. If so, this energy arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. Two additional cold radiances shot out, and another two warriors collapsed onto the ground. What was scary was the fact that, when the energy arrows landed, they would explode, damaging their surroundings as well. Weapon. There actually existed a weaponry system in their command center. Are you sure this is a weaponry system? Yes. After receiving the confirmation from the weaponry department, Jin Dian was alarmed. No wonder Chen Feng had aimed to occupy and lock down their command center. If a weaponry system was installed there and Chen Feng chose to unleash the weapons toward the entire headquarters. At this thought, Jin Dian's expression changed. He looked at Lu Han Sr. Lu Han's gaze darted around. All right. Initially, they believed that Chen Feng would be trapped here until his death. Unexpectedly, these idiots had actually broken the rules of their organization and installed a weaponry system in their command center. Lu Han snorted coldly. Trash. However, Chen Feng, do you think that this is sufficient? How naive. Shwa. Lu Han's hand reached out. The green radiance enveloping the entire headquarters started shrinking. From a diameter of 10 kilometers, it shrunk until only several hundred meters were left. With this, the green radiance intensified. Lu Han waved his hand calmly. Condense. Shwa. Next, the green radiance enveloped the entire command center and the few buildings around it. The initially dim green radiance became brighter. The power of this green barrier of his was indeed astonishingly dreadful when all of it was concentrated to this small area. Jin Dian glanced at the green barrier and knew that with this Chen Feng was finished. Senior Soul was simply too powerful. This energy barrier was something he wouldn't be able to penetrate even after attacking with his full power. This was how powerful the legendary Existence Soul was. Bang, bang, bang. Countless energy arrows shot out of the command center. This time, though, all the energy arrows were blocked by the green barrier. Instantly, all the arrows started exploding. Unfortunately, no damage was done. The power of the arrows and the barrier were simply in two different leagues. Weaponry system. Before Soul, it was reduced to nothing but a joke. Lu Han's gaze concentrated on Chen Feng standing behind a certain window of the building. Now, how are you planning to escape? Both their gazes met, seemingly creating sparks mid-air. and Lu Han sneered. "You won't be able to escape." Chen Feng smiled. "Are you certain?" Presently, Lu Han had recovered the former air of arrogance he had always had around him. "Naturally, casually," he said, "within the zone covered by my green radiance, you have no escape routes. Everything is under my control. For example, the underground tunnel you are trying to dig." Lu Han waved his hand lightly. Bang! Instantly, a certain underground tunnel below the command center collapsed. At this, Chen Feng's expression changed. Lu Han smiled toyingly. "Do you believe that my green radiance will only work above ground? This green world is a spherical zone, with me as the center. Within this zone, I am unequaled." Bang! With a single point by Lu Han, the entire command center trembled. Only when the radius of the green world shrunk from covering the entire headquarters to only covering this small area here would Lu Han's control over his green world reach its peak. The initial barrier that had only been able to prevent Chen Feng's escape transformed into some sort of domain. This was the true strength of Lu Han. Shwa! Lu Han waved his hand, and the air in front of him started twisting. The moment the green world was completed, Lu Han could already conclude how this would end. Regardless of who it was, even a super expert at his level, that person would not be able to escape his green world. Surprising him, Chen Feng instead smiled at this instant. Lu Han frowned. Chen Feng smiled. "Who told you that I'm planning to escape?" "Not escaping?" Before Lu Han could even react to Chen Feng's words, distantly, an astonishing aura appeared. Bang! Bang! Two familiar powers could be felt erupting. The two powers had erupted at the remaining 1/5 of the area they hadn't searched earlier. That was the only place they hadn't searched after the collapse of the space tunnel. There, Xu, Xu. The two streaked away and vanished instantly. "It's them." The expressions of Lu Han and the rest changed greatly. Those two were Wang Ya and Ming Yi. "How is that possible?" Jin Dian cried out in alarm. When had those two escaped? When Chen Feng had broadcast his voice earlier, he had clearly heard Ming Yi's voice. How could they? Shwa! Everyone's gaze landed on the command center. There, on two chairs behind Chen Feng, two figures were seated. Due to the distance and the barrier around that building, they hadn't been able to get a clear look at the two figures. However, weren't those two Wang Ya and Ming Yi? "Are you talking about them?" The beaming Chen Feng turned the chairs around. Next, two corpses fell out of the chairs. Shwa! The expressions of the people from the mysterious organization changed. Those two corpses were precisely the members previously assigned to the command center. So Chen Feng had killed them and pretended that Wang Ya and Ming had still been in there? That was truly. Finally, they understood what had happened. Lu Han shut his eyes. This was my mistake. When his green world was used to envelop the entire mysterious organization, the scope was too large. Hence, only one function remained, the function to prevent escape. Despite this, this single function was definitely sufficient to stop Wang Ya and Ming's escape. But then, he had chosen to shrink his own green world. Wang Ya and Ming would not be able to escape the green world. However, when he started pulling his green world in, they were instead left outside of his green world. He had been neglectful. It was truly out of his expectations that all these things Chen Feng had done had only been to allow those two to escape. Lu Han looked at Chen Feng. "Is there a need for this? You can save them, but you won't be able to save yourself." The distant Chen Feng smiled as he stared at Lu Han. "I know that. I never intended to leave in the first place." Suddenly, Chen Feng's entire body started shining. "From the moment I decided to come here, I never expected to return alive. Even so, I, Chen Feng, have never suffered any losses all this while. Even the mysterious organization must pay a price for my death." Chen Feng's killing intent surged as he stared coldly at the people of the mysterious organization. "Perhaps it's time for me to let you all witness what true power looks like. Let the entire mysterious organization accompany me in my death." Shwa! Chen Feng's whole body started shining dazzlingly with a red radiance that was emitting a PK class power. Once again, that alarming power appeared here. Not good. Everyone's expression changed greatly. All this while, Chen Feng had been giving them an incredibly freakish impression. An example would be this current incident, where he, a mere C-class alone, was capable of turning the entire mysterious organization upside down. They were too clear on how dreadful an existence Chen Feng was. If a guy like this was performing a suicide attack, How terrifying was it going to be? It was a common knowledge that attacks such as self-destruction, blood explosion, and the like were able to unleash a might of tenfold or over 100-fold the user's original power. Now, leave. Everyone's expression changed greatly, Luhan included. He might have had absolute confidence in himself, but he would never choose to face this suicide attack of Chen Feng's rashly. He was sure he had to prevent his body from suffering any sort of injuries here. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. It's too late. Shwa, shwa. Everyone from the mysterious organization retreated in horror. The red radiance intensified. Where Chen Feng stood, nothing could be seen except boundless red. That bizarre red radiance appeared even more freakish as it mixed with Luhan's green radiance. The mash of red and green caused fear to rise from the depths of all their hearts. Flee, flee, flee. All of them retreated frantically. Right at this moment, a silhouette charged out noiselessly. In a low-profile manner, he moved noiselessly. Nobody noticed him. Even Luhan and Jin Dian were only able to see a vague silhouette and nothing else. Yi? An amazed expression appeared on Luhan's face. At this moment of utmost danger, beyond all expectations, he stopped retreating. Similarly, Jin Dian, who had also noticed this, stopped retreating as well before looking toward the command center. There, in front of that red radiance so bright one couldn't even stare straight at it, a dark shadow could be seen. Shwa. Luhan and Jin Dian instantly narrowed their eyes. That red radiance was too dazzling and bizarre, and it was full of a chaotic power. All this combined caused them to be unable to look straight at it. However, when they concentrated their gazes, they were still able to notice something. There seemed to be someone there. A person seemed to be approaching Chen Feng cautiously. Seemingly afraid of being noticed by Chen Feng, he was moving noiselessly. His steps light. 10 steps. 9 steps. 8 steps. 7 steps. Every single step he took, the red around Chen Feng intensified. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. At this point, that red radiance was already akin to a sun as the PK class power it was emitting surged to the limits. Just as the red radiance was on the verge of exploding, an abrupt change occurred. Pop. A light sound could be heard. Shwa. Instantly, all the red seemed to vanish. The brightness of the area reverted to how it had been. Due to the abrupt shift in brightness and that astonishing energy undulation, the eyes of almost everyone pained and sunk into a short duration of darkness. After a short moment, they recovered their vision. By the time they looked at the command center once again, they were all dumbstruck. There, an ice-cold dagger had been stabbed into Chen Feng's chest, right where his heart was. Unbelieving, Chen Feng turned around and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. From his uniform, he seemed to be someone assigned to the command center as well. Chen Feng pointed at him in an unbelieving manner. You, Xu. Chen Feng was knocked onto the ground by that person. Next, he started stabbing Chen Feng's chest without stop as blood continued to spurt out. Outside, everyone was stupefied. Granted, they were unable to get a clear look at Chen Feng, since he was currently sprawled on the ground. However, that stuffy sound of flesh getting stabbed could be clearly heard. Chen Feng was seemingly trying to drag this out. Who are you? Pop. Another stab. Chen Feng. Pop. Another stab. That person did not reply to any of Chen Feng's words. Coldly, he stabbed Chen Feng without stop. Blood splattering around him. After a long while, finally, Chen Feng's voice and the sound of flesh getting stabbed could no longer be heard. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have sunk into silence. Through the window of the command center, a bloodied figure could be seen standing up. That figure walked toward the window before staring at everyone out there, giving off an extremely cold feeling. Who is this person? They were all incomparably alarmed. Since when had such a person, a firm and decisive person who had not even given Chen Feng a chance to say anything, been a part of the mysterious organization? But then, that was understandable. When facing a person like Chen Feng, giving him a chance to talk was akin to courting death. All this while, they had wanted to capture Chen Feng. They had planned to find out more about Chen Feng's secrets before torturing him to death. But then again, they couldn't deny that killing Chen Feng in such a clean way was instead the most fitting method of dealing with him. Shwa. That person walked toward the control desk and pressed a button. Next, all the defense systems of the command system were deactivated. The energy barrier vanished as well. Xu, xu. Countless figures started streaking forth. Almost instantly, everyone reached the floor that person was in. There, lying on the floor below him, was an ice-cold corpse. Chen Feng. He's dead. Everyone gulped. This person who had turned their organization upside down and had been planning to drag everyone here to death together with him had died just like that. Jin Dian walked over to take a look. Indeed, Chen Feng was no longer breathing. Is this death real or fake? He pierced his hand into the corpse's heart. There was no reaction whatsoever. Seems like he's dead for real. Lu Han walked over noiselessly and glanced at the corpse. Once again, Chen Feng's body was stabbed. That stiff corpse had no reaction whatsoever. Lu Han raised his brows. Dead for real? He had witnessed way too many fake deaths by this Chen Feng guy. As far as he was concerned, even the dead could be resurrected using certain unique methods. For example, that figurine Chen Feng had on him. Lu Han snorted coldly. HMPH. Bang. A boundless radiance bloomed in his hand. Bang. A terrifying green energy ball landed on Chen Feng's corpse before exploding. The entirety of Chen Feng's corpse was blasted into countless minuscule pieces. Only with this can I feel relieved, Lu Han muttered. Jin Dian and the rest exchanged glances and nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. Seems like Chen Feng is truly dead now. At a certain location, Wang Yao and Ming could be seen. Presently, they were already far away from the mysterious organization. Only when they were certain that nobody from the mysterious organization was chasing after them did they stop running. Finally, we're out, Ming grumbled. When had she, the illustrious leader of the netherworld, been made to act in such a wretched manner? If she possessed her peak strength, she absolutely would not have feared that green guy. Now, the only person she was worried about was Chen Feng. If Chen Feng died, Xiao Ying would most certainly end up dead as well. If Xiao Ying was dead, then she would. Ming inhaled deeply. Something like the marriage link was not omnipotent. Since she dared to use it, she naturally possessed the means of getting rid of the link. However, the price she would have to pay for that was something she was unwilling to pay. Hopefully you can truly escape, Ming muttered. She stopped her steps and looked at Wang Yao, only to notice that this young lady's expression was still as serene as in the past. Apart from the faint trace of worry in Wang Yao's eyes, she did not appear too anxious. Ming was somewhat shocked. Hey, are you not worried for him? He said that he will definitely come back, Wang Yao answered calmly. Ming was speechless. You trust his words? God. In that circumstance, it was obvious that Chen Feng was sacrificing himself to save them. Those tricks of Chen Feng's might be able to stay undiscovered momentarily, since his myriad illusions was truly a stunning ability. However, all of that was, after all, still mere tricks. In the end, myriad illusions was still too weak when it came to pure strength. The most it could accomplish was covering their escape. If so, what was going to happen to Chen Feng? Perhaps he truly had a way of surviving. But then how was he planning to stay alive? One had to know that being captured and tortured for information was a form of staying alive as well. Perhaps he could directly swear his allegiance to the mysterious organization and be one of them. Ming shook her head. She was not optimistic about Chen Feng's future. Even if he survived this. Somewhat mockingly, Wang Yao said, what should I have done? Then, should I have told him that I would never give up on him and started wasting my time, weeping endlessly? When he told me to trust him, should I have covered my ears and refused to listen to him? Next, we could start discussing who was the better candidate to sacrifice. Finally, the enemies reach and none of us are able to escape. Ming, since he said he will survive, I shall place my trust in him. Wang Yao paused and shut her eyes. Her somewhat trembling eyelashes were the only evidence of her worry. Even if this is a suicidal plan, I will believe in him. That is a matter of his dignity, the dignity of a man. She understood Chen Feng well. He once said that there would be a day where he stood before her, blocking everything for her. This time, during their moment of danger, when they had managed to reach the outer layer of the mysterious organization's headquarters, when he had told her his plan, she'd had to listen to him. She hadn't been able to think of any other options anyway. As a result, Chen Feng had indeed accomplished what he'd said. He had attracted all the enemies, allowing Wang Yao and Ming to escape. This was Chen Feng's dignity. Even if he had to die, he would die smiling. What if she refused to listen to him? She would most certainly have died there, dying in front of Chen Feng. If Chen Feng was able to survive after that, he would be carrying hatred and guilt in his heart for the rest of his life. As such, she'd had to leave. Wang Yao had been able to see all this clearly. As such, She had decided to leave without the slightest hesitation. Ming glanced at Wang Yao. What if he really ends up dead? Wang Yao sunk into silence and stared in the mysterious organization's direction with a resolute gaze. If he ends up dead, I will slaughter the entire mysterious organization before dying myself as well. After that, she no longer said anything. Lunatic. Ming stared straight into Wang Yao's eyes and noted that this young lady was truly serious. The hell? I'm supposed to be the villain, right? Ming felt somewhat helpless. The way this plot was developing, where one wanted to eliminate the entire world due to the death of one's love, was supposed to be the plot for supervillains like her. Why the heck was this couple here snatching her plot lines? Now she was finally aware that these two were similarly lunatics. Chen Feng was a lunatic who always threaded the edge of death and immersed himself in situations where he could die with any slight carelessness. As for Wang Yao, she was similarly a lunatic accompanying Chen Feng. Is this how the people of this world behave? Suddenly, her head ached. Now, she somewhat missed Wang Chun. My Wang Chun is still more adorable, after all. Obedient and clever. On top of that, when I'm bored, we can have a quickie at any time. The sound of footsteps could be heard. When Ming raised her head, she noticed that Wang Yao was leaving. Ming was surprised. You are not waiting for him? Wang Yao stared into the distance and, with her cold yet tender voice, said, he told me not to worry. Since I have already shattered the bottleneck of my A-class limit, it's time for me to break through, surpassing A-class. Wait for my return. I shall personally welcome him. She drifted away. Ming was speechless. Trust. Was trust something that truly existed? At least, in the world she had come from, something like trust did not exist. A cold breeze drifted past her. Ming's figure vanished as well. Presently, in the mysterious organization's command center, at the same moment Chen Feng was performing a suicide attack on the entire mysterious organization. When that red radiance reached the peak of its intensity, a particular person awoke. It was a girl. Somewhat vacantly, she looked around. The sight of numerous corpses sprawled all over welcomed her. Her memories started recovering. Chen Feng. As she recalled what had happened, her body shuddered. Earlier, this guy who was scarily young had stepped in here wearing energy equipment. After his arrival, everyone here had instantly been killed. She had only been able to give him a single glance before losing consciousness. That guy. She tried standing up and noticed that her body was aching all over. As she lowered her head, she saw that the wound on her chest was still dripping with blood. She pointed at her chest softly. Condense. A pink radiance flickered into existence. Next, her wound started healing slowly. Luckily, the attack landed 3 millimeters away from the fatal point. The mere recollection of what had happened earlier scared her endlessly. If the attack had landed 3 millimeters away from where it had landed, she definitely would have died. Back then, Chen Feng had merely been attacking casually. If he had truly been focusing on her, she would most certainly have ended up dead then and there. She rejoiced. Lucky. Suddenly, she sensed the distant red radiance. Doubtfully, she walked over. What happened there? When she opened the door, a scene that caused her to choke welcomed her. A person was silently approaching Chen Feng. Next, he arrived, stabbed, and killed Chen Feng. Chen Feng seemed tenacious, as he wasn't immediately killed. However, that cold-looking figure did not utter a single word, focusing only on stabbing Chen Feng. A countless amount of wounds were left on Chen Feng's body by that sharp dagger. Blood spluttered everywhere. Only when the entire body of that person was soaked in blood did he stop stabbing. Chen Feng was definitely dead. She was incomparably stunned. How powerful. Soon, that person removed the command center's energy barrier. The seniors of the mysterious organization came over and destroyed even Chen Feng's corpse. With that, the crisis of the mysterious organization ended. That person had rescued everyone in the mysterious organization. Doubtfully, Jin Dian stared at this cold-looking person. Who are you? This was someone Jin Dian had never seen before. Presently, that person was turning around slowly. Finally, the young lady got a clear look at his face. The young lady's emotions surged. It's you? Jin Dian was surprised. Little Tong, you know him? The young lady nodded. MHM. After Chen Feng attacked the command center. Perhaps due to me being too weak, he only landed a casual attack on me and did not notice that I survived. I thought that everyone was already dead and I was the sole survivor here. Unexpectedly, Someone else survived. She was crying tears of joy. Everyone she knew was already dead. Most of them had been killed trying to save her by blocking in front of her before being killed by Chen Feng. Surprisingly, she was still able to see an acquaintance here. Oh, only at that did everyone understand how she had survived. It was reasonable, since a person as meticulous as Chen Feng would most certainly kill everyone here the moment he entered the command center. He definitely would not leave anyone alive and risk getting sneak attacked. Xizongtong had merely survived by fluke. Very good. Jin Dian patted the cold-looking person's shoulder. You are truly not bad and have great potential. Hee. What's your name? In the future, you can follow me. That person raised his head and calmly stated, Wang Feng. Wang Feng, an 18-year-old newly recruited genius of the mysterious organization. In the recruitment tests, he had obtained multiple first places. Next, he had left with the leader of the research department and joined the research department. During the Wang Yao incident, he had been assigned to the command center for information gathering and been lucky enough to avoid the massacre that had happened at the research department. During Chen Feng's subsequent attack on the command center, he had survived by fluke as well. Witnesses, Xizongtong. Eyewitnesses, numerous members of the mysterious organization. Background check, passed. Now, Wang Feng became incredibly popular in the mysterious organization. What kind of person was Chen Feng? He was the organization's most wanted person, the person even Lu Han had failed to kill multiple times in the past. The several A-class experts that had encountered him had all lost their lives as well. He was a horrifying person. Now, he was dead by Wang Feng's hands. Moreover, Wang Feng had killed Chen Feng while Chen Feng was in the midst of a suicide attack on the entire mysterious organization. In a certain way, Wang Feng had saved a huge amount of mysterious organization members by killing Chen Feng. As such, after the end of that incident, his popularity had risen at an inconceivable speed. As for the adverse reactions toward the growth of his popularity, it was non-existent. Those who were against Wang Feng were all beaten badly by the people who had been saved by Wang Feng when he had killed Chen Feng. These people were treating Wang Feng as their beneficiary. In a single night, Wang Feng transformed into the most welcomed genius of the mysterious organization, with none capable of surpassing his popularity. Naturally, the mysterious organization performed multiple checks and verifications on Wang Feng. Through these checks, his identity was ascertained. After all, Wang Feng was someone who had gone through the recruitment together with Xizongtong. As such, there were no issues found in his identity. Jin Dian stared at the results of the recruitment test. Wang Feng was already astonishingly talented just from his results in the early rounds. To top it off, in the final test, he had also obtained a stunning score of 100 points. One had to know that luck was something that one normally couldn't control. A person so lucky. Jin Dian sighed. No wonder Chen Feng had been killed by this guy. Chen Feng had been too freakish a person, and he'd had astonishing luck to top it off. Apart from his intelligence, the scariest advantage Chen Feng had held over others had been his luck. Now, he had finally encountered Wang Feng, a person with even better luck than him. Just look at Wang Feng's history. When Chen Feng had been slaughtering people at the research department, Wang Feng had been assigned somewhere else. If that hadn't happened, Wang Feng would have ended up dead right there at the research department. This was how luck could contribute to a person's success. At the command center, Chen Feng had launched the simplest of attacks to kill the people there in order to reduce his energy exhaustion. In the process, he had underestimated Wang Feng and Xizongtong's strength and only left them injured instead of dead. Only with all this had it led to the ending they had all witnessed, where the injured Wang Feng crawled back up before killing Chen Feng. This had all been thanks to luck. This was also the real reason luck was one of the tests in the recruitment. The mysterious organization had been in operation for so many years. They had long been aware of the several rare types of powers that ranked above others in this world. Evidently, they had recruited an exceptional genius in this batch of recruitment. Naturally, unknown to Jin Dian, with the death of everyone in the research department, regardless of what Wang Feng said, nobody was able to prove otherwise. Moreover, thanks to Chen Feng, a part of the gathered information in the command center had been lost as well. As such, nobody could actually verify Chen Feng's stories, which proved a great help for him assuming the role of Wang Feng. Jin Dian's eyes shone. Perhaps. What height could this Wang Feng kid reach in the future? Thanks to Chen Feng and Wang Yao, The organization had suffered disastrous losses during the past 2 years. As a result, their strength had been greatly weakened. Now, the mysterious organization had to nurture a new batch of talents as soon as possible. As for the person who would receive the highest priority, it might very well be this Wang Feng. Jin Dian burst out in laughter. This kid. Luck. Truly something a commoner would have difficulty understanding. This kid's future achievement might not be any lower than mine. He is a person I can consider befriending. Jin Dian started drawing his plans. At the same time, Ji Feng, who was hidden somewhere not far away from the mysterious organization, was staring at the update he had received with a bewildered expression. It said that Chen Feng had been killed. Ji Feng was dumbfounded. Dead just like that? Come on, man. I only started following you recently and you're already dead? He was sure that with this death of Chen Feng's, it was now certain that he would have to roam the world aimlessly in the future. Regardless of the mysterious organization or the Gene Production Association, none would let him off. Chang Ligo's eyes shone. Chen Feng has been killed? What the hell are you being happy about? Now that he's dead, soon, it will be our turn to die. Ji Feng snapped. Chang Ligo shook his head. No, number. Have you forgotten why we were hunted back then? Due to the allegations that we colluded with Chen Feng. That is not true. Since Chen Feng is too freakish a person, when he's alive, we won't be able to find any proof of that, since he could block any sort of investigative ability. Now that he's dead, Ji Feng's eyes shone. Wasn't that the case? Wouldn't everything be fine as long as they found out the truth of what had happened during the mysterious killing command back then? There had always been some sort of bizarre power lingering around Chen Feng that would block all their investigative abilities. Now that this guy was dead, wouldn't it be possible for them to find out the truth? Instantly, Ji Feng became spirited. Let's go. He contacted the informer he had left in the mysterious organization and prepared to return. However, right at this moment, the informer sent him a new update. As Ji Feng glanced at the new update, his body turned stiff. What happened? The curious Chang Ligo looked at the newly received update and was instantly dumbfounded as well. After a long while, the same word was spat out of both their mouths. FCK. Chen Feng was dead, killed by Wang Feng. These two were simply the same F-king person. Moreover, the name Wang Feng was even a name Ji Feng himself had come up with. Ji Feng's mood had remained joyful for less than 2 minutes and was now dropping to the freezing point. He knew that this Chen Feng guy could not have died so easily. Just as Chang Ligo was standing there with a bitter expression, suddenly, Ji Feng thought of a possibility. Immediately, his expression changed greatly and he dragged Chang Ligo before he started running crazily. Chang Ligo was puzzled. Boss. Ji Feng did not bother answering him and focused on running alone. Shut up. Bang, bang. His A-class power was fully activated just to run. 1 second. 2 seconds. Dot. 2 figures streaked through the wilderness. 2 minutes after Ji Feng started running, suddenly, a beam of light started descending from the sky. This beam of light was locked onto the mysterious organization's headquarters. Bang! A huge beam of light descended from the sky. Bang! A terrifying heat wave engulfed the entire Cloud Swarm Mountain, and the several tens of mountain ranges nearby were instantly disintegrated. This is. The speechless Chang Ligo watched on as all this happened. Even so far away, they could still feel that terrifying shockwave from the explosion. Ji Feng wiped the beads of sweat on his head as he trembled with fear. It's them. The genetic union is making their move. Shwa, shwa. Numerous beams of light started descending. With the landing of each of the beams was a huge explosion. The whole world was seemingly enveloped in white. Both Ji Feng and Chang Ligo could no longer see anything clearly. That terrifying radiance that seemed capable of penetrating everything pervaded the entire area. Out of the huge amount of clouds that had been surrounding Cloud Swarm Mountain for an unknown number of years, the clouds that possessed a formidable defensive capability, only 3 clumps remained. Shwa. The 4th beam of light landed. Finally, the clouds were all erased. The beam of light landed on the headquarters of the mysterious organization. Bang! Where the headquarters stood, a huge mushroom cloud could be seen rising. The earth trembled. Fear was planted in the hearts of Ji Feng and Chang Ligo. Even so far away, they could feel the might of that explosion. The headquarters was most probably gone with that attack. The only thing they wondered was whether those members of the mysterious organization had survived this attack. Cloud Swarm Mountain. This mountain range that had stood tall for an unknown number of years had, in a split second, been reduced to ruin. All the buildings of the mysterious organization were falling apart. Bang! The sky itself was ripped apart. A huge space tunnel appeared and numerous powerful figures started descending from the sky. Each of them was emitting a terrifying aura, shocking all onlookers. All these were experts from the Genetic Union. They had finally arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, countless silhouettes appeared. Was the mysterious organization powerful? Yes, they were. However, they had still remained hidden in the dark all this while, not daring to allow any information about them to leak. The Genetic Union was the only reason they had not had the courage to announce their existence to the world. In the end, the Genetic Union was still the true tyrant of this planet. Genetic system. Ability research. These were different facets of the Genetic Union that had long permeated the very marrows of the masses of this planet. How was the mysterious organization supposed to compete with this? What could they use to compete with this? The only reason they had remained hidden all this while was so they could continue working hard to surpass the Genetic Union. Only when they possessed sufficient strength to surpass the Genetic Union would they dare reveal themselves. Shwa, shwa. Countless A-class warriors descended. Compared to the mysterious organization, it was evident that the Genetic Union had a greater number of members. Just by recruiting from their subsidiary families, the mysterious organization was able to recruit a huge amount of geniuses. As for the Genetic Union, they were able to recruit from the human population of the entire planet. Nearly all genetic warriors in existence dreamed of joining the Genetic Union. As such, the number of talented warriors of the Genetic Union and the mysterious organization were simply in two different leagues. In the air, the person in charge of the current mission from the Genetic Union hovered. His cold gaze glanced past the mysterious organization's headquarters and noted that not a single living person remained. It seems like they have all retreated. We rushed over immediately after receiving the information. Unexpectedly. No worries. The amount of things still left here is already sufficient for us to study. Around them, amidst the ruins of the mysterious organization, the members of the Genetic Union were able to locate a huge amount of data storage items, hard copies, soft copies, and all sorts of progress records for various projects and research materials were found. A huge amount of them had been destroyed earlier, but the remaining amount was still sufficient for the Genetic Union's research. The only reason the mysterious organization had been scary all this while was due to them being an unknown entity. The mysterious organization had had all sorts of research projects running and had appeared so scary to the rest of the world. Now, though, the moment having been forced to escape in a panic without even first destroying all these things, the mysterious organization was no longer an unknown entity as far as the Genetic Union was concerned. This organization was finished. Start studying the materials. Locate all the members, subsidiary families, and personnel related to them before arresting all of them. I want to thoroughly turn them into an existence akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Understood. In a casual manner, the person in charge concluded the fate of the mysterious organization. If everything progressed smoothly and the mysterious organization's headquarters were truly destroyed, this organization might very well disappear from the face of this planet from now on. Where's the person who sent us the information? Left. It's her, MHM. It's that young lady, huh? The person in charge sighed. In a short amount of time, this place was locked down by the Genetic Union. Several experts had joined hands to create a teleportation formation to link this place with the Genetic Union. This place might very well become a new domain of the Genetic Unions. Countless members of the Genetic Union appeared and started searching this area. The time had arrived to unveil the mask covering the mysterious organization. Core members, structures, projects. All the data of the mysterious organization landed in the Genetic Union's hands. Any data that still remained would be analyzed by the Union before using all sorts of genetic abilities to reinstate the full set of the data. With this, the mysterious organization was not just unveiled, it would be more apt to say that the mysterious organization was stripped naked. However, unknown to all of them, several kilometers underground, Chen Feng and the rest were descending without stop. Moreover, their speed was increasing with every moment. Prior to this, Wang Ya and Ming had successfully escaped the headquarters. With that, it had been a sure fact that the mysterious organization's location would be exposed. As long as these people possessed a brain, they would realize the folly of staying at the same place waiting for their death. As such, from the start, Chen Feng had already prepared to escape together with them. He was sure that as an organization capable of surviving for so many years despite the genetic union's grasp on this planet, the mysterious organization definitely had their secrets. Even a crafty rabbit would have 3 holes to hide in, let alone these people. Chen Feng wanted to see with his own eyes where the concealed base of the mysterious organization was, where their actual domain was located. But then, he had never expected that they would have to travel underground to reach there. All their members were currently traveling within something akin to a long subway that, instead of traveling horizontally, was traveling downward perpendicularly. The speed at which they traveled was still increasing. "Where are we going?" Chen Feng asked. A smile appeared on Jin Dian's face. "We are going to our actual headquarters." Headquarters? Chen Feng contemplated. "Our headquarters are located underground?" Jin Dian shook his head. If it's underground, it would definitely be found by the genetic union. You will find out soon enough." Chen Feng raised his eyebrow and stopped questioning. What did he mean? "We'll find out soon enough." Underground? Xu, xu. The subway streaked forth amidst the darkness. Around them, a faint energy barrier started appearing. The speed of the subway was still increasing. However, along with the increase in speed, Chen Feng could clearly see the energy barrier trembling. The energy consumption rate increased as the world outside the subway turned red from its previous darkness. A huge expanse of red. Outside of everyone's expectations, a sea of flame was here. Hidden deep underground. Every single clump of flame was burning at an alarming temperature. Just like that, this unique subway charged head-on into the sea of flame. Bang! A near-piercing alarm started resounding. The energy barrier became somewhat transparent, like it was going to fall apart at any moment. Right at this moment, in the deepest region of the sea of flame, several energy seals appeared. Every single one of the seals was shining. With several tens of them together, they joined to form a bizarre shape. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the energy, the subway knocked into the energy seals. Just like that, it seemed to fuse with the formation formed by the seals. Bang! With a faint undulation, the subway phased through the formation. Instantly, the world before everyone's eyes became bright. Once again, that familiar sunshine was shining on their bodies. Opening his eyes, Chen Feng found with shock that they were now above ground again. This place. He turned around and noted that they had just come out of a cave. Luck aura, activate. Using the little amount of luck value he had, he found with amazement that they were currently right below Cloud Swarm Mountain. No. To be accurate, they were on the exact opposite side of the planet. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. Opposite side? So, in the short few minutes, they had traveled through the entire planet to reach the other side of the planet. Was this a joke? Yes, the technological level of this world was truly advanced, but what kind of technology was it that was capable of taking a shortcut through the core of this planet to travel to the other side of the planet? Was it a super advanced technology surpassing humanity's current technological level? Jin Dian patted Chen Feng's shoulders. "Welcome to the mysterious organization. This is our real home. This is the mysterious organization's actual base." A hint of amazement could be seen in Chen Feng's gaze. Indeed, this location was much safer than Cloud Swarm Mountain. Even if they knew where it was located, the genetic union might not be able to get here, since this base was located in one of those unknown regions, a completely different world than the main continent humanity was concentrated on. This was too perfect a location. However, how were their members here supposed to leave for missions? All sorts of assignments, missions, and material-related projects. Could it be that the only thing they could do after leaving the branches and coming to this actual headquarters was retire? Even they had only reached this place due to Jin Dian bringing them along. Jin Dian might have a certain level of authority, enabling him to travel around as he wished, but how about the other ordinary members? Would they need Jin Dian to bring them out every time they needed to go out on a mission? Furthermore, the action of traveling through the planet's core was most definitely costly, regardless of whether they were using super advanced technology or not. If it was too costly, traveling out and back just for missions might not even be worth it. Like a person taking the train to a different city just to purchase a towel. Only an idiot would do this. As such, how did the mysterious organization plan to deal with this? Chen Feng was truly curious. After spending half a day gathering information, he was stupefied. This place. To be accurate, this region here was a region developed by a super expert. It was rumored the senior that had developed this region was a person with a diamond on his forehead, a person with a blue diamond on his forehead, capable of traveling through different regions easily, and who was charismatic and powerful. With utmost care, he had researched his power and improved his ability throughout the years. And now, after so many years, countless underground nodes had been established, nodes that could be used to travel between two different locations. Moreover, the users of these nodes would not need his escort when traveling. By possessing a certain level of authority, these people would be able to travel using the underground subway freely. The scope of authority was as follows. High-level members obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core. First-class core members obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along one extra person. Second-class core members obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along two extra people. First-class supervisors obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along 10 extra people. Second-class supervisors obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along 20 extra people. The long list detailing the different levels of authority shocked Chen Feng. As for the so-called level of authority, a person with the corresponding level of authority was able to easily travel through the planet's core by swiping their card after verifying their identity. Regardless of the nodes required or the location one needed to travel, one only needed to select the location and one would be able to travel anywhere one wished to. Chen Feng was inwardly alarmed. What a terrifying ability. In short, this senior had used all these years to silently develop a transportation system at the planet's core. A terrifying system that was outside of all known transportation systems. This was only the beginning. On this planet, there were a lot of locations that couldn't be fully explored due to unknown dangers. On the Genetic Union's list, all the locations labeled awaiting development were such locations. There were locations only A classes could enter. Anyone else would die when entering. There were locations where only PK classes could enter. Anyone else would die when entering. There were also locations where anyone could enter. However, those people would all be stuck halfway and only those possessing certain unique abilities would be allowed passage. All of these were categorized as unique geographical regions. These unique geographical regions were also the regions containing all sorts of mysterious and powerful energies. A person capable of training using these energies would be able to benefit greatly. This was also how some of those limited quotas for special training sessions came about. The mere act of sending a genius to those regions for training cost a great amount. As such, every single year, when these new locations were opened, only a small amount of geniuses were allowed entry. The Genetic Union had always wanted to solve this issue of the limited number of individuals they could send to these unique regions, but unfortunately, they had yet to find a way to do so. As such, the only thing they could do was limit the number of entries and only allow entry for true geniuses who also possessed a sufficiently powerful background. Due to this, all sorts of elimination matches were held to determine the candidates for these limited spots. But here at the mysterious organization, Chen Feng checked the information he had obtained. This underground transportation system covering the entire planet did not only contain nodes connecting different regions. Part of this underground transportation was also nodes leading to some mysterious regions. Regardless of how dangerous the areas surrounding these regions were, it wouldn't affect them in any way. With the existence of their underground transportation system, they were able to easily send all their members to the best training locations, allowing their members to temper themselves there. This was also the main reason the mysterious organization had always believed that their organization was superior to the Genetic Union's. The regions the Genetic Union could reach were regions they could reach. As for the regions the Genetic Union couldn't reach, they might be able to reach those too. Besides that, among the huge amount of people wanting to go, the Genetic Union could only send a limited number of people to these regions. As for the mysterious organization, they were able to easily send anyone they wanted to these regions. As long as a certain region was judged to contain unique energy that was beneficial to training and improvement, several super experts would start opening up that region. Next, a connecting underground node would be constructed. With that, the mysterious organization would obtain yet another secret training camp that their members could go to any time they wished. Naturally, the mysterious organization had their own limitation to each of their nodes. However, the limitation was not the quantity of people entering, rather, it was a limitation on the strength of the people entering. This was put in place to prevent their members from dying after attempting to train at a region whose level was much higher than their own. Chen Feng turned on the map of the underground transportation system. A three-dimensional map appeared in front of him. Looking at the lifelike landmarks on the map, the nodes connecting to the region where humanity was concentrated, and the nodes connecting to the numerous training camps, he blanked. After a long time, he gasped. Dungeon Fighter Online? The person performing security check at the gate did not quite get what Chen Feng had said. What are you talking about? He shook his head. Nothing. This was too astonishing. Perhaps that senior with a diamond on his forehead was from the same sect Soul had come from. Only a person concentrated on studying a single type of ability and growing in strength according to the chosen ability type would be able to reach such a level of mastery in his chosen ability. Due to the differing types of abilities they each focused on, the different colors of diamonds on their foreheads had come into existence, such as the green diamond, white diamond, and blue diamond that Chen Feng had heard of. Since even these people were already so formidable, how powerful was the person who had trained them? Lu Han, Senior Mu. Which of them wasn't a super expert? From what he had gathered presently, even the leader of the mysterious organization was merely an apprentice brother of Souls. If so, how about their master? There was always the possibility that their master had passed away, though. However, even if that were the case, these related super experts of the mysterious organization were already sufficiently terrifying. There might be more of them out there as well. The mysterious organization was indeed not as simple as they appeared to be. Different colors of diamond. This underground system. With a respectful expression, Chen Feng looked at the guy beside him. Oh yeah. May I ask if that senior who developed this region is surnamed Ma? Ultimately, Chen Feng failed to figure out if that senior was surnamed Ma. But then, that senior had truly been a formidable person to have created this underground system with his ability. With the mysterious organization as the center, the nodes around were connected to all sorts of locations. Apart from that, a complete training system could be seen as well. 1. Region of 10 Square Demons. This was a place where a species of mutated beast called Square Demon resided. This was a mutated beast formed through the concentration of a certain bizarre element. As such, these beasts possessed an undying body yet did not possess any knowledge. A warrior could increase their physique attribute a certain amount through killing these beasts. Recommended strength, E-class genetic warrior. Strength limitation, warriors above F-class were not allowed entry. Tips, this is a beast without wisdom. As such, it can be killed easily. 2. Region of roaming ghosts. Somewhere within the planet's core was a region where a dark energy wreaked havoc. The dark energy here concentrated and formed a species of formidable elemental life forms. Due to the intense death aura contained within these beasts, they were named dire ghosts. This was a life form capable of consuming the rotten corpses underground to obtain a portion of the corpse's memory before death. Due to the excessive corrosive aura this life form emitted, they were rather hard to approach. The act of approaching them carried a certain degree of danger. After killing one of them, a genetic warrior would be able to stabilize their spirit attribute to a certain extent. They could obtain a certain amount of spirit attribute as well. Recommended strength, D-class genetic warrior. Strength limitation, E-class and below genetic warriors were not allowed entry. Tips, this is a rather boorish life form with low intelligence. One could try killing them through tricks. 3. Starfall. Somewhere within the planet's core was a place with concentrations of bizarre starlight. Every single drop of the concentrated starlight here was extremely well loved due to the formidable power contained within each drop. After consuming these drops, one's spirit, physique, strength, and agility attributes would increase a certain amount. Due to the formidable power contained within these concentrated starlight drops, some mutated beasts good at traveling underground were attracted and normally lingered around here. As such, those trying to consume the concentrated starlight drops would be subjected to a certain degree of danger. Anyone attempting this had to exercise extreme caution. Recommended strength, C-class genetic warrior. Strength limitation, D-class and below genetic warriors were not allowed entry. Tips, try to sneak inside and avoid snatching the starlight drops through force. 4. Gigantic creatures of the planet's core. In front of Chen Feng was a long list detailing all available training regions, known as training camps. From E class to A class, all sorts of training camps existed. A huge amount of these camps were exclusive to the mysterious organization. This was a feat the Genetic Union was not capable of. The scariest fact of all was that there was no limitation to the number of the people the mysterious organization could send there. Anyone meeting the strength criteria would be allowed entry. Perhaps the mysterious organization was somewhat lacking compared to the Genetic Union in other resources. But when only training camps were taken into consideration, the mysterious organization far surpassed the Genetic Union. These camps. Chen Feng was quite shocked at all this. Why had he decided to stay with the mysterious organization? The first reason was to allow Wang Ya and Ming to escape. The second reason was so he could locate the spirit seawood hidden within the mysterious organization. Unfortunately, even until now, he had yet to locate it. Now, though, the spirit seawood no longer seemed so important. No matter what, anything capable of assisting one in increasing one's strength could be considered a resource as well. Chen Feng's status in the outside world had reached plateau of sorts. Even at the Gene Production Association, he was already able to obtain any resource he wanted. Nobody could stop him. However, those resources were only helpful for gene production. If he wanted to increase his strength, those resources were insufficient. As for the Genetic Union, his contributions there weren't particularly high. He was sure that, with his relationship with the Genetic Union, he would be able to obtain those unimportant resources from them rather easily. But if he wanted to obtain a spot to enter one of their training camps, that was simply impossible. As far as the people from the Genetic Union was concerned, with their limited quota, the priority should be placed on their own children and all sorts of other geniuses they had. As for Chen Feng, even if they acknowledged that Chen Feng was a genius, for them, Chen Feng was simply a genius gene producer. His kind of genius was totally unrelated to combat power. Even the Gene Production Association wouldn't be helpful in this aspect. As far as they were concerned, Chen Feng was a treasure to be protected. They would never allow him to enter one of those training camps lest he accidentally suffer harm there. As such, Chen Feng was unable to obtain any resources training-wise in the outside world. In the past, Chen Feng had always been relying on himself. Apart from the gene production-related resources he had been able to obtain from the Gene Production Association, everything he had used for training had been something he himself had obtained. That was truly too sad. Here at the mysterious organization, he would be able to easily enter any of those training camps. The list he was staring at was a flawless training system. Those training camps that the Genetic Union held so sacred were simply common benefits here at the mysterious organization. Moreover, the training system here was of a higher quality compared to what the Genetic Union had. Mysterious organization. Chen Feng muttered inwardly. This was indeed a scary organization. Perhaps this organization's only flaw presently was its recruitment of talent. If they were able to solve this issue, with their talent and their high-quality training system, the Genetic Union would be in trouble. Naturally, none of this was something the present Chen Feng needed concern himself with. He studied the underground map attentively. He was planning to design a perfect training itinerary for himself to reach B class. Now, I'm still mid-tier C class. Despite the amount of combat and training I have done these few days, due to lack of training resources, I am still stuck in C class. If so, my next goal is rather clear. First, charge to peak C class, focusing purely on strength increase. These few training camps seem rather suitable for me. After reaching peak C class, I can focus on breaking through. Soon, he completed the analysis of his current circumstances. What was the biggest benefit of training in these training camps? What one stood to gain was transparent. Even before going, one would know what they could obtain from that particular training camp. Whatever one wished to obtain from their training, one only needed to select the corresponding training camp and start going there without stop until one obtained what one sought. Naturally, for certain rare items, the probability of their appearance would be rather low. An example was the crystallized flame. This was the main material a flame ability user required to break through into B class. All sorts of fire elemental beasts might drop this item after death, but there was also the possibility of them dropping nothing instead. As such, warriors searching for this item would have to keep killing fire elemental beasts. In layman's terms, this was an act of grinding. Naturally, in those training camps, The probability of appearance for these items was much higher than in the outside world. Chen Feng shrugged. So I still have to grind after all. In his memories, the last time he had done any grinding was in one of those games he used to play. What game was it again? Was it Diablo 3 or Gumballs and Dungeons? Forget it. Chen Feng shook his head. Those were affairs of his previous life. He shouldn't keep looking backward. Now, he should focus on increasing his strength. In games, when one was grinding, only time and tenacity were required. Here in this world, when one grinded, one's life would be put on the line. Proper preparations were required before he set forth. Unknown to him, while he was busy preparing to increase his strength, the mysterious organization was conducting an investigation on him as well. What is Wang Feng doing? Recently, he has been focusing on increasing his strength. Did he not roam around and gather information about us? The only information he gathered was related to improving one's strength. How about his identity? Are there any problems? Jin Dian asked. Nope. We already investigated several times. His background is rather normal. The Wang family is our subsidiary family and has never done anything suspicious before. That Zhang family is not our subsidiary family, but they have always been one of our candidate subsidiary families. Their family members have been secretly joining our recruitments all this while. The only abnormality is the circumstances of Wang Feng's birth. As the person making the report reached this point, he paused. Jin Dian, what abnormality? Rather, that Zhang family leader had already been cuckolded to the heavens. Surprisingly, he had actually chosen to endure this humiliation and joined hands with the Wang family. Indeed, it was wise to choose to endure and to look at the bigger picture. But then, this. I guess he's doing that in order to become a formal subsidiary family of our organization. The person stated in a lowered voice. The Zhang family applied to join us numerous times in the past. In fact, we haven't had an issue with accepting them. However, during the past few years, there hasn't been a new recruitment drive. As such, their acceptance was delayed. As for the recent recruitment, they were not included, as we were in a rush at the time. However, they will be able to join us by the end of this year at the latest. I guess the Zhang family thought that they had failed their application and decided to try their luck using this roundabout method. Jin Dian nodded. This might be the case. Perhaps he could recommend this Zhang family to Senior Luhan later. A family so resolute and patient might be acceptable to Senior Luhan. Continue observing Wang Feng. Jin Dian commanded. No matter what, do not grant any high-level authority to this batch of recruits for now. We will observe them for a while before deciding. Without first confirming the identities of the new recruits, he definitely would not allow them to leave the headquarters, if any of them were found to be problematic. Even those they were only suspicious of and had no substantial proof of any wrongdoing would have to stay here at the headquarters their whole lives. But he is, after all, the one who killed Chen Feng and rescued everyone, that person said. Miss Xizongtong has been begging for leniency on his behalf all this while as well. Jin Dian smiled bitterly. Little Dong? This Xizongtong was a source of headaches for him. This young lady had an unordinary identity. Even before she had participated in the recruitment process, she had already had a unique identity as the daughter of a big shot in their organization. To be precise, she was the adopted daughter of that big shot. As for which type of adopted daughter she was, it remained a mystery. 1. This young lady originated from a subsidiary family of the organization. Due to a certain incident, her family had been destroyed by a certain family. Subsequently, this young lady had joined the family that had destroyed her family. Next, that family had fallen into disorder. It was rumored that, after she had joined, the family head had killed all the females in their family. Next, the family members of those females had rushed over and a huge battle had erupted there. Ultimately, none of them had survived. This was not the only family to have suffered that fate. All families that had had a hand in the destruction of Xizongtong's family had been implicated and destroyed as a result. Their fates were akin to the elimination of their bloodlines. All families with even an ounce of blood ties with them had been eliminated. Back when that happened, the mysterious organization had indeed made some preparations to deal with this war between their subsidiary families. Due to their unique identity and the need to hide their actions from the genetic union, it had been inevitable that the organization would need to do something about this war between their subsidiary families. Unexpectedly, though, just as their preparations had completed, before they had even been able to do anything, all the families were already dead. Thereupon, Xi Zongtong's fame had risen within the mysterious organization. In 7 short days, she had eliminated the entirety of a powerful family and all other families related to this family. Subsequently, a certain big shot of the mysterious organization had decided to adopt Xi Zongtong as his daughter. Just like that, Xi Zongtong's identity in the mysterious organization had changed. The only reason she had even joined this recruitment was to expand her connections. Naturally, due to the disastrous casualties of the new recruits during the Chen Feng incident, among the new connections she had made, Wang Feng was the sole survivor. She and Wang Feng. Jin Dian tried asking. The person shook his head. Not yet. She tried courting Wang Feng several times and was repeatedly rejected. Jin Dian breathed out in relief. Good. Although he insisted on investigating Wang Feng, Jin Dian still trusted him. If Wang Feng were to get entangled with Xi Zongtong, his future in this organization might be somewhat jeopardized as a result. Try to reduce the amount of contact between the two of them. Jin Dian frowned as he continued, if Wang Feng passes the checks we are conducting on him, he might very well be a person the organization will focus on nurturing. As such, it is a good thing that he is such an indifferent person and only focuses on strength. If he were a person encumbered by his emotions, things would be quite troublesome. Understood, that person answered. Jin Dian waved his hand. You may leave now. Suddenly, his wristband buzzed. Turning his wristband on, Jin Dian noted that it was Tang Lan calling him. Your injuries have healed already? Jin Dian asked with a faint smile. Tang Lan was that very person who had fought with Square over Wang Feng. Ultimately, he had been beaten up badly by Senior Mu and had only been released after a ransom of 5 million had been paid. As Tang Lan heard Jin Dian's words, his lips twitched. Are you aware that your new nickname is Million Tang? Jin Dian couldn't help but laugh whenever he thought of this. But then, that Senior Mu was rather childish as well. As a senior, not only had he cheated against these juniors, had there been a need for a super expert like him to be angry toward these people? Truly. Tang Lan sneered. I will have my revenge sooner or later. Jin Dian narrowed his eyes. Even if Tang Lan had the courage to talk as he wished, the same did not apply to him. All those seniors were extremely formidable, each of them focusing exclusively on different abilities. They were all excessively powerful. That Senior Mu was also on such freakish existence. Jin Dian had no intentions of seeking death. What a coward, Tang Lan snapped. Jin Dian did not reply. Inwardly, he thought, yes, you are indeed brave. However, what's the result of your bravery? Naturally, Tang Lan was aware of his thoughts. Jin Dian's expression changed slightly. So, why are you looking for me? I agree with your proposal, Tang Lan said indifferently. Jin Dian's eyes shone. Are you sure? He was aware that this was an area Tang Lan specialized in. Yes, Tang Lan grumbled. Although he rejected me once, he is, after all, still an extremely rare super lucky person that would probably only appear once in 10,000 years. I will not give up on him. Moreover, since Old Square is now dead, this Wang Feng is now a free person. It wouldn't hurt for me to try and get him for myself. Even if I can't obtain him, I can still do him a favor. Different from all of you who look highly on his strength and potential, I only care about one thing. His luck. A person with such luck is most certainly not someone ordinary. From the moment he had met Wang Feng, he had already been thoroughly astonished. Wang Feng was terrifyingly lucky. This fact had especially been pronounced during the test. If luck could be transformed into light, during that test, Chen Feng had been akin to someone shining as bright as the sun and moon. This was a person that Tang Lan had to be friendly with. Jin Dian glared at him. You must not allow your personal opinion to get in the way. Tang Lan smiled calmly. Don't worry. However, the control of luck in itself is considered some sort of arcane studies. Despite his potential, he will still have to rely on himself when learning the methods of luck control. That is only natural. With this, their conversation ended. The next day, Chen Feng found out that Jin Dian had hired a teacher for him. As for the content of the subject he was supposed to learn, it was rather astonishing. Arcane studies, this was what he was going to learn. As for his teacher, it was Tang Lan, the guy who had been beaten up badly when Chen Feng last saw him. Tang Lan felt somewhat awkward when meeting Chen Feng. Cough. We've met before. Evidently, he had been beaten up quite badly previously. Chen Feng nodded. Hello. I believe you have an idea what arcane studies entail even without me describing it to you. In short, This is the study of fate. However, it's also not as simple as that. The ultimate goal of arcane studies is to obtain the methods of increasing the probability of different occurrences. For example, learning how to increase the probability of something happening from 1% to 10%. Even if this is part of arcane studies, even if this is affected by probability and fate, after learning about arcane studies, you will be able to maximize the strength and power you can unleash. Tang Lan continued seriously, apart from this, after learning about arcane studies, you will be able to heighten your senses, allowing you to sense some vague details concerning the future. For example, you will be able to sense if today will be your lucky day and so on. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his hand. Teacher. Tang Lan was quite satisfied with Chen Feng's eagerness to study. Yes. Chen Feng stood up and meekly asked, I have a question. That day, did you sense that you were going to get beaten up? Sure. Instantly, Tang Lan's expression darkened. Tang Lan was sure that if it wasn't for Wang Feng's talent, which he looked so highly upon, he would have beaten this kid to death for this question. Did I not sense that? Don't you know the answer? If I had truly sensed that, why would I have ended up beaten so badly that day? Aren't you asking a question you knew the answer for? No, Tang Lan snapped. Chen Feng's face was filled with doubt. If so, then what's the point of learning this thing? Tang Lan. He studied Wang Feng attentively. Jin Dian glanced at Wang Feng as well. Only at this did they realize that even though Wang Feng had been listening, in fact, he hadn't really been convinced of the so-called arcane studies. Rather than doubting Tang Lan, he doubted arcane studies. Was learning this thing truly useful? If this was someone else, Tang Lan wouldn't have been bothered. They could choose to believe or not to believe as they wished. However, this guy here was Wang Feng, one of those he looked most highly upon. As such, he had to continue his lecture. Tang Lan laughed bitterly. Senior Mu was too strong. As such, it is natural for me to not be able to sense what he's about to do. However, if it was someone else, for example, Jin Dian, that wanted to kill me, I would definitely be able to sense it in advance. Jin Dian glared at him. Do you believe that I won't cut you down right here and now? Hence, Chen Feng pondered and continued, I will be able to sense the actions of those weaker or who possess strength similar to mine. As for those stronger than me, I won't be able to sense them. If so, what's the point of learning this thing? Fate is an extremely important thing. I'm aware. Luck is very important as well. I'm aware. Arcane studies are capable of improving your fate and luck. I don't believe that. At this, the conversation halted. Jin Dian and Tang Lan looked at each other. What could they do when encountering a person like this? In truth, though, it was quite simple to solve this. Tang Lan was aware of Wang Feng's hidden meaning. Since he claimed that arcane studies were powerful, he only needed to prove it. But then, something like this couldn't really be proven. Tossing a coin to prove his luck. But then, almost everyone knew a coin trick nowadays. In this genetic era, experts with all sorts of abilities existed. As such, at a glance, arcane studies might not appear particularly useful. There existed abilities out there not only capable of influencing the result of a coin toss but that could potentially even transform the coin into a gold coin. Tang Lan inhaled deeply. Fine. Let us discuss properly. As a youth with exceptionally good luck, how could this Wang Feng think this way? Even if the advantages of arcane studies couldn't be demonstrated in a clear-cut manner, Tang Lan had to convince Wang Feng. What is your opinion of my combat power? Tang Lan asked. Chen Feng answered honestly. Quite ordinary. Among A-class warriors, Tang Lan was truly quite lacking in combat power. Correct. Tang Lan wasn't the least bothered by this and lectured earnestly. Therefore, it would be extremely easy for Jin Dian to kill me. However, what if I have extremely powerful sensory capabilities? If my luck is reinforced, giving me the ability to sense what he's about to do to me, I would definitely be able to prepare myself accordingly before it comes. With that, Jin Dian killing me becomes a nearly impossible feat. In fact, up until now, I have survived an extremely huge number of dangers thanks to arcane studies. Granted, I was indeed beaten up that day, but then, that was because Senior Mu is too powerful. Moreover, back then, we were in the internal area of the mysterious organization. At a place like that, even if he were to beat me up, he would not truly kill me. Therefore, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Chen Feng glanced at Jin Dian, who nodded slightly. Only useful for sensing danger? Chen Feng asked. Naturally, it's not only limited to that. As Chen Feng seemed somewhat convinced, Tang Lan breathed out in relief. Next, he started telling Chen Feng various benefits of luck improvement. To summarize what he was telling Chen Feng, he was educating Chen Feng about how the probability of occurrences with a low chance of happening would increase greatly after learning about arcane studies. As for occurrences with a high chance of happening, the probability of them happening could be enhanced to 100%. This was the true function of arcane studies. Chen Feng merely listened quietly to all of this. Arcane studies. This thing was truly not particularly useful to him. When he needed to alter the probability of something occurring, he could do that with his luck aura. Hence, while listening, he maintained a facade of someone lacking interest. This facade fit the character of Wang Feng he was playing as well. However, toward the end of Tang Lan's speech, Chen Feng was abruptly startled. Tang Lan ended his speech passionately. I believe that when one's prowess reaches a certain level, one can control even luck itself. When one improves their luck to the limit, one might even turn omniscient, knowing everything. Chen Feng frowned. That shouldn't be possible, right? He was too experienced in the control of luck. Even now, he already had a rough grasp on the basic usage of his luck aura and was able to use his luck aura to obtain certain information he required. For example, using his alarm system, he was able to find out if there were any enemies within a certain range of him. His luck aura would give him a yes or a no as an answer. Another example was his ability of locating the enemy's coordinates using his luck aura. These were all things the present Chen Feng was capable of doing. He believed that, with sufficient luck value, he could even form letters in the world of his luck aura to find out what his target was talking about. He had indeed attempted that, but the consumption of luck value had been extremely huge. As such, it was impossible for the present him. Theoretically, to form a single word, a countless combination of letters would be required. Every possible combination would have a different probability of appearing. When all these probabilities were added up, the resulting amount was unimaginably high. To form a single word, the final probability would probably be 1 in several 100,000. To form a full sentence. Indeed, luck value was theoretically capable of achieving anything related to probability. However, there was a limit to it. When using luck aura to do something exceeding the limit, the actual consumption of luck value increased. This was something Chen Feng wasn't too experienced with. Even when using his luck aura to affect reality, Chen Feng was only able to roughly estimate the amount of luck value required through the world of his luck aura. When it came to pure information gathering through the power of luck, he lacked experience. Was this truly possible? Why not? Tang Lan proudly stated. Granted, the maximum information I can gather is limited to 2 words, and it only works in certain circumstances, but based on my calculations, it is definitely possible. By guessing the letters before forming words with the guessed letters? Why is there a need to even guess the letters? We can directly guess the words themselves. Chen Feng was speechless. But then, based on the dictionary, there are nearly 100,000 words in existence at this time, right? To get a single one of those words right, the probability was 1 in 100,000. That seemed like a bottomless abyss. Tang Lan shrugged. So what? Among the 100,000 words, almost 90,000 of them are words we don't require. The number of commonly used words on a daily basis is in fact lower than 3,000. With this, the amount of information we need to actually gather is much lower. Shwa. Chen Feng's eyes shone. 3,000. This reduced the probability by more than tenfold. If so, Chen Feng felt doubtful, though. Within a single set of information, too many words are contained. If so, how are we supposed to determine which of these words are the truly important words? Tang Lan was excited. It hadn't been easy to get Wang Feng engaged in this discussion. Haha. To know this, you will have to learn my arcane studies. Soon, he started tossing his various theories regarding arcane studies at Chen Feng. And with this, Chen Feng's course in arcane studies officially began. Learning about arcane studies had indeed dispelled a lot of the doubt Chen Feng had had all this while. Although Tang Lan did not possess the terrifying luck aura Chen Feng possessed, and he wasn't as talented as Chen Feng when it came to controlling luck, he had dedicated his whole life to this. Therefore, he was absolutely the most experienced person at this. Chen Feng also learned a lot through their conversations. What was it exactly that the arcane studies could accomplish? They could increase probability. Yes, the increase wasn't too high. It might be a mere 10% or 20%, but if this increase was applied to every single word, how much would the total increase be for one whole sentence? With the probability of 1 in 3,000, every single enhancement of arcane studies on their probability would have an outstanding effect. This method of information gathering that Chen Feng had never dared to attempt previously due to the huge luck value consumption had now seemingly been unlocked for him. These days, Chen Feng was extremely serious in his studies. Apart from that, he was also learning how to better estimate his luck value consumption. Due to Tang Lan's limited strength, using the power of luck, he had to first guess what the full sentence was before using the power of luck to reveal the correct words. Finally, Chen Feng understood the reason those fortune tellers only ever said either one or two words at a time. Now, Chen Feng had transformed this into an ability to estimate his luck value consumption. He did not need to estimate the number of words his ability could gather, nor did he need to estimate the total length of the sentence. The only thing he needed to focus on was completing his own guesswork. Shwa. Light started swirling before his eyes. Chen Feng entered the world of his luck aura. What will Wang Lan say next? Shwa. Estimated luck value consumption, 5 points. To display or not? Display. Shwa. These words appeared on the screen in the world of his luck aura. Wang Feng, have you mastered this? In the real world, after confirming the contents of Chen Feng's studies, Tang Lan asked, Wang Feng, have you mastered this? Bang! Chen Feng's heart jolted. It had worked. He had finally succeeded. This was the very first time he had been able to use his luck aura to display information of any substance. Success. This was the very first time Chen Feng had managed to obtain a full set of information instead of a basic yes or no answer using his luck aura. Even if he had only managed to deduce Tang Lan's words 1 second in advance, even if this was a simple sentence while Tang Lan was defenseless, the significance of this feat was still large. The function of this new ability wasn't as simple as predicting words. What if Chen Feng wanted to know about something else? For example, what were the secrets of Tang Lan? How many secrets did Tang Lan have? Who was the leader of the mysterious organization? How many members were there in the Diamond Club? No, wait. The correct question to ask was how many people out there with a diamond on their forehead existed. He would be able to figure out all of these using his luck aura. As long as he had sufficient luck value, Chen Feng would be able to find out everything. This method of information gathering would be the foundation for everything. With this, Chen Feng could find out nearly anything he wanted to know. Naturally, the premise of all this was sufficient luck value. Chen Feng preferred to use a simpler term to refer to this new ability of his, truth divination. Ability, truth divination. Function, able to obtain any information the user wishes to. Consumption, only luck value can be used to power this ability. Try it out. Chen Feng was extremely tempted. Now that Chen Feng had created this ability, he needed to figure out how powerful this ability was. Exactly. Would the luck value consumption be related to the number of words? This was something worth researching. Presently, the perfect target was here for him to test this new ability out. At this thought, Chen Feng laughed. Tang Lan frowned. What are you laughing about? Every time this Wang Feng laughed, his hair stood on end. Chen Feng scratched his head. Nothing. Shwa. Light started swirling before his eyes, and once again, truth divination was activated. First test. How many girlfriends has Tang Lan had in the past? Chen Feng asked inwardly. With that, truth divination started working as his luck aura was activated, before finally, it transmitted the results back to Chen Feng. Luck value consumption, 5 points. Result, 0. Chen Feng, 0? The 0 here did not signify the failure of his luck aura. Rather, it signified that Tang Lan had had 0 girlfriends before. At this reveal, when Chen Feng's gaze once again landed on this Tang Lan who was already rather old, his gaze softened. What a pitiful forever alone fellow. Chen Feng started asking some crucial questions. Second test, has Tang Lan ever betrayed the mysterious organization? Shwa. Soon, he received the feedback. Luck value consumption, 10 points. Result, number. Chen Feng. 10 points of luck value? The number of words used in the feedback was the same as the previous question. Why had the consumption increased by 5 points? Moreover, his first question had been shorter than his first test, so why had the consumption for the two been the same? 3 different questions with 3 different consumptions. What was the reason for this? Chen Feng frowned. It seemed like he would have to perform more tests. When encountering theories he was uncertain about, only a huge amount of tests would be able to answer his doubts. Hence, countless questions appeared in Chen Feng's brain. How old is Tang Lan? What's the name of Tang Lan's father? What's the color of Tang Lan's underwear? And so on. Any question he could think of, he asked. Finally, he found out that, when used against the same person, the more private the question and the more hidden the truth was, the higher the consumption. Why? Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Was it due to Tang Lan hiding certain secrets at the depths of his heart, to the point where, even when using this mysterious power known as luck, a certain amount of consumption was required? If so, with a sharp gaze, Chen Feng asked his final question: what is Tang Lan's deepest secret? Shwa. Light swirled before his eyes. With astonishment, Chen Feng noted that 50 points of his luck value were consumed. His remaining luck value was nearly emptied out.